Hunter x Hunter, I became Killua brother. Chapter 1. Hunter Calendar January 1987. Dentora region of the Republic of Batokea. Kukuru Mountain. Where am I? Yunyi thought vaguely. He wanted to open his eyes to see what was in front of him, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He only felt that he was in a warm ocean, and countless warmth swept him. You are reborn, and you have received the parting gift, and you have gained a gift of enlightenment that defies the heavens. A mysterious voice entered Yunyi's mind. I was born again. And he also got the full level of enlightenment. This shocked Yunyi. He woke up from his drowsy state. And soon realized his situation. So, I have crossed over. And it's still in the fetal form. 1,000 thoughts passed through Yunyi's mind. So which world did I travel to? Yunyi was confused about the place he traveled to. This made him subconsciously use his mental power to explore outside. Suddenly, a hazy scene appeared in his mind. In a trance, Yunyi saw a garden full of flowers. Before he could take a closer look, he felt a slight headache in his head, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Time passed by like a flash. After an unknown amount of time, Yunyi gradually regained consciousness. Even so, his head still hurt. It was obvious that his body could not support the use of his mental power. I've been sleeping for months. It seems that I can't use my mental power easily in the future, otherwise something unexpected might happen. Yunyi thought with lingering fear. This sleep made him remember. Next time he needs to adjust the range a little smaller, to adjust right limit. After trying it, Yunyi was stunned for a moment. Why is there another one? Could it be twins? Yunyi clearly felt that there was another fetus beside him. This made him curious, so he stretched out his foot and kicked it lightly. The next moment, the other party seemed to be activated and struggled violently. This frightened Yunyi and he quickly retracted his foot, not daring to make any more moves. Forget it, just stay here. If this kick causes the fetus to become ill, it will be too late to regret. After all, the other party is already his brother. But it's too boring to waste time like this. Oh, right. I also have the gift. Suddenly, Yunyi remembered his heaven-defying comprehension talent. Although he doesn't know what world he is in yet, there is a high probability that he has some special abilities. If combined with his comprehension talent, wouldn't he be able to create his own magical powers? It's so cool to be able to practice in the womb. Other children only start preparing when they are born, but he has already started in the womb. He won directly at the starting line. Without hesitation, Yunyi began his first comprehension. But he obviously overestimated his ability. Although he has a full-level comprehension talent, it is so difficult to comprehend a magical power that belongs to him. Once successful, Yunyi will be a pioneer. But no matter what, it is better to be cautious. Adhering to the idea that he must succeed this time, Yunyi started his own heaven-defying road. In the following time, every day when his mental power is full, he will continue to comprehend the changes in the world and the beginning of chaos, and continue to explore with his heaven-defying comprehension. 2 months later. You sensed the laws of heaven and earth through your supreme enlightenment, and you suddenly realized and created the supreme visualization diagram. Finally succeeded. Yunyi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the voice in his mind. Although it took a full month, fortunately he finally figured it out. There is still some time before birth, and he can practice for a while longer in the mother's womb. Taishang visualization diagram. Inspire the supreme, build the strongest foundation in the world, absorb energy and transform it into mental power and physical body, break the deep-rooted shackles, and achieve the supreme body. As expected of me, the technique I have learned is powerful. It's getting late, start practicing. Yunyi did not delay at all. After this period of development, his body has been fully developed, and his consciousness is stronger than before. Now is undoubtedly the best time to start practicing. His mental power is immersed in the supreme visualization diagram. The various indicators of his body are slowly getting stronger, both physically and mentally. In contrast, his body is constantly absorbing nutrients from the mother. 1 month later. In the huge palace on the top of Kukulu Mountain. Kikyo, your appetite has been a little too much recently. Silva looked at his wife Kikyo with a serious expression. As the pregnancy went on, Kikyo's appetite began to gradually increase. From 1 cake a day to 3 monsters a day. This horrible appetite forced Silva to take it seriously. Hearing Silva's concern, Kikyo smiled gently, stroked her pregnant belly with her white palm and said, "Don't worry, husband, I have also noticed this problem, but I don't feel any discomfort myself. The child just kicked me. I have also checked with a doctor and there is nothing wrong with it." Killua also realized that her appetite has been a little bit large recently, so she went to the medical department for a physical examination. After various checks with modern scientific instruments, it was found that all indicators were normal and there was no problem at all. "Really? But you should still pay attention." Although the seriousness on Silva's face was somewhat relaxed, he still had some concerns. After instructing the butler beside him to prepare more food, he turned around and left the palace. At the same time, Yunyi completed his first practice. Through the practice of the Supreme Visualization Diagram, his mental strength and physical body have been greatly improved. This time, he was finally able to observe the situation outside without any obstruction. "Let me see what kind of world this is," Yunyi thought to himself. His mental power began to spread outward, and soon he saw the outside world. This time it was no longer as blurry as last time, but very clear. "Is this my mother?" In Yunyi's vision, he finally saw his mother in this life. Her slender figure was wearing a yellow dress with white lace on the hem and neckline, her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her fair and soft face was gently massaging her belly. She looked like a real palace beauty. Chapter 2. Before Yunyi finished reading, a man and a woman entered the palace from the main gate. "Killua, how is your health? Is there anything wrong?" The moment he said this, Yunyi knew that this man was his father. Because he had vaguely heard his mother calling this man husband before. He took a quick look at his father. He had snow-white hair, explosive muscles hidden under the black and white training clothes, thick eyebrows, and a hard face. He looked like a tough guy. "My mother is so beautiful and my father is a man, so I should be born a handsome guy," Yunyi fantasized in his heart. "There is no problem at the moment." "Who is this?" Looking at the blonde woman next to Silva, Killua was a little confused. "His name is Meteor, and he is the doctor I found for you," Silva explained. He was still worried about Killua's health, so he specially invited a doctor from outside to come and check. "Hello, madam. Let me check you out next." After saying that, Meteor took the initiative to step forward. He placed his hand on Killua's belly and muttered, "Therapist's survey." The next second, a white and transparent aura emerged from her body, and a light green light appeared in the palm of her hand. Yunyi, who was in the womb, suddenly felt her body wrapped in warmth. The gentle power kept shuttling through her body. "There is no problem with my wife and children. Eat more because the fetus in the body needs to absorb nutrients." Meteor carefully felt it and finally came to a conclusion. Hearing this, Silva breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "How to provide nutrition?" "Just eat more energy-rich food." After saying this, Meteor bowed respectfully and left the palace. Seeing this result, a smile appeared on Silva's face. It needs nutrition, which is enough to show how powerful the fetus in Killua's body is. At this time, the energy in Yunyi's body was finally absorbed completely. You deeply saw the existence of thoughts, observed their origin, and triggered your enlightenment, creating a method to cultivate supernatural powers and thoughts. An ability training method: ignite the burning in the mind, manipulate the life energy of the human body, meditate on the world, gaze at oneself, sublimate the mind, and strengthen the supreme method of self-will. This sudden voice made Yunyi stunned. An ability? This ability only exists in one anime. Did I travel to the world of Hunter x Hunter? Thinking back to his parents' names, Yunyi suddenly realized. Silva and Killua, aren't they members of the Zoldyck family? Could it be that the person next to me is Killua? Although it is just a guess, the probability is very high. Because he once vaguely heard Killua muttering Illumi's name. Then how can I survive? After knowing the world, Yunyi's first thought was how to survive. He knew clearly that this was a world full of perverts. There were many ruthless people in the Zoldyck family alone, not to mention Hisoka and the Phantom Troop in the outside world. Just picking out one of them was enough for him to bear. I'm still not strong enough. Yunyi felt a little sad when he thought of this. Although he was still in the womb, his ambitions had already spread to the whole world. Fortunately, he successfully realized the method of cultivating his mind ability. It was only a matter of time before he became powerful. His intellect is so amazing that he can even comprehend this. Yunyi sighed in his heart at the strength of his intellect. He could even create the core abilities of the hunter world and transform them into magical powers. This greatly built his foundation. After a simple practice, he found that the supreme visualization diagram could be perfectly integrated with the mind ability practice method. This means that he can practice two methods at the same time without having to divide his energy to practice one alone. He can get twice the result with half the effort. There is still some time before birth, and now is the best time to practice. The two intersect and practice together. As time goes by, gradually, a pure white transparent breath emerges from Yunyi's skin. Although it is still very weak, it is undeniable. This is mind. A few months later. W.A. 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 A baby cried, but it was not Yunyi's, but Killua's. It's born, it's born. It's twins, both boys. Yunya was picked up with a loud shout. Looking at the woman in front of him, he felt helpless. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Why isn't he crying? Seeing Yunyi's expressionless face, the woman gently patted his fair buttocks. He finally cried out of helplessness. Waa. 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 The baby's cry echoed throughout the delivery room. Let me hold you. Kikyo said weakly with a pale face. He stretched out his arms to take Yunyi and Kia. Even though he was very weak, he still held the two babies firmly in his arms. How cute, you are worthy of being my son. A beautiful smile appeared on Kikyo's face. She exuded the radiance of maternal love. Silva, who had been pacing outside the door, heard the noise and entered the room. Are you okay? Looking at the pale face of Kikyo, Silva frowned and even his tone became more serious. Don't be so serious, it won't be good if the children see it. After hearing this, Silva relaxed. He took Yunyi from Kikyo's hand and looked at it carefully. It doesn't matter if he doesn't look at it, but this look made his pupils constrict. Even his breathing became nervous. A layer of transparent air appeared on Yunyi's skin, which was spreading outward continuously. At this time, an answer appeared in Silva's mind. Innate Nen ability. As we all know, Nen needs to be awakened through training or coercion. In addition, there is another way, that is, born with it. But the number of people who can use Nen without any practice is almost zero. There will be a trace amount of Nen remaining in the works of some great artists. These people are usually called geniuses, rulers, superpowers, supermen, immortals, and strange people. Silva didn't believe that someone could be born with Nen ability. But now, the facts are in front of him, which makes him have to believe it. You take care of the other child, I have something to deal with. The matter was of great importance. Silva hugged the confused Yunyi and turned to leave the delivery room. Although Kikyo couldn't understand, he didn't say much, but just taught the newborn Killua in a soft voice. After leaving the delivery room, Silva rushed to a small wooden house at the fastest speed. He opened the door and hurried inside. What's wrong, Silva? This is the first time I see you so flustered. Chapter 3. The old voice reached Silva's ears, and he calmed down immediately. A figure walked out of the darkness. He was wearing blue and white family clothes, the iconic snow-white hair of the Zoldyck family, and his wrinkled face had the same serious expression as Silva's. This person was the Zoldyck family. Zeno Zoldyck. Seeing the baby in Silva's arms, the seriousness on Zeno's face turned into a smile. Is this my grandson? He is so cute. Let me hug you quickly. Zeno stepped forward and held Yunyi in his arms. The next second, his expression became serious again. This time, it was more solemn than ever before. This is Nen. In order to avoid making a mistake, he checked it again. No surprise, it was Chi. Even the well-informed Zeno couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It was because people with innate Nen ability were too rare. Even though he had seen many strange things, they were not as shocking as Yunyi. Do you want to show it to your great-grandfather? Silva understood the importance of this matter and asked. Looking at Yunyi in his arms, Zeno was silent for a while. Let's go. Finally, they decided to go and take a look. After all, this matter needs the real person in charge to identify it. The person they are looking for is the most mysterious person in the Zoldyck family. Maha Zoldyck. The two of them climbed over the Kukolo mountain at a very fast speed and came to a wide lake. Under the sunlight, the blue lake was reflected in the ripples. And the person they are looking for this time is sitting on a small bench, fishing leisurely. The bright bald head, the old face full of wrinkles and spots, and the short stature show that he is very old. Is this the mysterious Maha Zoldyck? Yunyi stared at Maha with his big watery eyes. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't tell that this short old man in front of him had the strength to beat Netero. When Maha saw the two coming, a smile appeared on his face. Is there something important? Oh, is this my great-grandson? He's so cute. Seeing the two people so flustered, Maha asked calmly. After seeing the innocent Yunyi in Zeno's arms, he couldn't help but praise him. But the next second, the expression on his face became strange. What is this? He calmly put down the fishing rod in his hand and stepped forward to look at it. This look further confirmed his inner thoughts. Is it really a mind ability? Compared to the two people's impetuousness, Maha seemed relatively calm. 100 years of experience made him not surprised by anything he saw. But his brows were still furrowed. This was different from usual, this matter concerned the entire Zoldyck family. Maha gently covered Yunyi's little head with his hand. The energy in his body shuttled back and forth in Yunyi's body. Zeno and Silva watched nervously. It was not until Maha nodded that the two of them completely relaxed. This child is extraordinary. He needs to be taught well. Let him do whatever he wants. Maha picked up the fishing rod again and started fishing. This instantly deflated Zeno and Silva. Even if the two wanted to teach Yunyi to be the successor, they couldn't say anything about Maha's words. Have you thought of a name for the child? Maha asked with a chuckle. Upon hearing the name, Silva shook his head awkwardly. The moment he saw the ability of mind reading, he threw everything else out of his mind and didn't even think about the name. Let's call it Yunyi. Yunyi Zoldyck. Maha said, looking at the white clouds in the sky and the clear lake. This is the most sincere affection of the great-grandfather to his great-great-grandson. After hearing the name, the two of them carefully considered it and thought it was good, and finally decided to choose this name. Phew, it's still the same name, luckily it's not Killua. Yunyi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard his name. He was afraid that he would be the firstborn and take Killua's name. But fortunately it didn't happen. Then we will leave first. After getting the answer, Zeno said goodbye respectfully and left with Silva. Only Maha was left fishing leisurely. As time passed, the fishhook slowly moved. Finally out. With a gentle pull, a huge blue fish several meters long was caught. Under the sunlight, its scales shone brightly. The huge body kept struggling to escape, but it was useless. Seeing that there was only a little old man in front of it, the blue fish opened its big mouth full of fangs and bit him fiercely. Phew! Bang! Before he could get close, the blue fish broke into countless pieces and fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The pieces of meat looked neat as if they had just been cut. From beginning to end, Maha just sat on the small stool with a smile on his face. Let's call this child Killua from now on. In the delivery room, Silva picked up the sleeping Killua and said slowly. Although he couldn't control Yunyi's name, he could control Killua's. It's good that nothing has changed. Yunyi thought secretly while lying in Kikyo's arms. He didn't want his arrival to cause a butterfly effect, causing the original things to be reversed. This would be the most disadvantageous situation for him as a transmigrator. Knowing everything would help him make the next layout. Yunyi, your brother is called Killua. Kikyo said to Yunyi gently. The radiance of maternal love instantly blinded his two 4K titanium alloy eyes. Silva is so lucky to have such a beautiful wife. Looking at Kikyo's elegant and beautiful face, Yunyi envied his father. At this time, Kikyo's face had not been damaged by Killua and was sealed from then on. It still maintained its elegant and beautiful appearance. You're so cute, come and give me a kiss. Seeing Yunyi looking at her with her big watery eyes, Kikyo was instantly captured by her heart and kissed Yunyi's fair face with her red lips, leaving a rosy lip mark. It seems that the original book is right to pamper his son. Yunyi thought helplessly. Out of boredom, he once again started to use the supreme visualization diagram and then an ability training method. The two complement each other and continuously circulate in the body. His physique, mental strength, chi, and will are gradually getting stronger. Pure white and transparent chi appeared on his skin again. This made Silva frown and his heart was shocked again. He originally planned to teach Yunyi to practice and learn Nen when he was 6 years old, but now he has learned it by himself. Genius! The thought instantly appeared in Silva's mind. Not only was he born with the ability of mind, but he could also practice it on his own. He really couldn't imagine how terrifying Yunyi would be when he grew up. Such a monster's talent had never existed in the entire world. Now, this kind of thing happened to the Zoldyck family. Silva didn't know whether to be happy or sad for a moment. But looking at the sleeping Yunyi and Killua, his dark eyes became calm again. Come on, I'll kill you all. Chapter 4. 3 years passed in a flash. With the birth of Yunyi, his body has reached perfection, and the efficiency of cultivation has reached 100%. 3 years of cultivation has made his mental strength and physical fitness reach a qualitative leap. Even with his young body, he can lift objects weighing several tons. Mental strength, as the foundation of telekinesis, is unrivaled. And with the growth of telekinesis, the energy in the body is no longer weak, but has reached an unprecedented peak. Even people who have practiced for 6 years may not have such strength as him. But he has only been practicing and has not learned any technical knowledge. Yun, it's time, come and take a bath. While Yunyi was still thinking, Silva entered the room. The purpose of coming was to let Yunyi take a bath. This soup was nothing else but the secret technique of the Zoldyck family. According to the recipe, various precious medicinal materials were put into the iron pot and boiled, and various essences were diluted into the water, and then the practitioners absorbed them perfectly. The benefit is that it can nourish the tendons, bones and veins, improve the qualifications, and slowly recover the hidden injuries left over from the injury, which are difficult to eliminate. This is a magical medicine that countless people yearn for, and it is sealed in the deepest secret collection of the Zoldyck family. It belongs to the level of secret techniques. Yunyi can become so strong, partly thanks to this secret technique. Coming. Hearing about the hot spring, Yunyi agreed with some pain. Every time he upgraded, he would constantly remove impurities from his body, which was naturally accompanied by endless pain. Although he had gotten used to it in the past year, he was still a little scared. He walked through the corridor and came to a quiet room, where a large iron pot that had been successfully boiled was placed, and there were still scattered materials around that had not been processed. Under the gaze of Silva, Yunyi jumped in with a fearless attitude. In just a moment, he felt as if his body was being bitten and corroded by countless ants. He couldn't help wanting to escape from this big iron pot. But Yunyi always remembered a truth. If God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry, his body empty, and his actions disturbed. The road to becoming stronger is definitely not a smooth journey. You know, there is a hidden condition for upgrading your mind. That is the unyielding will. Yunyi, this is all for your own good. Looking at the painful Yunyi, Silva frowned. As a father, who wants to see his child live in pain? But there is no way, if you want to become stronger, you must pay a corresponding price. Strength that does not require a price will not last long. In this world, the rules are made like this. Bang! With a loud noise, the water in the iron pot splashed all around. Yunyi jumped out of the big iron pot. In an hour, he absorbed all the essence in it, leaving nothing behind. The water that was splashed out had become wastewater, without any nutritious substance in it. His physique also became stronger with continuous absorption. How do you feel? Silva asked with a serious tone. Very good. Yunyi stretched his body and replied. Every time he improved, he felt unprecedentedly refreshed, and both his spirit and body felt very comfortable. This is probably what it means to have sweet things after bitter things. That's good. You go out first, I'll ask the housekeeper to clean up here. Looking at the ground full of water stains and withered herbs, Silva said after a while. Hearing this, Yunyi put on his clothes and hurriedly left the crime scene. Fortunately, Silva is a good-tempered father, otherwise he might have to be beaten twice before he could calm down. Back in the room, he washed the water stains on his body and lay down on the bed. He stretched out his index finger, and a gas instantly emerged. Suddenly, Yunyi remembered something. I don't think I've tested which faction I belong to yet. For some reason, Silva never tested his telekinesis system. Yunyi jumped out of the window and took advantage of this time to go outside. He picked up a leaf and returned to the room. He picked up the water cup and put the leaf on it to drift. Then he slowly covered it with gas. As the gas invaded, the water cup and the leaf gradually changed. The amount of water began to surge and soon gushed out. Am I a reinforcement type? But before Yunyi could confirm, the clear water was quickly frozen by the gorgeous crystals. This was the manifestation of the materialization type. Yunyi was a little confused for a moment. Then the color of the water changed, turning into a terrifying dark black. The leaves shook violently, as if they would turn into Xiao Li's flying knife and shoot out in the next second. It can't be. All these strange phenomena made Yunyi have a little guess in his mind. He picked up the water cup and took a sip. As expected, it was a lot harder to drink. This is the special system. Yunyi finally came to the conclusion. The case was solved. It was the special system that was rarely seen in a century. All 5 phenomena reached 100% power. In addition to the special system, he could not think of any other faction. Even so, why is the water black? Yunyi looked at the dark water and wondered if this meant that his ability had some connection with darkness. Yunyi needed to figure it out by himself. I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of understanding. He is the best at exploring this kind of thing. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Yunyi's state of mind gradually calmed down. Reflecting his state of mind, peeping into the source. Yunyi sat cross-legged like an old man who was about to die, motionless. Only the faint breath reminded him that he was still alive. The body was here, but the consciousness had already wandered in the secrets of the body. As he continued to go deeper, Yunyi came to an unknown place. Looking around, it was full of darkness and silence. The light was here, and it could only be beaten. Is this my origin? Yunyi continued to explore forward with doubt in his heart. But no matter how he moved forward, there was still endless darkness ahead. Suddenly, a series of black shadows appeared in front of him. In just a blink of an eye, they surrounded Yunyi, squeezed him tightly, and kept approaching as if they wanted to enter somewhere. Seeing this, Yunyi frowned and punched him. The terrifying force even produced a sonic boom. But strangely, the fist went straight through these black shadows without causing any damage. Not good. Before Yunyi could react, all the shadows had already entered his body. His consciousness was quickly pulled back to reality. What's going on? Yunyi opened his eyes and muttered to himself. He stood up and saw a darker shadow in the dark room, reflecting behind Yunyi. I seem to be able to control them. As soon as the voice fell, the shadow behind him began to wriggle. The next second, a dark figure appeared in the room, emitting a twisted black aura. This was the shadow that had just entered Yunyi's body. Chapter 5. You go deep into your heart, look directly at the source, peek into the ultimate darkness, and your understanding is triggered, and you comprehend the mind power of shadow. Shadow. It comes and goes without a trace, blending into the darkness and dissipating under the sun. There are traces of it in every corner of the world. It is everywhere. Strong is strong. But I don't know what it's used for. Yunyi looked at the dull black shadow in front of him. His mental power was slightly mobilized. The next moment, the black shadow actually moved. It went wherever he was told to go, completely obeying the master's orders. Not bad. Yunyi was quite satisfied with this black shadow. But this was only the first stage. Arriving at the training ground, Yunyi controlled the black shadow to attack the dummy. The black shadow rushed to the dummy like the wind and attacked it with a punch. Bang! There was a loud noise. The dummy instantly broke into pieces and flew away. This force was comparable to Yunyi's. Could it be that this is a shadow created based on me? A guess quickly emerged in Yunyi's mind. In order to confirm his inner thoughts, he began to consciously summon the shadow again. The shadow behind him continued to wriggle. But no matter how he summoned it, it was useless. Does copying someone else's template require triggering conditions? Yunyi had some unique ideas in his mind. Just now he wanted to copy Silva's template, but failed. This shows that copying someone else requires triggering certain conditions. Fight. Somehow, an idea suddenly popped up in Yunyi's mind. Perhaps it was the power of mind that was at work, so he went to Silva with a try-it attitude. What's wrong? Silva was lying on a large soft cushion, holding an ancient book in his hands. When he saw his son coming, he asked with some surprise. Because Yunyi rarely came to see him alone. I want to ask my father to fight with me once. Yunyi's voice was firm. The seriousness on his face told Silva that he was not joking. Coincidentally, Silva was not a man who liked to talk nonsense. He put the book down, raised a smile at the corner of his mouth and walked out. Follow me. Hearing the voice, Yunyi followed. Soon, the two came to the arena exclusive to the Zoldyck family. The surrounding area was full of high-tech products derived from modern technology, all of which Yunyi had never seen before. Come on stage. Silva said nothing, and jumped onto the stage, waving at Yunyi. Seeing this, Yunyi raised his eyebrows. But he didn't say much, and jumped onto the stage, coming to the opposite side. The two looked at each other, and neither of them backed down. Even though Yunyi was just a child at the moment. After all, there were no cowards in the Zoldyck family. The next second, both of them moved, leaving only a shadow in their place. Bang! 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 Countless sounds of punches and kicks collided on the ring. The two fought back and forth without a clear winner. Yunyi knew in his heart that this was Silva consciously cultivating his fighting instinct. He simply let go of his strength and fought with his best ability. Blood and sweat continued to splash on the ring. This was a fight between real men. Even though Yunyi's body was covered with scars, his inner desire never stopped him. For some reason, the blood on his body made him very excited, and he even forgot that the person opposite him was his father. During the fight, the fists became stronger and stronger, and the kicks became faster and faster. Silva also noticed this and was more conscious of cooperating with Yunyi's pace. The fight lasted for about 30 minutes, and Yunyi finally stopped and stood there gasping for breath. Is his fighting talent so amazing? Silva looked at his palm with a trace of blood, and was shocked. You know, his body has been as hard as steel, but he still got a trace of blood. But the next scene made his pupil shrink. The black shadow behind Yunyi began to wriggle, and the next moment, a black shadow similar to Silva appeared on the ring and stood beside him. Success! My guess was right. Yunyi couldn't help but smile. This black shadow was created by him using Silva as a template. It really shows that the triggering condition of the shadow requires a battle before it can be reproduced. This is it. Silva looked at the black shadow that looked like him with a narrowed eye. He couldn't help but be shocked. Yunyi had already used his mind power without knowing when, and had already produced a model. Come on! Yunyi controlled the black shadow to attack Silva. The black shadow did not use his fists as before, but gathered two huge black balls of thought with his hands. Seeing this scene, Silva's eyes were full of surprise. Before he could recover, the black shadow had already launched the ball of thought. Silva's hands also quickly gathered the ball of thought and threw it out fiercely. Bang! The two did not merge when they intersected, but instead produced a strong explosion. The aftermath directly blew Yunyi away, but fortunately he was agile enough to land safely on the ground. Looking at the other side, even the solid arena made of special materials was destroyed by the powerful force. The black shadow created was also annihilated with the burst of power. Is it still too much of a stretch? Yunyi sighed. Just now, the power of the mind ball created by Silva was far greater than that created by Black Shadow. This shows that Black Shadow cannot perfectly copy the opponent's template at this stage. But it does not mean that this is Black Shadow's limit. As long as I keep practicing, sooner or later I will be able to perfectly replicate it. Yunyi's eyes sparkled. You know, he has only practiced for 3 years now. It is very exaggerated to be able to create such a result in such a short time. Just look at Silva's expression. Even though he has tried his best to restrain his expression, he still can't help but open his eyes slightly. Because he knows clearly that as long as Yunyi is given a little time, he will grow to an extremely terrifying stage. By then, the Zoldyck family will usher in great changes. Yun, have you told anyone that you have learned the ability? Silva stepped forward and asked solemnly. After seeing Yunyi shook his head, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a quick farewell, he turned around and left here quickly. I'm afraid he wanted to tell Zeno and Maha about this. Really, so impetuous? Yunyi shook his head helplessly. It's just a telepathic ability, is it necessary to have such a big reaction? Back in the room, Yunyi continued to lie on the bed and think. The first ability of the shadow, copy. Yunyi muttered to himself. This is the name he came up with for his first ability, and he felt it fits the name very well. He believed that as his Nen ability continued to deepen, more new abilities would appear in the future. This was the hint that Nen gave him. The fact that he can replicate it is already exaggerated. I wonder what new abilities he will gain in the future. Thinking of his own shadow, Yunyi showed an expectant expression. Oh, by the way, how about I create my own shadow army? Chapter 6. Suddenly, a different idea came into Yunyi's mind. With his current ability, he can indeed create a legion that obeys him. The idea became stronger and stronger, so he simply got out of bed and started the experiment. The chi quickly attached to the skin, and the shadow behind him began to wriggle violently. The next moment, a series of burly black shadows filled with a strong black aura appeared. Not long after, 5 Zoldycks stood in the room. Yunyi wanted to continue creating, but the amount of chi was no longer enough. No matter how much the shadows squirmed, no more black shadows appeared. And he keenly discovered that the chi consumed by his black shadow and Zoldyck's black shadow was not at the same level. The original chi was enough to create 10 of himself, but only 5 Zoldycks. This means that shadows cannot break the law and destroy the rules. Fair enough, right? You are my first batch of shadow army. Looking at the group of Zoldycks in front of him, Yunyi nodded with satisfaction. This is the prototype of the shadow army. He is already looking forward to the countless thought balls bombarding. It will definitely be the most beautiful fireworks in the world. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yunyi was still imagining a bright future, a knock on the door sounded. Brother, are you there? A childish voice called out from outside the door, and anyone who heard it would melt their heart. He went forward to open the door, and saw Killua staring at him straight, and threw himself into his arms as if he had found a savior. No matter how hard he tried, he was unwilling to come out. What happened? This made Yunyi a little confused. Looking back, he found a child with long black hair and an expressionless face standing there. His dark pupils seemed to have no emotions, staring at the two of them. This person was Killua's childhood shadow. Illumi Zoldyck. I see. Seeing this, Yunyi's face showed understanding. It seems that Illumi, the perverted Unii-chan, has started to destroy the flowers of the Zoldyck family again. But since he has come, it is impossible to continue to indulge. Illumi, your father hasn't trained you recently, you seem to be very idle. Then let's have a competition. If you win, I'll give you 1 million ringgits. If you lose, you have to stay away from Kia. Yunyi said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Illumi narrowed his eyes slightly, and when he heard that there was money, he immediately became interested. Okay. After agreeing without any emotion, Illumi turned and walked towards the open space. After Yunyi put Killua on the bed, he followed. But a small hand grabbed the corner of his clothes. Brother, don't go. Kia shook his head at Yunyi with a worried look on his face. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Yunyi touched Killua's furry hair and turned to leave. But Killua didn't seem to be reassured. After thinking for a long time, he finally followed. In the open space outside the palace, Yunyi and Illumi looked at each other. Just as Illumi was about to take action, a voice stopped him from doing so. You are not worthy of fighting me. As soon as the words fell, the shadow behind Yunyi began to move. The next second, the black shadow of Silva appeared beside him. This is... Yulmi looked at this familiar yet strange figure, and a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. But before he could think about it, the black shadow had already started to move. It approached him at a very fast speed, and its hand turned into a sharp claw and stabbed straight into his heart. Not good. Ilmi's pupils shrank, and he quickly retreated. Even so, deep claw marks appeared on his chest, and blood soon stained his clothes. Just one strike caused fatal damage. Irmi didn't care about his wounds, and rushed forward with his hands like claws. The two figures instantly entangled with each other, producing a violent sound. The two sides fought back and forth, and for a while there was no winner. It's time to get serious. Suddenly, Yunyi said impatiently. Bang! In an instant, Ilmi was kicked out, with a deep footprint on his chest. This sudden scene made his eyes widen in disbelief. He tried to stand up with all his strength, but eventually fainted and fell to the ground unconscious. The battle ended in an instant, and he lost miserably without even touching the corner of Yunyi's clothes. So amazing! Kia opened his mouth slightly and looked at this scene in shock. In his mind, Yunyi has always been a gentle brother. Because he had never seen Yunyi in battle, but today he saw it and realized that his idea was still too naive. Tisk tisk tisk, you are still so depressed even after being beaten like this, you should smile more. Yunya came to Ilmi. Seeing that he was still expressionless when he was unconscious, he manually turned up the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Ilmi turned into a beautiful boy who was sleeping. Brother, you are so awesome. I want to be like you. After the battle, Killua ran to Yunyi with his two short legs staring at him, his eyes shining. It can be seen that the battle just now completely conquered him. Do you want to be like me? I'm afraid you will despair. Yunyi didn't answer, but murmured to himself. In the end, after comforting him, he left here in Killua's admiring eyes. Back in the room, Yunyi's mouth curled up slightly. Another template is obtained. The shadow behind him began to move. The next second, the black shadow of Illumi appeared beside him, half kneeling on the ground respectfully waiting for orders. The main reason for fighting Illumi, in addition to supporting Killua, is to obtain the template. As long as you fight once, the template will exist forever. As the person being copied grows, the black shadow will grow with him. This is the power of the shadow. There are still too few templates. Only 2 are far from enough. Yunyi sighed. At present, the only templates he has are Silva and Ilmi. For his lofty ambition of creating the Shadow Legion, it is just the tip of the iceberg. After practicing for a while, I need to go out to experience it. After thinking for a while, Yunyi finally made up his mind. A man with ambitions will go out sooner or later. Hisoka, the Phantom Troop, the Hunter Association, these are all worth replicating. In addition to replicating, the most important thing is to explore the Hunter world. This world full of fantasy colors is something that everyone can't help but explore. Even Jinfu Lassie, who is revered as a myth, is deeply fascinated. Let's collect the easy templates first. Yunya chose to start with the easy ones. After all, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Even if you fight monsters, you can't defeat the boss in one go. Chapter 7. In the following time, Yunyi has been constantly challenging everyone on Kukolo Mountain. Even if they are just housekeepers, they have very strong strength. But in the end, they were all swallowed up by Yunyi's Shadow Legion. In this process, the templates are constantly increasing and have reached an unprecedented peak. From the initial 2-person team, it has grown into a large force with dozens of people. But the consequences of doing so are also very obvious. Now, Yunyi has become a figure that the entire Kukolo Mountain fears. Wherever he goes, all the housekeepers will subconsciously become nervous, and even want to escape, for fear that Yunyi will challenge him. Except for the 2 strongest housekeepers, Wutong and Zeponian, it is far from enough to defeat them with the current strength. Finally, I have collected all the items. Yunya breathed a sigh of relief. He had just successfully completed the last battle of the Kukolo Mountain Steward series. It must be said that it was too difficult for him to defeat these stewards with his 3-year-old body. He almost lost several times, but fortunately, he managed to win with a little perseverance. If Yunyi's thoughts were heard by those defeated stewards, they would definitely vomit blood and die. A strong man who had accumulated for many years could not beat a 3-year-old child. If such a great shame were told to others, people would probably laugh their heads off. But no matter what, Yunya had completed his first goal. Come out, Shadow Army! With a command, dozens of shadows of different shapes suddenly emerged from behind him and surrounded him in the center. Anyone who wants to attack Yunyi will be attacked by dozens of housekeepers. These fighting forces united together are a very terrifying fighting force. Next, it's time to challenge the Zoldyck family. Yunyi looked towards the top of Kukolo Mountain. Without much hesitation, he ran up the mountain. The first target was naturally Zeno Zoldyck. When they arrived at the familiar cabin, Yunyi often came here to chat with Zeno. Crack! The wooden door opened and Jinyo was sitting cross-legged on the large red dragon chair practicing. He sensed someone coming and immediately opened his eyes. His sharp eyes seemed to be able to cut a person into pieces. Yunyi, are you here to chat with me? Seeing that it was his precious grandson, Jinyo's eyes immediately became gentle. I want to challenge Grandpa. When these words came out, Zeno was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He had heard about Yunyi from Silva. So he didn't care about Yunyi's constant challenge to the housekeeper. But he didn't expect that Yunyi would come to challenge him. You can challenge me, but you have to go to your great-grandfather first. He wants to see you. Gino did not agree for the time being, but asked Yunyi to go to Maha. What does he want from me? You will know when you go there. Yunyi did not continue to ask, but left the cabin and approached the lake. Since Zeno had explained it personally, the matter must have reached a very important point. After crossing the mountains and ridges, they finally arrived at the other side of Kukolo Mountain. The place where Maha often appeared. Found it. Looking ahead, Maha was leisurely sitting on a small bench fishing. There was no trace of breath from his body, just like an ordinary old man. Xiao Yunyi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Yunyi coming, Maha smiled. What's wrong, great-grandfather? What do you want to talk to me about? Yunyi came to the grass nearby and asked. I think it's time for you to start learning the assassination techniques of the Zoldyck family. With your talent, I should teach you personally. Maha said with a smile. Yunyi's skills were learned by himself, but they were all half-understood moves. So this time Maha wanted to teach Yunyi the complete assassination technique. Okay, I want to learn too. Yunyi immediately agreed to learn. He had noticed that his skills were not perfect. He originally wanted to ask for advice after challenging Zeno. But since he could start learning, there was no need to talk nonsense. Okay, okay. Maha said okay twice. He was very pleased that Yunyi had such an awareness at the age of only 3. He thought that it would take some time for Yunyi to agree, but he didn't expect that Yunyi would agree so readily. After agreeing, Maha took Yunyi to a plain. The grass on the ground swayed in the wind, and the clothes rustled in the gusts of wind. Watch out! After Maha told Yunyi to watch his movements, he began to demonstrate his assassination skills. Strangling, strangulation, acupuncture, limb bending, dark steps, snake moves, all kinds of moves that were enough to kill the opponent instantly were demonstrated one by one. The first 3 can be understood just by looking at the names. Dark step, a moving skill based on the principle of silence and speed, which is the most basic assassination technique of the Zoldyck family. Limb bending, a movement technique that uses the speed of footsteps to create afterimages to confuse the enemy. Snake move, swing both hands quickly at the same time to cut off the enemy's hands with bare hands. These moves gave Yunyi, a modern man, a strong impact. This aroused his interest in assassination. As he gradually went deeper, in Yunyi's eyes, Maha's attack speed became extremely slow, and various moves were dismembered. You observed the assassination skills of Zoldyck Maha, comprehended the deadly moves, triggered your understanding, and created the practice of the magical power assassination. A mysterious voice burst out in your mind. Assassination. You can take the enemy's heart silently and invisibly. The ultimate goal of all the moves is only one. Kill the enemy. Kill with one blow, cut off the horse with a quick knife, and don't be discovered by the enemy. In an instant, all the moves shown by Maha poured into your mind and were memorized. And they were constantly derived and spread, forming a new move. I just showed you once, and now I will teach you for real. After demonstrating all the movements, Maha was ready to start teaching. No need, great-grandfather, I think I have learned it. Yunyi interrupted Maha's next move. His body began to move, showing the assassination skills that Maha had just demonstrated. Although his feet stepped on the grass, there was no sound. This is the dark step. As the footsteps moved, shadows appeared on the side of Yunyi, making it impossible to see where the real body was. This is limb bending. Whether it is the dark step or the limb bending, they are all displayed vividly. And there is no flaw to criticize, as if it has been practiced for many years. Although there is still a trace of unnaturalness, it is enough to reach the level of proficiency. Just when Maha thought it was enough, Yunyi demonstrated a new move. Snake whip. His hands became flexible like a snake and slapped the air violently. Pa! The fierce attack produced the sound of firecrackers. If used on a person, it would most likely explode the person's head. This is enough to show how fierce this move is. This. Maha was stunned. Although he had heard of Yunyi's extraordinary talent, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes today. Not only did he learn all his moves after just one look, but he also evolved new moves. Even the founder of the Zoldyck family might not have such talent. But today he saw it in his great-grandson. If it was discovered by someone with ulterior motives, the Zoldyck family might suffer a strong blow. Maha obviously thought of this step, and his eyes gradually became dark. Silent murderous intent brewed in his heart. Then kill them all. Chapter 8. People of the same family stick together. Maha and Silva have the same idea. They are both willing to go against the world for their children. This is one of the reasons why the Zoldyck family can stand firm. Unity. Since you have learned these, then I will teach you the rest. Maha hid his emotions and said with a smile. The next training was not here. Leaving the plain, Maha took Yunyi to a secret room. The secret room was located in the center of Kukulu mountain, surrounded by extremely hard rocks. It seemed like a masterpiece of nature, without any trace of man-made things. Yunyi looked forward and saw countless test tubes of different colors and models lined up along the wall. Some even had bubbles rising up that symbolized destruction, which made people feel dangerous just by looking at them. Great-grandfather, what are we doing here? Yunyi asked with some confusion. Maha did not answer, but went straight to the laboratory table to adjust the reagents. Various potions with different effects were mixed one by one in a test tube. Every time one was added, the potion produced a violent chemical reaction, as if it would explode in the next second. This made Yunyi lean back subconsciously, fearing that the whole secret room would explode if he was not careful. The imagined thing did not happen, and soon Maha completed his operation. This is a deadly potion that is enough to wipe out a small town. Huang Chuan, Maha said in a serious voice. Then he handed the reagent in his hand to Yunyi. The next thing you need to learn is another assassination technique. Poisoning. The deep voice made Yunyi realize that this was no joke. Without hesitation, he began to replay the scene just now in his mind. In the memory palace, all the materials placed by Maha were searched, and each division of labor was broken down and carefully understood. Almost in an instant, Yunyi learned how to make Huang Chuan. He walked forward to the experimental table, his face became serious, and he was no longer afraid. With every move, he perfectly reproduced all the steps shown by Maha. Soon, a brand new bottle of Huang Chuan was made. Have you learned it again? Maha opened his eyes slightly, with a surprised expression. Making poison is not difficult in the ingredients list, but in the grams. Just a little more may lead to the failure of the entire potion, or even unpredictable consequences. But Yunyi solved this problem easily and prepared a standard Huang Chuan. This kind of talent is really daunting. Now that you have learned how to operate, the next step is theoretical knowledge. Maha came to a corner of the secret room, and the black air clung to a corner of the rock. The next second, there was a creaking sound, and a large wooden drawer stretched out from the huge gap between the rocks. Inside was a half-meter-high, dusty old book with 4 words clearly written on it. Pharmacy Encyclopedia. It has such a plain name, but it contains medicines that are enough to destroy an entire country. This is a treasure book jointly researched by the heads of the family for 3 generations. Only the most talented people in the 3 generations can learn it. In the remaining time, you need to memorize all the potions and learn them. Otherwise, you can't leave this secret room. Maha said in a deadpan manner, contrary to his usual behavior. At this moment, he finally showed the harsh teaching of the Zoldyck family. Either learn it or die in it. After saying that, Maha turned and left, and the door of the secret room closed. Only Yunyi was left to study inside. You still underestimated me. Learning a book in a short time may be hopeless for others, but it is extremely easy for Yunyi. Just because he has a plug-in that transcends the world. Opening the book, the first page is the materials and methods of making 5 potions. Each one is enough to kill a person instantly. But the complexity of the production is enough to make people's scalp numb. It's a piece of cake. Yunyi smiled calmly. His mind soon calmed down and he turned the pages faster and faster. Only the sound of turning the pages echoed in the silent room. 3 hours later. Hey, I've finally finished learning. Yunyi closed the book and breathed a sigh of relief. Now he felt his head swelling, as if it would explode in the next second. Fortunately, he had already instilled all the knowledge in it into his mind without a single mistake. After studying, he found that the book was not full of deadly poisons, but also healing potions that could bring the dead back to life. And from small and difficult diseases to big and resurrecting the dead, everything is available, which is completely worthy of the half-meter width. It was not until he finished studying that he realized that the Huang Chuan shown by Maha at the beginning was just the tip of the iceberg of the entire book. It was hard for Yunyi to imagine how long it would take to learn this book without full-level comprehension. Without the trigger of comprehension, could poisoning be considered a type of assassination? After studying for such a long time without triggering comprehension, Yunyi had a guess in his mind. The practice method of assassination. This shows that assassination can be practiced and improved. There is no limit, only continuous learning can break through the limit. It's time to go out. Yunyi stretched and came to the closed door of the secret room. Bang! He punched the door, but it didn't move at all, leaving only a shallow mark. It really doesn't work. Yunyi shook his head and came to the experimental table. According to the memory in his mind, he quickly prepared a bottle of medicine containing emerald green liquid. Then he threw the medicine at the door. With a bang, as the reagent broke, the medicine. The door was soon corroded into a hole large enough to accommodate an adult. That's right, there is only one way to get out, that is to learn the knowledge in the book and use it. Yunya walked out calmly. The sun was shining brightly outside, and the accumulated pressure at this moment was truly relieved. You came out so quickly. Seeing Yunyi coming out, Maha's face showed astonishment. When he first studied the book, it took him 3 days and 3 nights to barely learn it. Now Yunyi actually finished learning it in 3 hours. It's quite simple, so I learned it quickly. Yunyi smiled and said this outrageous sentence. This almost made Maha spit out blood. Looking at Yunyi's young back, Maha sighed. I don't know why, since meeting Yunyi, his calm mood has become turbulent. Even he himself was very surprised. I am still getting old. Maha murmured helplessly. He stepped forward and held Yunyi's small hand, then walked towards the palace on the top of the mountain. Under the setting sun, the 2 short figures represented completely different eras. Chapter 9. Bang! The palace door opened. All the people waiting for dinner looked towards the door. They saw Maha holding Yunyi's hand and walking in from the door. Grandfather, why are you here? Seeing Maha coming, Jinyo stood up in shock and said. Xiao Yunyi is hungry, I will bring him here for dinner. After saying that, Maha sat on the vacant main seat. Hearing this answer, everyone present was involuntarily surprised. Zeno even opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe it. In his impression, Maha always kept others out of the matter and focused on doing his own things. He had never eaten with them. Just looking at the dusty main seat, it was obvious that Maha was. Why is the atmosphere so serious? I'd better eat quietly. Yunyi sat on the seat next to Maha. Looking at the delicious food in front of him, he couldn't help drooling. Although he was only 3 years old today, he could already eat a whole monster. It was hard to imagine how such a small body could hold food that was bigger than itself. Then let's start eating. With Maha's order, Yunyi began to eat like a whirlwind. Soon, more than half of the monster meat in front of him was eaten. The people present were no longer surprised, after all, they had lived together for 3 years. But Maha was different. It was his first time to eat with everyone. After seeing Yunyi's big appetite, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Ha ha ha, eat more, eat more. Maha's face showed the kindness of an elder. This scene once again shocked everyone. After eating, Yunyi burped and sat down. With nothing to do, he began to observe the surroundings. Looking at the outermost position, he saw Killua eating the food in front of him with an expressionless face. It seemed that he had already started to accept training. Illumi still had an expressionless look, but his eyes were no longer staring at Killua, but at him instead. Look at your eyes. Yunyi's face was gentle and warmed by IL fans. Fat houses plus technical houses and very much like to collect handmade hands, and see their hands as their own lives. I don't know when Alluka will be born. A figure appeared in Yunyi's mind. Of all the people in the family, Yunyi is really interested in the mysterious Alluka Zoldyck. Oh no, it's Nanaga. The product from the Dark Continent. But he hasn't been born yet, so even if he wants to know more, he has no place to go. I'm full, so I'll leave first. Yunya jumped off the chair and said goodbye to everyone. Then I should go too. Maha put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and jumped off the chair. The wooden clogs under his feet thumped on the ground, and every step was touching. It was not until he left that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, even the family had to be alert for such a legendary figure. Xiao Yunyi, come back tomorrow, there are still a few trainings to be completed. Outside the door, Maha said with a gentle face. Okay, great-grandfather. Yunyi nodded and agreed. The next second, Maha disappeared without a trace. Yunyi didn't worry too much about Maha's elusive appearance and went straight back to the room. It's finally over. The moment he lay on the bed, Yunyi finally relaxed. Not only physically, but also mentally. Although his comprehension was extraordinary, his brain capacity was still that of a mortal. It was too much of a stretch to memorize a half-meter-high book in such a short time. He seemed to feel tired, and his body unconsciously ran the Supreme Visualization Diagram and the Mind Ability Cultivation method. A comfortable feeling instantly spread throughout his body, and the stimulated Yunyi fell asleep all of a sudden. The next day, Yunyi opened his hazy eyes and stared at the ceiling. He felt incomparably comfortable just after waking up. Phew, that's refreshing. If you want to have a good sleep, you still need to be tired. Thinking of this, Yunya put on his shoes and walked out the door. The fresh air rushed into his nose, and a refreshing feeling came over him. He activated his mind ability and found that his energy had actually increased a little. It seems that the effect of last night's training was better than expected. Oh, there are other things to learn today. Yunyi remembered what Maha said to him last night. He asked him to come to see him again today. Without hesitation, he went down the hill and came to the lake again. Maha was still sitting on the small bench fishing. You are here. After seeing Yunyi coming, Maha put down the fishing rod in his hand. What should I practice today? Yunya asked directly. Toxicity resistance. Although your father started training when you were born, it was still too little. After saying that, Maha pointed to the rows of needles behind him. From left to right, 1 injection a day. Maha said with a serious face. He didn't look joking at all. Yunyi had heard about this training a long time ago. He stepped forward and picked up the first syringe. The transparent liquid looked as clear as water, and it didn't look poisonous at all. Puff! He quickly inserted the needle into his arm and pushed the medicine in. The effect of the medicine took effect very quickly. Yunya felt dizzy just after the injection. But after just a few seconds, the feeling completely disappeared. Obviously, the body has adapted to this toxicity. It seems that poison resistance is also a kind of cultivation method. After stretching his body and making sure there was no problem, Yunyi's mood became high. He no longer knew where the limit of assassination cultivation method was. Too fast. Looking at the lively Yunyi, Maha muttered to himself. The medicine in these syringes was prepared by him according to the maximum limit that the human body can bear. He originally thought that this time he could hit Yunyi's self-confidence, but he didn't expect that the final blow would be to himself. Today's poison resistance training is over, and the next step is tracking. Maha adjusted his mindset and spoke. Yunyi, who was a little excited at first, calmed down instantly and listened quietly. Tracking the enemy's position based on location, terrain, height and size of the character, direction, field of vision, footprints, etc. This is a very important ability for a killer. Then, Maha demonstrated it himself. Right in front of them was a huge footprint of a monster. According to the method just mentioned, he explained the theoretical knowledge while searching. But Maha did not go to search, but asked Yunyi to go forward. Now, you are responsible for finding the owner of this footprint. After saying this, Maha sat on a small stool and continued fishing. Chapter 10. Yunyi didn't waste any words and started searching one by one according to what Maha said just now. He walked towards the huge footprints and began to observe carefully. As he searched carefully, everything in front of him seemed to slow down, and all the clues appeared in front of him. Useful clues were arranged in front of him and intertwined. In just a moment, Yunyi determined the location. Then he jumped into the jungle like a tiger returning to the mountains. The speed was so fast that the surrounding trees retreated backwards like phantoms. Woo! The startling cry spread throughout the jungle, causing the crows on the branches to fly away in a hurry. This cry further confirmed Yunyi's guess. He ran to the left, parted the grass, and saw a huge furry dog beast staring at him with its dark round eyes. San Mao. It's you. Yunyi smiled. It turned out that Yunyi had noticed that both the body shape and footprints were very similar to San Mao when he speculated. Now he saw that it was indeed the case. Woof! Looking at the person in front of him, San Mao did not show any murderous intent, but crawled on the ground like a puppy, waiting for his master to touch him. Good boy! Yunyi stepped forward and stroked San Mao's long hair. After this touch, San Mao immediately squinted his eyes in comfort. Not bad. Maha came to Yunyi's side at some point and praised him with a smile. Although the other party was a familiar creature, Yunyi's amazing tracking ability was highlighted by his ability to find it the first time. This link can be skipped. Maha did not continue to let Yunyi train this tracking technique. Because only in actual combat can this skill be trained to the maximum extent. As for the endurance test, you don't need to train it anymore. Maha thought for a while and finally decided not to train the endurance. He knew that Silva had been using the family's secret technique to strengthen Yunyi's bones and veins. He had also tried it and knew the pain clearly. So there was no need to continue training the endurance. Now, your training is almost complete. Next, I will tell you about the rules of the Zoldyck family. Listen carefully. Maha said with his hands behind his back and a serious expression. Seeing this, Yunyi stood up from San Mao's soft hair and listened carefully. 1. Only execute the order when you are 100% sure. 2. Never betray your companions. 3. Don't show off your abilities when you have no chance of winning. 4. A transaction is a transaction, even between family members. 5. There is no mission unless there is a client. If the client dies during the mission, the commission will be terminated immediately and no compensation can be collected. The sixth and most important point. Do not engage in unnecessary killings. Have you memorized all of this? Maha said the rules word by word. I remember it. Yunyi nodded. He had known these rules for a long time, but it still felt strange to hear them from Maha today. From today on, he is a killer in the Zoldyck family. He can accept commissions and complete tasks. If you want to accept the commission, I suggest you practice for a while. You are still a little weak for the outside world. Maha seemed to see Yunyi's thoughts and said slowly. I understand. Yunyi nodded and agreed. He took Maha's advice to heart. As the saying goes, if you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer in the end. And he also knew that some assassination targets would be surrounded by some non-users to protect their safety. After saying goodbye to Maha, Yunyi returned to the room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Killua waiting for him inside. Yun, you are finally here, come and let your mother hug you. When Killua saw Yunyi, he couldn't control his body and hugged him in his arms. With a move of flaming red lips, Yunyi was quickly defeated. Okay, mother, what are you doing here? Yunyi asked with a puzzled look after wiping the red marks on his face. This reminded Killua of the purpose of this trip and he looked at the man behind him. This is the butler I prepared for you. Following his gaze, he saw a man standing there looking at him. His face was thin and gloomy, with long silver grey hair hanging down his back. He was wearing a butler's uniform, had a thin figure, and a ring on his lip. Hello, Master Yunyi, I am your personal butler. Please give me your guidance in the future. Omokage bowed and introduced himself. Looking at the man in front of him, Yunyi narrowed his eyes and was filled with surprise. Omokage was originally the fourth member of the Phantom Troupe. His real purpose was to copy the puppets of the Phantom Troupe. After completing the task, he withdrew from the troupe and was replaced by Hisoka. What he didn't expect was that he could meet him here. He was recommended to me by your grandmother. If you are not satisfied, you can change it. Killua saw Yunyi staring at Mianying and thought he was dissatisfied, so he said hurriedly. Mianying's eyes became silent when he heard this. But Yunyi shook his head. It's him. Seeing Yunyi agreed, Killua was relieved. After all, Omokage was recommended by the elders. But if Yunyi was not satisfied, she would send Omokage back without saying a word. The consequence of doing so is to create a member of the Phantom Troupe. Mother, please go out first. Yunyi turned his body to the side, leaving a gap for him to go out. Killua originally wanted to stay a little longer, but after hearing Yunyi's order to leave, she reluctantly left the room. Only Yunyi and Mianying were left in the room. I have already received training from Wu Tong's butler, so you don't have to worry. Before Yunyi could finish his words, Mianying nervously told him everything. It was hard to imagine that he would be the leader of the A-level criminal team in the future. No, I just want to ask if you have any relatives who can come and live here with you. This will also make it easier to take care of him. Yunyi shook his head and said with a smile. This sentence was like a sunny day after rain, illuminating Mianying's heart. I have a younger sister, can I really take him in? Face Shadow asked cautiously. Okay. Thank you very much. After saying that, Mianying hurriedly left the room and ran towards the center of the mountain. That was where the housekeeper lived. Soon, Mianying came to Yunyi panting with a little girl in his arms. This is my sister, Lizi, she is 3 years old. Yunyi looked at the girl in front of him. She had a delicate face, long golden hair, and light blue eyes that looked at Yunyi curiously. Hello, my name is Yunyi. Chapter 11. Lazy Eye came down from Mianying's arms and looked at Yunyi with her big watery eyes. Hello, my name is Rizi, thank you for letting my brother be your butler. The first sentence she said was to thank Yunyi for his help. If it weren't for him, they might still be wandering on Meteor Street, not knowing where to go. Although Rizi is still a child, she knows a lot. There are many rooms here. You can pick one to rest. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Yunye said his own rules. There is no order without rules, not to mention that the other party is your housekeeper. Okay, Master Yunye. Face Shadow agreed solemnly. After bowing, he took Rizi's hand and left the room. Until he left, Rizi was still staring at Yunye. Is my charm so great now? Yunye gently stroked his face with his hand. Even a 3-year-old girl stared at him. He came to the mirror and looked carefully. Snow-white hair, handsome little face, blue pupils like gemstones. Anyone who saw it would sigh. I am so handsome. Yunye couldn't help but praise. After being narcissistic for a while, he went back to the bed and sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes, looked inward, practiced magical powers, and achieved the only one. Yunye could clearly feel that the energy in his body was increasing continuously. Time passed by minute. In just a blink of an eye, the night turned into morning. This night, the amount of energy in the body increased a little bit. Breathing the fresh air outside, he came to the lake as usual. Insert the second needle on the table into his arm. The next second, a splitting headache came instantly, enveloping the entire brain. Let the brain that was still a little sleepy wake up immediately. This feeling is like being bitten off half of the head by a huge monster with fangs, and you can still feel it clearly. But fortunately, this feeling disappeared in just a moment and was completely absorbed by the body. It's really getting more and more abnormal. Yunye thought with lingering fear. Last time, he was just dizzy, but this time he could feel death. After the injection, he was about to leave when Maha called him. Don't leave yet. Someone wants to see you. Bang. As soon as the voice fell, a figure fell from the sky. The huge impact force instantly shattered the earth, raising countless gravel and dust. Suddenly, countless question marks popped up in Yunye's mind. What the hell? Could it be that an enemy has attacked? Maha, we have been friends for many years, but you didn't tell me that a genius was born in your family. It really makes me sad. A vigorous voice sounded from the smoke. An old man walked out. He was wearing a blue and white training suit, with a high ponytail and a thick goatee. He had elongated earlobes on both sides, and a smile on his weathered face. It's because you are too behind in the news, Netero. Seeing the newcomer, Maha said calmly. Really? Hearing the conversation between the two, Yunye was a little surprised. At the first sight, he had already matched the old man in front of him with Netero's image. This lively look can only be seen in him. Is this the genius? Netero noticed Yunye the first time. He exerted a little force with his feet and appeared in front of him in an instant. Oh my god! A sudden face startled Yunye. He unconsciously showed his energy and prepared for the battle. You've learned to read at the age of 3. This scene made Netero's face full of surprise. He obviously didn't expect that Yunye was even more talented than he imagined. They can do it as soon as they are born. Seeing Netero's exaggeration, Maha chuckled and said. What? Hearing the final answer, Netero's eyes widened instantly. Anyone would be shocked by the innate ability of Nen. He knew some secrets and knew that some creatures had the ability of Nen when they were born, but he had never encountered an example of humans who were born with it. As far as he knew, the Zoldyck family did not have any special physique. This was also the reason for his surprise. Let me take this child back to the Hunter Association. I will definitely train him well. After calming down for a while, Netero said seriously. There was no trace of his usual erratic look. Don't worry, the training is not over yet, and there is still a special training that has not been taught. Maha did not agree immediately. You're not talking about steering the ship, are you? Netero's eyes gradually became serious after hearing this. After seeing Maha nod, he became more certain of his inner thoughts. It seems you haven't forgotten that place. But it's too dangerous there, it's not a place for ordinary humans to stay. Netero said. I didn't tell him to go now. And with his qualifications, these small 6 continents can't hold him back at all. Maha seemed to have made up his mind. No matter how Netero persuaded him, he never gave up this idea. Okay, I'll pick him up later. In the end, Netero agreed with Maha's idea. After patting Yunye's little head, he jumped onto the airship and drove away from Kukulu Mountain. What the hell? Yunye looked on in confusion. From just now, he turned into an outsider and listened to everything. He didn't understand what the two were talking about at first, but after hearing about the 6 continents, he finally understood. Human society is divided into 6 continents and 10 regions, located on the huge Lake Mobius in the center of the Dark Continent. Could it be that this steering skill was prepared for leaving Mobiushu in the future? Yunya came to the final truth. It turned out that Maha had already started this plan from the beginning. From teaching assassination skills to the current steering skills, everything was in his plan. I'm still too young. Yunya smiled bitterly. Today, Maha taught him a lesson. But fortunately, the final result was for his own good. Xiao Yunyi, you also heard what I just said. Start learning now. After Maha put away his fishing rod, he took out a button device from his chest. As he pressed the red button, the originally calm huge lake began to shake. The next second, the water surface rose and a huge white boat emerged. Fortunately, the entire lake was wide enough, otherwise it would not be able to fit the entire boat. Come with me. Maha's figure flashed. In an instant, he appeared on the deck and waved to Yunyi. Yunyi did not hesitate and jumped onto the deck. Today, you will learn how to control a boat. Maha took Yunyi to the control room. Looking around, there were all sophisticated devices, densely packed buttons arranged neatly. The most important one was the rudder located in the center. Chapter 12. Then Maha threw a book on the table to Yunyi. After you finish reading this, I will teach you how to practice. After that, Maha went out to the deck and began to enjoy the lake breeze leisurely. Yunyi looked at the book in his hand and started reading without hesitation. Back then, he could learn the half-meter-high pharmacopoeia in 3 hours, so this coin-wide book was just a drop in the bucket. Sure enough, before half an hour had passed, Yunyi closed the book and began to meditate. He quickly sorted out all the knowledge in his mind. I've learned it. Yunyi opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Hearing the voice, Maha stretched and walked into the control room. A little faster than I thought. Then, it's time for actual operation. Maha walked forward and pressed the button again. The originally calm surface suddenly became turbulent. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the point of raging waves. The huge waves hit the hull, causing the boat to shake constantly, as if it would tilt and flip in the next second and sink to the bottom of the lake. Watch out! Maha controlled the rudder with both hands. The boat started and began to sail on the turbulent lake. After Maha's operation, the boat was as stable as walking on flat ground on the turbulent lake. Even if someone stood on the deck now, they would only feel a slight shake. I can't believe he's such an experienced driver. Looking at Maha, who was as steady as an old dog, Yunya couldn't help but sigh. The old ones are still the best. In the constant observation, his understanding began to be triggered. Countless details were instilled into his mind for deduction and derivation, generating new operations. I learned it. Yunyi said confidently. Hearing this, Maha did not worry at all and handed the rudder to Yunyi directly. The moment he held the rudder, Yunyi's eyes became more serious than ever. According to the memory in his mind, he operated the boat in an orderly manner. The boat, which was a little unstable just now, became quiet under his control. Seeing this scene, Maha smiled and praised. Not bad, you were able to operate it so smoothly for the first time. It seems that you have a strong talent in this area. Wait, what are you doing? Yunyi turned 360 degrees to the left. The whole boat tilted towards the lake instantly, and it would flip over soon if nothing unexpected happened. Just when Maha wanted to take over, an accident happened. Yunyi cut the rudder fiercely. The originally flipped boat actually began to rotate, and a perfect drift finally stabilized it. Fortunately, Maha had experienced much more difficult things, otherwise he might have been scared to death. Who is a good person who uses a boat to drift? Very good. Maha said in silence. Yunyi's operation was really frightening. Even he might not be able to drift with a boat. This training can be over now. Maha pressed the button again. The next moment, the lake became calm again, returning to its peaceful state. I will find another opportunity to do it twice later. Yunyi got off the boat with a lingering feeling. Drifting with a boat that can hold hundreds of people is something that can only be experienced here. When he returned to the room, Mianying was already waiting respectfully inside. Master Yunyi, the room has been cleaned up and dinner is ready. Do you want to eat now or take a shower first? Mianying is indeed well trained and has done a good job in every aspect. Let's take a shower first. Yunya wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had just come back from the lake and was already sweating profusely. The sticky feeling all over his body made him feel very uncomfortable. Okay. After getting the answer, the shadow respectfully left the room. Yunyi came to the bathroom, took off his clothes and walked in. The bathroom was already covered with steam, and it looked foggy. One has to sigh at the financial resources of the Zoldyck family. Even the bathroom is several hundred square meters, and there will be someone to clean it every day. And he only needs to enjoy it. This is. As soon as he approached the bath, Yunyi found a petite black figure inside. When he got closer, he found that Liza was looking at him shyly. Master Yunyi, I am here to help you wipe your back. This surprised Yunyi. No, I can do it by myself. Yunyi shook his head and refused the request. He was not so crazy as to let a 3-year-old girl serve him. But the next second, tears as big as beans appeared in Liza's eyes. But I also want to help my brother. After saying that, Liza cried even louder. This gave Yunyi a headache, and he quickly agreed to her request. Hearing that she agreed, Liza, who had just been crying, instantly became happy and smiled. She came to Yunyi's back with joy and helped him wipe his back. This time, the time for bathing was obviously faster than other times. After hurriedly washing, she left the bathroom. Back in the room, she lay on the bed tiredly and began to review. Assassination, poisoning, toxin resistance, tracking, torture resistance, steering. So far, the assassination training method has gathered 6 different techniques. I don't know what else can be classified into it. Yunyi counted the things he had learned so far. He had almost learned everything that could be learned in the Zoldyck family. The only bad thing was that he didn't know what to learn, or where to learn it. Oh, I remember Hanzo is a ninja from a hidden school. Suddenly, the same bald head appeared in Yunyi's mind. That was Hanzo who took the hunter exam with Zyja. He also has a hidden identity, that is, a ninja from the Kumagakure school. But how can I get there? Should I wait until the hunter exam begins? At this point, getting in became a problem again. Maybe I can ask Netero to let me go there to learn more. Yunyi immediately thought of a way. Netero had said that he could go to him when he had time. Then he could ask Netero to take him to the Kumagakure school to learn more. After all, no one would refuse the position of the Hunter Association's president. Before that, I still need to continue training. Thinking of the untested needle, Yunyi's heart became bitter. He really didn't know if he would die there one day. But he could also clearly feel that his resistance to poison was rapidly improving. Now ordinary poisons could not do anything to him. Continue to practice. Yunyi closed his eyes and began to operate the Supreme Visualization Diagram and the Mind Ability Practice method in his body. The two complemented each other, and a comfortable feeling flowed through his body. Soon, Yunyi fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 13. In the remaining time, Yunyi has been practicing and trying various medicines. Today is the day he tries the last injection. Are you ready? I remind you again, there is no antidote. Maha asked solemnly. Obviously, this time he was not joking, there was really a chance of death. I'm ready. Yunyi didn't hesitate. His previous training had made him very brave. Even if he faced death, he would still be able to remain calm. Good. Seeing Yunyi's resolute look, Maha praised loudly. He quickly stabbed the needle in his hand into Yunyi's arm. The next moment, the poison instantly spread throughout his body, and it filled every part of his body in just a snap of a finger. An unspeakable pain surged in his heart, which was more turbulent than the previous feelings. Yunyi's eyes gradually darkened, as if he was dead. The scene fell into silence, and even the sound of the wind and grass disappeared. Little Yunyi. Maha stared at Yunyi. Even though he had already put life and death behind him, his hands still trembled slightly when he saw this scene. Puff! A stream of green poison sprayed out of Yunyi's mouth. His eyes, which had been silent, once again shone with dazzling light, as if he had been sent back from heaven and resurrected. Seeing that Yunyi was alive again, Maha breathed a sigh of relief. It's all right, it's all right. Maha muttered to himself. After a long time of getting along, even animals will develop a little affection, let alone his beloved great-grandson. I almost died. I seemed to see my deceased grandmother waving at me. Yunyi patted his chest with lingering fear. It was really too dangerous just now. If he had absorbed and resolved it a little later, he could really say goodbye to this beautiful world. But fortunately, everything was not in vain. His body has truly reached the point of being immune to all poisons. Even Huang Chuan, which was enough to destroy a small town in an instant, could not cause him any harm. I am so strong. Feeling the drastic changes in his body, Yunyi couldn't help but praise. Your training is now complete. Next, take a look at your training results. Once you're done, you can go out. Maha said seriously. In simple terms, you have to complete a final exam. Only if you succeed can you accept the commission and complete the task. I will limit myself and use only a small part of my strength to fight you. After saying that, Maha suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yunyi, and slashed at his neck with his knife. Go! With a command, the shadow behind Yunyi began to move. In an instant, Silva appeared behind him and blocked the attack. Is this your ability to read minds? Seeing this, Maha showed a hint of interest. His figure disappeared again, like a wolf waiting for an opportunity. But before he could show up, 2 mind balls smashed towards him. Bang! The huge force broke the earth and stirred up countless rubble. Maha's figure also appeared. Before he could continue to hide, 2 more balls of thought hit him. After quickly dodging, he looked around and saw that another Silva appeared beside Yunyi. Interesting. Maha chuckled. He quickly came to Silva, swung his hands quickly, and slapped him. In an instant, Silva exploded from the inside out, dissipating into a ball of black air and floating into the sky. With just this one move, the black shadow was destroyed. Taking advantage of the gap between Maha's attacks, Yunyi appeared behind him silently. Snake whip. His hands immediately became as flexible as a python, whipping Maha on his back. Suddenly, Maha flew out like a cannonball, hitting the ground and creating a long gully. Although he had been knocked out, Yunyi still did not relax. He looked around, ready to counterattack at any time. It seems that the training effect is very good. But it's still far from enough. Maha walked out from the dust, dusted himself off and said. If you say so, I will take it seriously. Yunyi said with a chuckle. The Silva who was originally standing there disappeared and merged into the shadow again. The shadow squirmed again, and a short black shadow filled with a dark aura emerged from the shadow. Replica Maha. From the previous battle, Maha had been recruited into Yunyi's template and became a thing in his pocket. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the copy of himself, Maha laughed out loud. Bang! Another unexpected attack. But Yunyi already knew Maha's habits and had prepared for it. The huge force produced a series of strong winds, causing the surrounding grass to sway wildly. The 2 figures intertwined, and every blow sent gravel flying all over the sky. That's enough. A voice brought the battle to an abrupt end. Maha kicked the shadow away and announced the end of the trial. The result this time was far beyond his expectations. With Yunyi's current strength, it was definitely more than enough to complete the commission. Is this the end? Yunyi took the black shadow back and said doubtfully. I thought Maha would use his telekinesis to fight, but from beginning to end he only used assassination techniques without any other elements mixed in. Yes, that's all the training. What are your plans next? Maha asked, picking up the fishing rod again. I want to practice for a while and then go out to experience some new things. After thinking for a while, Yunyi gave a general direction. He is still too young, so it would be inconvenient for him to go out. If you have time, you can go to the Hunter Association to have a look. Maha remembered Netaro's words and said to Yunyi. Yeah, I know. Then I will go back first, and I will come to see you when I have time. After saying that, Yunyi disappeared from the spot. Maha continued fishing as usual, but he kept muttering. Will the disaster be him? In the following time, even without Maha's teaching, Yunyi insisted on training every day. In addition to the supreme visualization diagram and the method of cultivating the ability of mind, the most training was the assassination technique. With the full level of comprehension, he successfully mastered the assassination technique. If he were to kill someone now, he would definitely be able to take out the other person's heart without leaving a trace of blood. It's time to go out for training. Yunyi went out to prepare for training as usual. But today is destined to be an unfair day. Bang! With a loud bang that resounded through the sky, a huge black energy column emitting extreme malice burst out from the delivery room and rushed into the sky. Everyone, including the animals, looked up at this sudden vision. Looking at this scene, Yunyi muttered to himself. Or was he born? Chapter 14. On the other side, in the delivery room. Hurry up and call Maha Zoldyck here. Silva said to the butler beside him with a serious face. The butler didn't waste any words and was about to rush out when he heard a voice. No need, I'm here. Maha walked into the delivery room with a calm face. Looking at the majestic black pillar in front of him, his eyes still had waves. At the same time, Yunyi and Jinyo also rushed to the delivery room. At this point, all the leaders were present. Jaeger brought this disaster back. Maha looked at the black pillar and gradually recalled the past. Jaeger was his son, and he was also one of the people who entered the Dark Continent with Netero. The disaster in front of him was what Jaeger brought back from the Dark Continent. My great-grandfather, whom I have never met, is so powerful that he brought back a monster like Nanaga. Yunyi was shocked when he heard the murmur. Needless to say, Nanaga's terrifying strength can be twisted into a rope in an instant with just a wave of his hand, leaving no room for resistance. No one dared to talk to him, but Jij actually brought him back. This made Yunyi interested in him. It's really a headache. Even if he left, he would still leave us a mess. Zeno rubbed his temples with a headache. Silva, who was standing beside him, also had a new respect for his grandfather. He was thousands of miles away and still caused trouble for his family. Wah. The baby's cry echoed in the delivery room. While they were still talking, the black column had completely dissipated, revealing its true face. What's this? Silva looked at the baby in Kikyo's arms in disbelief. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had been swallowed by darkness, and his body was emitting a scattered black aura. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and after seeing them, he waved his little hand to touch the baby, which made people shudder. This is the product of the Dark Continent. Nanaga. Seeing this scene, no one was willing to step forward, even Silva, as a father, could not accept this fact for a while. Woo. Seeing that no one was willing to come and hug her for a long time, Nanaga's hollow eyes actually left crystal tears. Just when he wanted to cry loudly, a pair of tender arms took him from Kikyo's hands. Be good, don't cry, brother is here. Yunyi comforted gently. This voice was like a blazing light, illuminating Nanaga's heart and making him stop crying immediately. His little hands tightly grasped Yunyi's clothes, and his empty eyes looked at his brother curiously. Yun. Silva looked at the scene with complicated eyes. After living for so many years, he was not even as good as his own son. Ha, you should learn more from Xiao Yunyi. No matter what the child becomes, he is always our family. Have you forgotten the reason why the Zoldyck family has always existed? Maha rarely scolded the people present. Yes. In front of his grandfather, Zeno could only accept the lesson like a child. On the other side, because he was just born, Nanaga fell asleep soon due to exhaustion, and the breath on his body gradually subsided. In an instant, a cute little face appeared in front of Yunyi. It was Alluka. Nanaga disappeared and turned into a normal baby. Everyone present looked over curiously. Alluka was sleeping quietly in Yunyi's arms. He smacked his lips from time to time. Let me do it, Yun. Silva went forward and tried to pick up Alluka. But no matter how he tried, Alluka's little hands still clung to Yunyi's clothes. In the end, Yunyi had no choice but to take his hands away, and Silva finally picked him up. Looking at the sleeping baby in his arms, Silva's eyes showed love. But then he shook his head. At present, the child's true condition is still unclear, so let's lock him up for observation for a while. Although there have been some changes, the final outcome is to lock him up. Without knowing the situation, this is the best way. Hubby, he's just a child. Hearing this, Kikyo said with tears in her eyes. She didn't know what the product of the Dark Continent was, she only knew that it was her child. She had gone through 10 months of pregnancy and hardship to give birth to him. What would you do if something unexpected happened to you? No matter what Kikyo said, Silva remained unmoved. For such a super dangerous creature, there can be no carelessness. Let me take care of him. Just as Silva was about to leave, Yunyi suddenly spoke up. No. You are still just a child. Silva's face was stern, and he rejected the request immediately. As the future hope of the Zoldyck family, it must not be shattered by this sudden accident. But Yunyi ignored Silva and looked at Maha beside him. I can do it. His bright eyes flashed with determination. Maha realized that Yunyi was not joking, and asked with a serious look in his eyes. Can you really do this? There's no room for error. I can do it. Still the same answer. Maha closed his eyes and began to think. The delivery room was silent, and everyone was waiting for the final result. The fate of Alluka and Nanika. Okay. After thinking for a while, Maha opened his eyes and agreed to Yunyi's request. Because he knew clearly that Yunyi never did anything rash. Too dangerous. Absolutely not. Yun is too important to us. Silva and Zeno immediately tried to dissuade him. Anyone can do it, but Yunyi can't. Is it possible that what I said is useless? Maha looked at the two with a blank expression. This made them speechless and they could only accept this fact. It's okay, I'm sure, don't worry. Yunyi took Alluka in his arms. The main reason for his confidence was that he felt the thoughts in his body telling him that Nanika would not hurt him. And even if Nanika's mechanism was really triggered, he could easily escape based on the information in his mind. Okay, if you really encounter an accident, you must contact us as soon as possible. Siba agreed helplessly. Zeno also kept silent and acquiesced to this choice. Thank you, Yun. Hearing Silva's compromise, Kikyo happily embraced Yunyi in his arms and kissed him twice. Tears splashed on Yunyi's face, making him realize that he had done nothing wrong. Chapter 15. This child has not been named yet, Silva, as a father, you should give him a name. Looking at the cute face, Maha remembered that he had not yet given him a name, so he asked Silva. Let's call him Alluka Zoldyck. Silva thought for a while and said a name. Hearing the name, Yunyi's smile became even more prosperous. Nothing has changed, this is the best situation. Alluka. Yunyi called Alluka's name softly. Alluka seemed to have telepathy and moved twice. Then I'll leave first. Seeing that it was getting late, Yunyi carried Alluka out of the delivery room. This time, no one blocked his way. He returned to the room without any obstacles. Although I brought it, I don't know how to take care of a baby. Yunyi thought as he looked at the baby in his arms. He admitted that his behavior just now was a bit impulsive because he didn't know how to take care of a baby at all. Especially since it was a very special baby like Alluka. Master, how about letting me try? At this time, the figure who had been watching on the side suddenly spoke up. Can you do it? Yunyi asked doubtfully. Yes, housekeepers are also taught knowledge and practical skills about babies during training. And when Rizi was a baby, I was the one who took care of her. After saying that, Face Shadow scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. After all, it is not common to find a man who can take care of a child. Really? Thank you for your hard work. Come to me if anything important happens. This child is called Alluka. Put a crib in my room and live with me from now on. Although he agreed, Yunyi was still a little cautious. After all, even if he could withstand Nanaga's attack, it didn't mean that Omokage could withstand it. For safety reasons, it would be best to put Alluka where he could see it. Okay, young master, I'll feed the baby first. After holding Alluka in his arms in a standard position, the shadow went to the kitchen. There was milk powder for feeding the baby, which was specially prepared by Kikyo for Yunyi. Then I should take a shower and go to bed. Yunyi yawned and walked towards the bathroom. After taking off his clothes and wrapping himself in a towel, he saw a familiar figure waiting for him. Liza's face was red, steam was coming out of her head, and there were even circles in her eyes, as if she would faint on the ground in the next second. What are you doing here? Yunyi stepped forward to support Liza to prevent her from falling to the ground. I'm waiting for the young master to help him rub his back. Although Lei Zizwal was a little confused, she still knew her mission. I really can't do anything with you. Yunyi shook his head helplessly. He went to the shower head, took a basin of cold water and poured it on Liza's face. In an instant, Liza woke up and looked at Yunyi in confusion. Phew, master! Lei Zi shouted in panic. Come on, help me rub my back. Yunyi didn't say anything, but soaked in the bathtub. The comfortable feeling suddenly came to his heart, making people unable to extricate themselves. No wonder so many people like to take a bath. Lei Zi, who was standing by, was shy and didn't say anything after hearing this, but just quietly helped Yunyi take a bath. Hey, not bad. Half an hour later, Yunyi, who had just finished his bath, drank a glass of milk with a refreshed spirit. When he returned to the room, he saw Alluka lying in the crib with clear eyes, looking at him quietly. This cute look made it hard for people to associate him with a super dangerous creature hidden in his body that could destroy the entire human continent. Wow! Seeing Yunyi coming in, Alluka waved his hands. It looked like he wanted a hug. Here it comes. Yunyi hurried forward and held him in his arms. As expected, he became quiet in just a moment, staring at him quietly. Click! Just as Yunyi was coaxing the child, the sound of a door opening was heard. Liza, who had already put on her clothes, was looking inside with her little head, as if she wanted to see something. But when she saw Yunyi staring at her, she quickly retracted her head. Come in, don't hide outside the door and watch. Yunyi said to the outside. Hearing the sound, Lazy Eye pushed the door open with a shy face. Master, I didn't mean it. Yunyi was not angry, but came to her. If you want to see it, you can come closer. Yunyi said gently. Okay. Lazy Eye stepped forward embarrassedly. So cute. Looking at Alluka's cute appearance, Rei couldn't help but say. This was the first time she saw such a cute baby. In the past, most babies in Meteor City did not live to be 1 year old. This was the cruel fact. In the future, Rizi will have her own children. Just as cute as you. Yunyi said as he shook his body. This made Riza think of endless fantasies. Will I also have such a cute child? As a member of Meteor Street, Face Shadow taught Riza some ways to protect herself early on. Naturally, she knew some things about men and women. Thinking that she would have a child in the future, Riza looked at Yunyi unconsciously. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yunyi asked in confusion. This question instantly made Liza blush. No, I have finished reading it, thank you, master. After saying that, Riza left the room without looking back. Yunyi shook his head helplessly, put the sleeping Alluka back on the crib, and sat cross-legged on the bed. The supreme visualization diagram and the mind ability cultivation method began to run in his body. A stream of air emanated from the surface of the skin, forming a white transparent barrier. Suddenly, Yunyi felt that the speed of his mind ability cultivation suddenly increased. He opened his eyes and saw that the air on his body was actually connected in one direction. And that direction was Alluka's crib. What's going on? With doubt in his mind, Yunyi looked towards the crib. Alluka's face had transformed into Nanaka's, his empty eyes staring at him happily. The black aura emanating from his body was telling Yunyi one thing. Did he use his telekinesis to speed up my training? Yunyi thought with some surprise. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other reason. As far as he knew, Nanaka could satisfy almost all human wishes. When you meet his 3 requests, that is, do the 3 things he asked, Nanaka can help you realize a wish, that is, satisfy your request, and his eyeballs will turn pure black. After the wish is fulfilled, the eyeballs will return to normal. But the strange thing is that he started the wish mechanism without completing any requests. This reminded Yunyi of Killua. According to the original text, Killua can make unlimited wishes to Nanaka and does not have to pay any price. Thank you, little guy. Anyway, Nanaka helped him. Chapter 16. What Yunyi didn't expect was that Nanaka could actually increase his training speed. Although it was very small, when gathered together it was a very terrifying amount. Ha ha ha. Nanaka seemed to feel Yunyi's gratitude and couldn't help but smile. Then his expression changed again and turned back to Alluka's appearance. He slept quietly in the crib, as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect Nanaka to have self-awareness right after birth. Yunyi couldn't help but sigh. He didn't express any wishes he wanted to realize, but Nanaka helped him realize them on his own. This not only shows that Nanaka has great goodwill towards him, but also will not cause any harm to him. Nian is right indeed. Yunyi recalled the initial sensation. In some mysterious way, Nian was conveying information to him, which led to his harvest today. He returned to the bed and sat cross-legged. His cultivation speed indeed became faster. The endless cultivation made him forget about time, and soon it was morning. Hey! Yunyi exhaled a breath of foul air and opened his bright eyes. Last night's training had increased his mental strength, physical strength, and energy. He felt that within a year, his mind would undergo a qualitative change. Knock, 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 master, it's time to eat. Mianying's voice sounded outside the door. Looking out the window, the sun had already left marks on the window. Without hesitation, Yunyi put on his shoes, opened the door and went to the restaurant. Liza had already been waiting quietly at the dining table. With Yunyi's consent, even Mianying, the housekeeper, could eat at the table with him, without having to wait until he left. "Hello, master." Lazy Eye greeted playfully. "Well, good morning." Yunyi also replied. Looking at the healthy breakfast on the table, he stuffed it directly into his mouth. There was no need to worry about poisoning, because Yunyi's body was already immune to all poisons. After breakfast, Yunyi came to the open space outside and began to practice as usual. "I'd better practice for a while before going out." Yunyi made up his mind. He wanted to wait until all the skills of assassination reached the maximum level before going out to study. Although it was difficult to master everything, it was easy for him. 3 years have passed in a flash. "Hey, I've finally completed my training." Yunyi opened his eyes and muttered to himself. The chi around him surged like a raging fire. After 3 years of changes, he has completely mastered all the special skills in the assassination training method, and has improved them to almost the limit. In addition, his mental strength and physical body have also achieved a qualitative leap. Now, he can easily push 5 yellow spring gates with one hand, weighing a total of 145 tons. The most important thing is not these. It's his mind ability. The current chi capacity is already a world of difference compared to before. He can easily summon dozens of black shadows, each of which is a Silba level black shadow. And there is a new ability, which Yunyi calls Phase Shuttle. As the name suggests, after activating this ability, as long as he consumes some energy, Yunyi can shuttle back and forth among all the shadows within a radius of 3 kilometers. This distance will gradually expand as the ability of mind increases, until it finally spreads throughout the world. And he will also enter a special world. The inner world. It is a place full of darkness, and everywhere you go is nothingness. It is also the place where black shadows survive. Yunyi was shocked by the scene in front of him as early as the first time he entered. Looking around, there are densely packed black shadows piled up, without consciousness. As if waiting for his call. This made Yunyi realize that the limit of the shadow has exceeded his imagination, and he can't see where the end is. Now all he can do is to continuously enhance his strength. "Brother, have you finished your training?" A childish voice came from the side. Looking sideways, I saw a white and cute face in casual clothes looking at Yunyi curiously. "I have finished my training, and now I can start eating." "Alluka," Yunyi said gently. 3 years have also brought about great changes in the people around him. The baby Alluka has now grown into a 3-year-old child who can walk independently. Although Nanika often appears, he does not do anything bad, but comes out to get close to him. "Finally you're back, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Coming to the kitchen, Riza puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. "Don't worry, where is the shadow?" Yunyi smiled and sat down and asked. "My brother went shopping with the housekeepers and may not be back for a few days. I will take care of you these days." Riza explained. Now, she has grown into a young lady with blonde hair and a graceful figure. She is no longer as reserved as before. She has also undergone housekeeper training and has become a qualified housekeeper. So she has been taking care of Yunyi and Alluka during Almokaj's absence. "I see. I have something to say. Can you help me tell him about it?" Yunyi said as he ate. Hearing that there was something, Riza nodded seriously and took up a pen and paper to start recording. "I'm leaving Killua Mountain and may not come back for a long time. So you and Mianying can stop being housekeepers for a while and go on vacation for a while. This is something I specifically approved." Yunyi put down his chopsticks and said solemnly. This sentence made Liza's pen stop immediately. She raised her head and looked at Yunyi, tears flashing in her eyes, as if they would burst out in the next second. Are you going to leave? You can take me with you. I can take care of you and take care of your daily life without causing you any trouble." Liza said excitedly. 3 years of living together day and night had already made her feel an inexplicable feeling for Yunyi. Perhaps it was family affection, perhaps friendship, or perhaps a sense of dependence. "Liza, we will meet again, don't be so sad." Yunyi smiled gently and said comfortingly. He couldn't stay away forever. Some secrets needed to be asked by Maha. What's more, there was also the bug of Nanaga here. "Okay." Lazy Eye agreed with red eyes. "Brother, are you leaving?" Alluka asked in a confused manner. He didn't understand what parting meant. he only knew that Yunyi was leaving him. Yes, but I will come back. Yunyi nodded and said. As soon as he finished speaking, tears came out of Alluka's eyes and he couldn't stop. I don't want you to leave. Woo. Just as Alluka finished the first sentence, Nanaka's consciousness shifted. The tears that came out of his hollow eyes were even more ferocious than those of Alluka. Stop crying. Yunyi said in an imperative tone. The next second, Nanaka sat on the chair like a good baby and stopped crying, just looking at him with a wronged face. Nanaka, you must never harm anyone who is kind to you. This is my wish. Yunya said slowly. Hearing this wish, Nanaka nodded. The moment it was completed, an invisible oath was immediately imposed on it, forming a series of shackles. It's okay, wait for me to come back. After finishing everything, Yunyi stuffed his last bite of food and left. Chapter 17. Back in the room, Yunya began to pack his luggage. He searched left and right, and finally found a small backpack. For a man, most of the time he only needs to bring one person with him. One bag is already the limit for him. Phase shuttle. Yunya gave an order. The shadow behind him turned into a pitch-black disc floating in front of him. There was a faint suction force inside, as if it wanted to swallow everything up. Yunya threw his backpack in without hesitation. Then he jumped in. The next second, the surrounding perspective began to change, from a bright light to endless darkness. Yunya even felt that he was blind. After a fast crossing, he finally arrived at a place of nothingness. There was nothing but black shadows. The backpack he had just thrown in was lying quietly on the ground. Finally, we are here. Looking at the dark shadows around him, Yunyi recalled the time when he first awakened his mind ability. At that time, he was also in darkness, just like the inner world now. But it was more like the space he just traveled through. Maybe he was stuck there because he didn't have a pass, and he couldn't enter the real inner world until he awakened and became strong enough. Now, it's time to start my journey. Yunyi's heart was full of excitement. He felt energetic when he thought about exploring this mysterious world. Without hesitation, he began to look for the shadow outside the Killua mountain. In an instant, Yunyi found his destination. With a thought, his body changed rapidly. His vision blurred for a moment, and then he emerged from the shadow under the yellow spring gate and stepped on the ground. Breathing the air outside, Yunyi felt a taste of freedom. 6 years of dust were completely swept away at this moment. Just when Yunyi was still fantasizing about a better future, a tour guide brought tourists here. Dear travelers, this is where the world's #1 killer, the Zoldyck family, lives. Correlation. I heard that the photos of every person in it alone have reached hundreds of millions of views. But if you want to get in, you can only go through the trial door in front of you. The Gate of Trial, also known as the Gate of Hell, does not require a key. There are 7 doors in total. The left and right sides of the first door weigh about 290 tons each. The weight of each additional door doubles. The greater the force, the larger the door can be opened. If you want to challenge, you need to see your own strength before taking action. The tour guide explained passionately. The tourists in front of them were immediately excited when they heard that there were 100 million unis just for the photo, and they wanted to go in and capture a member of the Zoldyck family on the spot. But because the reputation of the Zoldyck family was so great, no one dared to really take action. Suddenly, 2 strong men with machine guns all over their bodies came out from among the tourists. Boss, we are finally here. We must do a good job so that we can live a carefree life. Humph, don't let any of them go. If the outside world knew that we killed people from the Zoldyck family, our reputation would surely spread throughout the world. By then, luxury cars, beauties and money won't be easy to come by. The 2 became more and more excited as they talked, and picked up the missiles in their hands and planned to bombard the gate of Huangchuan. Just as the 2 were about to take action, a slightly childish voice sounded. What kind of cattle and horses dare to run wild here? Puff. The next second, the 2 men fell to the ground without any warning, their pupils quickly dilated. They died here, and the strange thing was that there was not a single scratch on their bodies. The sudden scene made everyone freeze in their place. Ah! Someone's dead! Someone screamed, and the tourists were instantly in an uproar. Even the tour guide had never seen such a scene, but her professional ethics allowed her to quickly control the situation. Then she ordered everyone to get in the car and run away. The tourists, who were not very obedient at first, seemed to obey the order very much at this moment, and quickly got in the car and left. In the other world, Yunyi looked at the still beating red heart in his hand. Although it was his first time to kill someone, there was no ripple in his heart. Maybe it was because the pain of training made him forget the fear. How to solve this? Forget it, just throw it away. After saying that, Yunyi threw the heart into the air, and it fell on the ground not far away. The black shadows seemed to be very interested in it, and they all gathered around. One of them picked up the heart and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, a pure white light appeared on the black shadow, and the black empty eyes instantly lit up, looking straight at Yunyi. The other black shadow who ate the heart had the same change. As expected, they all had self-awareness. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Yunyi's mouth curled up. Before he could get over, two black shadows had crossed the heavy encirclement and came in front of him. Host. Lord. Two gloomy voices sounded. Perhaps because they had just gained self-awareness, their words sounded extremely strange. It was like a baby who had just learned to speak. What are you for? Yunyi asked directly. If you are useless, you can disappear. In this land of nothingness, there is no need for a useless person. We are all gifted human beings. When we regained consciousness, a voice from the unknown told us. Submission to you. We don't know anything else. The first shadow explained. Human? This made Yunyi feel that this void was not as simple as he imagined. What are your names, and what talents do you have? Yunyi immediately became interested and asked with a smile. My name is Dirk Paulista, and I was one of the world's leading architects. My name is Li Fulishi, and I was an explorer in my previous life. Both of them said their previous names and talents. Wait, what's your name? Suddenly, Yunyi looked at Li and asked. Li Fulishi said his name again. Do you still remember your memories before you died? Yunyi asked tentatively. If it was really that Fulishi, then there would be a story behind it. I'm sorry, I don't remember. I only remember my name and the memories related to my talent. Li shook his head, and had completely forgotten everything that happened before. This made Yunyi a little disappointed. If it was true, maybe he could learn some secrets. So what can you do now? Yunyi continued to ask. I can help build this world. I am responsible for helping train the shadows so that they can fight even unconsciously. Chapter 18. The talents of both of them played a significant role in this world of nothingness. Dirk's talent as an architect was naturally needless to say. This huge world of nothingness was nothing but ruin. If it could be built into a glorious world, the landscape would be incomparably magnificent. He was not such a fool to leave the fields uncultivated. In that case, you will be responsible for the construction of the void world. After saying that, Yunyi turned his head and looked at Li. His talent is to make the black shadows have combat capabilities, in simple terms, to train an army. For him, this role is no less than that of an architect, or even more powerful. Although the black shadows he usually summons are of super strength, the energy consumed is the same. The black shadows in the inner world are all unconscious low-level creatures, and even if they are summoned in the hundreds or thousands, they will not consume too much energy. The black shadows here are most suitable for large-scale wars. But because they have no independent consciousness, Yunyi will not release them for combat. One is that they need his control, and the other is that their strength is not enough. But if they are trained by Li, then everything may change dramatically. Okay, in that case, I'll leave the training to you. You two are the first batch of talents in this world of nothingness. I hope you won't let me down. Yunyi said earnestly. This is a milestone worth commemorating, so it should be more solemn. Yes. The two knelt down respectfully and answered in unison. Seeing the two people like this, Yunyi nodded with satisfaction. Then he stroked their heads with his little hand. The next second, a black exquisite little sword entered the bodies of the two people. This is the authority I give you. Now you have certain permissions to control the void world and the shadow. I hope there will be big changes next time I come. Yunyi said gently. The next moment, he was enveloped by darkness and left the inner world. Only Li and Dirk were left. Then let's get started. Dilky stood up and said rationally. Yes. Li twisted his neck and agreed. In an instant, the two disappeared from the spot. It turns out that he is the child of my Zoldyck family. On the peak of Kukolo mountain, Maha looked at the direction where Yunyi left and said to himself. He saw Yunyi's silent heart-pulling action clearly. He was very Zoldyck family-like. Finally left. I don't know what kind of turmoil will happen in the outside world. I'm really looking forward to it. Maha smiled and shook his head, then turned and left. But under the setting sun, his back looked a little lonely. Master, I will always wait for you to come back. In the empty room, Lazy Eye lay on the bed where Yunya once slept, hugging the pillow and muttering hurriedly. Let me go to the sky arena first to test my strength. Yunyi sat in the coffee shop, looking at the computer screen in front of him. With the click of a finger, the location and information of the sky arena were all exposed. It is located in the territory of the Republic of Bitokia. It is said that it is a place that fighters there yearn for, and it gathers challengers from all over the world. The Sky Arena has 251 floors and a total height of 991 meters. It is the fourth tallest building in the world. The tower is full of fighting arenas. The entire Sky Arena is divided into 10 floors until the 200th floor. Only those who win can advance to the next floor. There are more than 1 billion spectators from all over the world every year, and more than 4,000 challengers line up at the registration office every day. This is enough to show how popular the Sky Arena is. The main reason why Yunyi chose it as the first stop is to test his own strength. When he was at Kukolo Mountain, he was able to challenge all the people he could challenge. Among them were Zeno and Killua. Needless to say, Zeno is naturally stronger than before after training. But he was still defeated in one move in front of him. The gap between the two sides is really too big. I wonder what kind of enemies I will encounter. Yunya muttered to himself. There are all kinds of people in the arena. Maybe even the Phantom Troop is hiding there to earn some pocket money or enjoy a luxurious room. This makes him look forward to the next battle. It's time to go. Yunyi stood up, drank the last sip of coffee, put the computer in his bag and left the store. Ding ding ding. Just as Yunyi was about to leave, there was a sudden noise in his pocket. He took out the thing inside, which looked like a yo-yo with a hexagram pattern on it. This was the exclusive radio communicator of the Zoldyck family. Hello. What's wrong? Yunya asked in confusion after picking up the communicator. Yun, where have you been? Why did you leave without telling your mother? Come back soon, Mom misses you. Kikyo's excited voice came from inside. It can be seen that his emotions have reached the melting point. I can't stay at home forever. Sooner or later I have to go out and gain experience. Yunya said with a headache. He told everyone he was leaving, but he didn't tell Kikyo. Because he knew that with Kikyo's character, she would not let him leave easily. She might even threaten to commit suicide to stay with her. So Yunya simply didn't tell her and quietly left Kukolo Mountain. But he didn't expect to be discovered after just 2 steps. Kikyo, the child has his own life, don't worry too much. Before Yunya could say anything, a stern voice came from the other end. Although it was a little blurry, he still recognized that it was Silva's voice. Sure enough, Silva's words made. Kikyo was speechless and could only keep telling Yunyi. You must be careful when you are outside. People outside are different from those at home. They are all bad people. If you really encounter them, just kill them. If you are tired one day, come back, Mom will always be here. These words did not make Yunyi feel bored, on the contrary, he listened carefully. Although Kikyo was a little long-winded, every word was a word of concern for him. I know, I will definitely remember it. Yunya agreed with a smile. Then he hung up the communicator. Kikyo is worthy of being a member of the Zoldyck family. The first solution he thought of was to kill. This bloody level is already considered a bad guy in a sense. I'm going to kill myself, right? Yunyi shook his head helplessly. The breeze from the blue sky and the sunlight hitting Yunyi's face made him feel it clearly. The real adventure starts now. Chapter 19. Is this the place? Yunya muttered to himself as he looked at the towering tower in front of him. This was the first time he felt insignificant. The Sky Arena was more impressive to watch than to hear. Looking at the door, people kept entering to start the competition or sign up. Some came for money. It is said that reaching the 190th floor will give you about 200 million GNI, which is enough for an ordinary person to live a carefree life for several lifetimes. Others came for fame. There will be no more GNI rewards from the 200th floor onwards. Only those who fight for honor will continue to choose to compete. The last 230 to 250 floors of the Sky Arena have a unique building owner on each floor. It represents supreme glory. In addition, there are some special people. They come here just to live in the personal rooms provided by the Sky Arena. From the 100th to the 190th floor, everyone will have their own room. From the 200th floor onwards, it will become a luxurious single room. So those people will do everything they can to stay in their class. Because once they fall, the room will be taken back. Let's make a small profit first. Yunya stretched his muscles and bones, his eyes full of confidence. He had been training for so long just for this moment. Just a little brat, you dare to come here to challenge me. You'd better go home and find your mother to drink milk. The person next to him seemed to have heard Yunyi's words and said with a mocking face. His hands were still gesturing the action of drinking milk. But the next second, he froze in place, his pupils dilated as if he was extremely frightened. Yunyi's originally blue pupils turned extremely dark at this moment, and his whole body exuded a fascinating breath. With just one glance, the man felt that his head seemed to have been chopped off and fell to the ground. Even the sound of it falling to the ground echoed clearly in his ears. This terrifying feeling made him stay where he was and dared not move. It was not until Yunyi entered the Sky Arena that this feeling slowly dissipated. You little jerk, you really think I'm easy to bully? Yunya walked into the hall cursing and saw the lady who was registering. He ran over and said bluntly. I want to sign up. This slightly childish voice startled the registration lady. Do you want to sign up? Do you know where this is? Little boy, you should go home quickly. It's too dangerous here. The lady at the registration desk thought Yunyi was some kid who came to make trouble, so she waved her hand to chase him away. But the next second, Yunyi took out a hunter's license from his backpack. This was what Maha gave him before he left. The original words were, "This thing is useless to me now. But it is very useful to you, take it first." So he took it. Because he knew the role of the hunter's license. It has the world's top anti-counterfeiting function, which makes it impossible to forge. It can enter prohibited areas. It can enter 90% of countries that are generally prohibited from entering, and 75% of restricted areas. It can be used as collateral. The money from selling it can ensure that your descendants will not worry about food and clothing for 8 generations, and it can also be used as collateral to borrow a high amount of loans. It can use public facilities for free. It can use 95% of public facilities for free, and of course, it can also use computer websites without spending a dime. These are not the most important. The most important thing is that it represents an identity. It is a symbol that proves your strength. Kids, not everything is possible. This is 3 stars, 3 stars hunter license. The moment she saw the license clearly, the registration lady was so shocked that she even trembled when she spoke. She has worked here for many years and knows a lot of things. Naturally, she also understands the meaning of 3 stars hunter. The title of top hunter is conferred to no more than 10 people in the world. Achieving a historic discovery or creating a world-class feat is an absolute requirement to become a 3-star hunter. Normally, even 1-star hunters are rare, but today I saw a world-class 3-star hunter. What? 3-star hunter? Is it true that a person of this level would come here? My God, this is the first time I see a living 3-star hunter. This scene was also seen by many people, and they began to discuss it. The registration lady did not hesitate and pressed the hidden button on her thigh. Within 3 minutes, a man in a suit and leather shoes walked over quickly. Hello, I am the person in charge of Sky Arena, Zyke. Welcome to participate in the competition. We will register you right away. Sicker was indeed the person in charge. He quickly took control of the situation. Then he did it smoothly. It took only a minute to submit Yunyi's information. Keep the things. After everything was done, Zyke respectfully returned the license. Thank you. Yunya put the card away and said with a chuckle. I'd like to ask you, where did you get this hunter's license? Zyke asked hesitantly. Yunyi did not hide it at all. It's mine. After saying that, he turned and left. Only a group of people were left with their eyes wide open in shock. According to the information, they came to the competition site. As soon as they entered the venue, they heard a cheer that shook the earth. Come on, you are the best. Where are my underwear? Don't lose, I'm putting all my money on you. Looking around, the whole place was packed. The big screen in the center was broadcasting the information on the ring. Since it hadn't started yet, Yunya simply sat down and watched for a while. Next, please welcome contestant Yunya to the stage. His competitor is Bit, who is known as the master of grip strength. The passionate voice of the announcer echoed in the competition venue. Is it my turn? Yunya yawned in boredom and walked slowly from the preparation seat to the ring. Looking forward, a strong man with a green coxcomb who looked like a sumo wrestler came up. After seeing Yunya, his hands creaked, as if he wanted to crush him. Oh, it's green, it has a unique taste. Yunya chuckled and praised. But in Bit's eyes, it was a naked mockery. I hate it when people talk about my hair. Even if you are a child, I will not forgive you. Die. As if his pain point was touched, Bit rushed towards Yunya like crazy. From a distance, he looked as fierce as a bull. If he was really hit, a broken sternum would be a small matter. Is it really too weak? Yunya shook his head helplessly. In his eyes, the speed seemed to be slowed down countless times, clearly. He slightly turned his body and easily dodged the powerful blow. But the next second, Bit actually started to rotate, changed his position and rushed towards Yunya again. The two of them went back and forth. For a moment, the fighting arena seemed to have turned into a bullfighting ring. Boring. Faced with this kind of attack that does not cause any harm at all, Yunya is obviously tired of it. When Bit rushed over, he gently turned sideways and pressed a finger gently on his neck. In an instant, Bit's eyes lost their luster and he lay heavily on the ground. His huge body raised countless dust. The first game. End. Chapter 20. This sudden result made everyone present stunned. The voices that were about to shout out also stopped abruptly. They all stared blankly at Yunya on the stage. Congratulations to the new player Yunya for winning the final victory. Let's cheer for him. The announcer quickly reacted and shouted. I actually lost. That's the grip strength master, Bit, how could he lose so easily? Oh my god, I bet 300,000 gold coins on him, that's all my money. For a moment, the whole audience was boiling. Without exception, they were all gamblers who were furious because of their loss. Interesting. In the outermost corner, a man smiled and stared at Yunya on the stage. Someone is looking at me. As if sensing something, Yunya turned his head and looked in one direction. The young and handsome face, with teardrop and star-shaped patterns under his eyes, wildly standing red hair, thin waist and long legs, wearing a clown-like costume. At this moment, he was staring at him. The desire in his eyes was already overflowing. With just one glance, Yunya recognized who this person was. The master of plays, Hisoka. I was able to meet you here. Is it fate or inevitability? Yunya immediately became interested. This was the first time he had seen a major character other than the Zoldycks family. And it was a super popular character, Hisoka. Although he saw it, Yunya ignored it and started the next battle. According to the referee's decision, Yunya was finally divided into the 50th floor. The opponent was a swordsman known as a murderer. But in the end, he was killed by Yunya in one move and fell to the ground. The next battle swept everything and went straight in. Countless people fell in Yunya's acupuncture. It was not until the 190th floor that the battle was completely over. Yunya also got the huge wealth of nearly 200 million Geni as promised. After getting the money, Yunya stopped fighting and went back to the room directly. How should I spend this money? I don't like chocolate balls either. Yunya was lying on the bed, looking at his huge sum of money with some worry. It's good to have money, but it's a very painful thing to not know why. Ding ding ding. While Yunya was still planning, the communicator in his pocket rang. What's wrong? Yunya asked, pressing the button on the communicator. Number 362, Niche District. Booker Tilwin. 10 million to quit Buddhism. The other party was very brief, just sending a few keywords. Then the communicator was hung up and there was no sound. The first commission has come so soon. Yunya muttered to himself. He came to the window and looked down at the lights of thousands of houses. The shadow behind him began to move. Number 362, Niche District. Damn the poor people in Meteor Street for preventing me from making money. Sooner or later, I will kill you all. Booker yelled while smoking a cigar. But he didn't know that the shadow behind him began to move violently. The next second, the figure of Silva appeared in the room. Before Booker could react, a pair of big hands twisted his neck directly. The 360-degree rotation made his pupils dilate instantly, and he didn't even have a chance to struggle. So far, a generation of tycoons has fallen. Meteor Street. Yunyi appeared in the mansion. He passed Booker's body and picked up the bloody newspaper. The front page clearly said the riot on Meteor Street. Among them, he also saw a few familiar words. Phantom Troop. It seems that this riot has a lot to do with the Phantom Troop. It is very likely that they caused it. My grandmother seems to be over there, maybe I can go and see her. Yunyi suddenly remembered. After all, he was still very interested in his grandmother whom he had never met. It was a surprise for him to be able to dig up a talent like Omokage from thousands of miles away. But before that, he still needed to break through the sky arena. This is a milestone worth remembering. As soon as he came out of the Zoldyck family, Yunyi decided to collect all his achievements. This is just the first stop. Looking at Booker's body, Yunyi slowly took out the communicator. Mission completed. We will send someone to verify and transfer 10 million to your account later. After that, the mission was completely over. Back in the room, Yunyi was lying on the bed playing with his laptop. At this time, a pop-up window appeared in the lower right corner. Your account has received 10 million yuan. I have to say that the efficiency of the Zoldyck family is still very fast. It's really a headache. How should I spend the extra 10 million? Looking at the huge amount of 210 million in the account, Yunyi shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of online shopping in this world. Without hesitation, he opened the store and saw a wide variety of goods. From small to large, there is everything you can think of. Finally, I can enjoy the feeling of being a rich man. Looking at his huge sum of money, Yunyi began to click the mouse frantically. He played the electronic version of leaving no grass growing wherever he went. He put all the goods he could see into his pocket. He didn't stop clicking until the mouse was almost sparking. It was not until he spent about 100 million genie that this war without gunpowder was completely over. Great! Yunyi shouted while lying on the bed. He didn't know how many things he had bought, he only knew that his mouse was scrapped. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he finished shopping, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw countless boxes piled up at the door. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Yunyi summoned a black shadow and moved all these things into the room. After that, the carnival began. If there is anything more enjoyable than buying things, it is to open the express delivery. Looking at so many express deliveries, Yunyi felt like he was opening a blind box. Because he didn't know what he bought at all. In the following time, Yunyi kept wandering between receiving and opening express deliveries. Knives and guns, survival equipment, canned food, underwear, ladies' massagers. All kinds of strange things were opened by Yunyi one by one. Hey, it's finally done. Yunyi wiped the sweat from his forehead. He didn't expect that unpacking packages is also a physical job. The only problem now is where to put these things. But this problem is not a problem for Yunyi. If you want to say where is the largest storage room, it must be the inner world. Yunyi's figure gradually merged into the shadow. The next second, he appeared in the extremely dark inner world. At this time, drastic changes have taken place inside. Chapter 21. I saw countless beautifully built houses on the empty land. There were countless black shadows living in them. I thought I had strayed into a wealthy country. The bloated environment was cleverly resolved by these houses. Looking further away, there were countless black shadows building their own homes. What surprised Yunyi even more was the huge black palace in the sky. On the walls were carved rows of strange creatures that he had never seen or even heard of. Dirk also came to his side at this time. What is that creature on it? Yunyi pointed at the carving and asked. That was the pattern provided by Mr. Li. According to his words, he didn't know why he knew it. Dilke answered truthfully. Although it was a bit confusing, Yunyi still understood it. These carvings were all provided by Li. With curiosity, he went straight to the Black Palace. It was as spacious as a church, and all kinds of gorgeous interior decorations rendered the palace. Located in the deepest center was a noble throne waiting for its owner. Yunyi sat on it without hesitation. In an instant, the whole inner world seemed to have changed. Whether it was working or resting, the black shadows collectively looked towards the palace above their heads. It seemed that there was what everyone expected. Not bad. Yunyi praised softly. It seems that the original choice was not wrong. Dirk's construction ability is far beyond his imagination. Where is Li? Yunye asked. From the moment he arrived, he had never seen Li. He is training the army. After learning of your arrival, Master, I have rushed here as fast as I can. Speak of the devil and he will appear. The next second, Li walked into the palace and knelt on one knee in front of Yunye. I have trained all my troops and am waiting for the Lord's command. Okay, I'll go with you to see it. Following them, I saw endless black shadows practicing the moves taught by Li in an orderly manner. Each strike was fast, fierce and accurate, and each move was deadly. Yunye knew it was not simple at a glance. The killing skills they showed were similar to the assassination techniques of the Zoldyck family. It seems that Li is indeed related to the Fulai family. Very good, you didn't disappoint me. Next, you can rest for a while and wait for my order. Yunye did not force the two to continue working. He still understood the principle of combining work and rest. Yes. Both of them agreed. Yunye nodded and disappeared into the other world in an instant. Back in the room, Yunye stuffed all these things into the storage room that Dirk mentioned. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the phone in the room rang. I picked up the phone and a sweet voice came out. Please invite contestant Yunye to the ring to compete. I understand. After saying that, Yunye turned off the phone, put on his clothes and went to the elevator. Unexpectedly, Xi Suo was also waiting for the elevator. What a coincidence! Xi Suo said with a smile on his face. Yes, what a coincidence! Yunye said gently, as if he was coaxing a 3-year-old child. Those who take the elevator, please come up. Yunye got on the elevator quickly. But Xi Suo quickly followed. For a moment, the whole elevator was silent. Yunye could clearly feel a burning gaze staring at him. If it were an ordinary person, he might not pay attention, but Yunye was not an ordinary person. He turned his head and looked at Xi Suo. As long as I am not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. But until the elevator arrived, no one turned their heads. Yunye walked out of the elevator first, leaving a handsome back. This time's ring competition is our popular contestant, Yunye. The one fighting against him was the host who had been silent for a long time on the 230th floor. 1-star hunter, Lake. As soon as I entered the venue, the excited voice of the announcer came over. The effect of this voice was very good, causing the audience on the stage to scream and shout. Is he a hunter? Yunye was a little interested in this opponent. The Sky Arena is still at its peak, and it can even attract hunters. Like is one of them. When he arrived at the ring, Like was already waiting there. Scars remained on his weathered face, his flowing robe fluttered without wind, and he held a sheathed long sword tightly in his hand. Just by his appearance, he could tell that he was a veteran warrior. Hello. Seeing the visitor, Lake said politely. Hello too. Yunye said awkwardly. He hadn't encountered such a polite enemy in a long time. The usual battles were either life and death or foul language. Politeness was already a thing of the past. Then let's get started. I have already felt that you are a very strong opponent. Like didn't waste any words and pulled out the long sword in his hand. The energy in his body burst out immediately, attached to his body and the blade. The momentum emanating from his body is indeed worthy of the identity of a hunter. I'm a little excited. The long-lost rival made Yunye's adrenaline soar. An amazing amount of energy also burst out from his body. On the ring, the energy of the two formed a strong confrontation, setting off a series of strong whines. Bang! In an instant, they collided. The clash of knife and claws echoed on the ring like the sound of iron hammering. The audience on the stage watched this shocking battle attentively. This is not an experience that can be bought with money. You are really strong. After the clash, Like looked at the dented blade with a look of shock in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen an opponent who could cause damage to his blade. You're not bad either. Yunye said lightly. Like's sword attack was indeed impeccable, but for someone like him who had received special training from Maha, he was still far behind. Thank you. After saying that, power suddenly burst out from around Like. He turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Yunye. Holding a sharp blade, he was ready to kill. He came in front of Yunye and curled up to make a gesture of drawing his sword to cut. Break! Instantly, a white light flashed. The knife energy slashed past fiercely, almost splitting the ring in half. Even so, Lai Ke did not dare to relax at all. Yunye disappeared from his sight. He dared to guarantee that his previous attack definitely did not hit. Still need to practice. Suddenly, a voice sounded in my ear. Although Lai Ke had reacted quickly and attacked backwards, Yunye still seized the opportunity. A claw pierced into his chest fiercely, and blood immediately splattered on the ring. The emergency personnel in the audience saw this scene and hurriedly went up to drag Lai Ke onto the stretcher. You are very strong, but next time I meet you, I will definitely win. A smile appeared on the corner of Lake's mouth. After saying the last sentence, blood spurted out of his mouth and he completely lost consciousness. I'll wait for you. Yunye whispered to the departing Lek. Then he turned and left. 1-star hunter, defeated. Chapter 22. The results are in. Congratulations to Yunye for defeating the 1-star hunter Lai Ke and becoming the owner of the 230th floor. This is the youngest OP in the history of Sky Arena. Let's cheer for him. The announcer's scream-like voice echoed throughout the venue. This kid is so amazing. He is only a few years old but he has defeated a 1-star hunter. He is a hunter. Yes, this child is destined to be a monster. Whose child is he from? He has become the host at this age, so his potential in the future is immeasurable. There was a commotion in the audience, and everyone expressed their opinions. But without exception, the theme was all about Yunye. At this time, Yunye had returned to his own room. The luxurious room that belonged to the host. Looking around, none of them were cheap items, and all of them were luxury treasures that made people jealous. It was indeed a room that made the host crazy. It can be seen that the financial strength of the Sky Arena is very terrifying. Comfortable. Yunye sighed as he lay on the soft sofa. Turning on the TV, he was watching a news report about Meteor Street. The mobs on Meteor Street have already endangered the surrounding countries. Where will their footsteps extend to? We will continue to follow up and report for you. On the TV, the host said seriously. On the small screen next to him, the scene of Meteor Street was being broadcast. Suddenly, a figure caught Yunye's attention. The grey hedgehog had long hair, a fierce face, and was wearing bearskin clothes and boots. At this time, he was wandering among the mob and no one knew what he was doing. Wojin. Yunye slowly said 2 words. Even though the phantom troop was still in a very awkward state, he still recognized it at a glance. Everyone in the troop has their own characteristics. For example, Phaeton's shortness and Nobunaga's disdainful expression. Has it reached this point? It seems that the schedule needs to be changed. Yunye looked at the news on TV thoughtfully. The preparation period between the hosts is 90 days. Although you can choose any time period to fight, it is unknown whether the enemy wants to fight you. Even if they want to, they have to give it to you. And now there are obviously more important things to do. It seems that the upgrade needs to be put on hold for now. Let's go to Meteor Street first. Yunye made a goal. Looking at the scenery outside the window, the houses with lights stretched out into the distance like an ant nest until they could no longer be seen. This feeling of mastering the world is intoxicating. No wonder many people like to stand on a high place and look down on the world. He returned to the bed and sat cross-legged to start practicing. The supreme visualization diagram and the mind ability training technique were running at a very fast speed. The chi in the body began to increase continuously. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yunye was still practicing, there was a knock on the door. Who will come at this time? Is Hisoka here again? Yunye was a little confused. The only person who could disturb him during this time was this reckless guy named Hisoka. Click. When he opened the door, he saw Lai Ke standing outside with a thick bandage wrapped around his chest. What can I do for you? Yunye asked with some surprise. I just want to tell you that our battle is far from over. After saying that, he wanted to leave, but was stopped by Yunye. Rather than having such a small experience here, it is better to hang out with me. I can show you a bigger world. Yunye said slowly. He felt that although Lai Ke's strength was a little weak, his potential was infinite. It can be seen from his wind-like mind ability that. Me? Are you talking about me? Hearing this, Like was stunned. He never thought that Yunye would want to take him in as his younger brother. But just as he was about to refuse, he saw a shocking scene. A black shadow appeared beside Yunye, and his appearance and the telepathic power he exuded were exactly the same as his. Even the knife in his hand was exactly the same. It was as if the person in front of him was his clone. You have to cherish this opportunity, or you may not have it later. After saying that, Yunyi showed the hunter license in his hand. 3-star hunter. The moment he saw it, Like's eyes widened and his mouth slightly opened in disbelief. As a hunter, he could best understand the value of a 3-star hunter. That was a world-class boss. He was also the representative of the Hunter Association. You are a 3-star hunter? Like asked in disbelief. I am not, but someone is. Yunya hinted by shaking the license in his hand. Although he is not, it does not mean that the person behind him is not. It can be seen from the license in his hand. No one would hand over even a 1-star hunter license, let alone a 3-star hunter license. Let me think about it. Lake calmed down. The impact of what Yunyi showed him made him confused for a while, and he couldn't tell east from west. It's okay, I can wait for you. Yunya leaned against the door frame leisurely and drank the coffee in his hand. The scene fell into silence. Like's expression was struggling, as if he was arguing with another self. You go back and think about it slowly. Yunyi said after taking the last sip of coffee. It was already early morning. He was still a child, and what he needed most was to go to bed early. He didn't have time to wait for someone who was hesitant. Yunyi slowly closed the door and prepared to go to bed. But a rough hand blocked the door. Wait, I'm willing to follow you. Hearing the voice, Yunyi opened the door as if he had expected it. Why not do this earlier? Wait for me at the entrance of the hall tomorrow morning. Yunya said quickly, and then closed the door again. This made Like feel cheated for a moment. But since he had made a choice, he should abide by it to the end. Like always believed that he was a man who kept his promises. He stayed for a while, and finally turned around and left. In the room, Yunya lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. It is not a wise move for a person to fight alone. Oh, can I summon Li and Dirk? Suddenly, Yunyi had a strange idea. The two of them were in the other world and were also under his jurisdiction. Theoretically, they could be summoned. Without hesitation, he got off the bed and began to release his mind power. He saw the shadow behind him slowly moving. The next second, 2 figures appeared in the room. Chapter 23. Li and Dirk appeared beside Yunyi. Success. Yunya said with a smile. This confirmed that his guess was correct. Even if the two had independent consciousness, they could still be summoned. Where is this place? Looking at the scene in front of them, the two were in shock. This was the first time they had seen such a scene since they regained self-consciousness. Everything was no longer wrapped in darkness, but was replaced by endless light. This sense of freshness made them feel as if they were in a dream. But fortunately, the two were very receptive and quickly accepted this fact. Lord, what is it that you are calling us for? Dilke asked respectfully. I summoned you out mainly to confirm my guess. Now that there is nothing to do you want to explore this world? Yunya looked out the window and asked. It was very cruel for them to experience the light and then endure the darkness. Is it really possible? Dilke and Li asked cautiously. After seeing Yunyi nod, the two of them went out together to stroll in this familiar yet strange world. Once upon a time, they also lived on this land. If it weren't for Yunyi, perhaps they would have completely disappeared from the world. This made them respect Yunyi even more. It's getting late, it's time to rest. After seeing the two leave, Yunya looked at the time on the clock and sat cross-legged on the bed. His body was running fast. Suddenly, the world changed suddenly. The originally dark night turned into daylight in an instant. Hey! Yunyi exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. After a night of practice, the amount of qi in his body increased a little. He had a hunch that in the near future, his mind ability would have another breakthrough. This keen perception was still when he was in the awakening phase. Let's go to the entrance of the hall first. Yunya has not forgotten the agreement with Lake last night. He put on his shoes and went to the hall, only to see Lake already waiting there. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Yunya said slowly. It's okay, this is what I should do. Lake waved his hand to show that it was okay. Then let's go have breakfast first. You must be hungry after waiting for so long. After saying that, Yunyi walked towards the restaurant. When he entered, he saw all kinds of delicious dishes with good color, fragrance, and taste, which made people drool. These delicacies are all made by world-class chefs. It perfectly highlights the arrogance of the Sky Arena. Looking at the meal in front of him, Yunyi stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation. The speed at which the food was swept away made the originally bulging restaurant become only some leftovers in an instant. This made Lai Ke on the side stunned. He really couldn't imagine how a child could eat so much. But time waits for no one. Seeing that the food was getting less and less, Lai Ke also joined in. After a while, only the chefs and the contestants waiting for the meal were left in the whole restaurant. What should we do now? Wiping his mouth, Lake asked seriously. Go to Meteor Street. Yunyi said a place. Hearing this place, Lai Ke was also stunned. He knew this place called Meteor Street. It was a no-man's land. It was said that anything could be discarded there. Garbage, corpses, babies, weapons. Everything was allowed. It was a real garbage city and a lawless place. As a hunter, Lai Ke also knew a lot of inside information. Naturally, he knew that Meteor Street was actually governed by the Council of Elders. What are we going there for? Lai asked in confusion. He didn't understand why Yunyi would go to such a place. Go find my grandmother. Yunyi said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Lai Ke didn't ask any more questions and followed the pace directly. The two took a car to the airship station and chose the nearest flight. At the speed of the airship, after a day and a night, they finally arrived at their destination. The Ulubian continent. After getting off the airship, they opened the map and found that they were still some distance away from Meteor Street. Yunyi looked at the dazzling eyes and said, "Let's go change our clothes first." The clothes they were wearing were out of tune with the extremely prosperous streets. After all, this is where a super large and prosperous city like Yokiksen stands. Okay. Lake didn't refuse. He had been wearing this suit for a year. It wasn't because he couldn't afford it, but strength was more important than appearance. They agreed and went straight to a clothing store without hesitation. When they came out, they had changed a lot. Lake took off his patched robe and put on a suit that showed off his figure. His long hair in a ponytail fluttered in the wind, and his resolute face made him look more like a swordsman. Not bad. At this time, Yunyi also came out of the store. With snow-white hair, a handsome face with a pair of intoxicating blue eyes, and a suit that matched perfectly. Although Yunyi is only 6 years old, his physical development is far beyond this stage. So even if he wears a suit, he will not show any sense of disobedience. As soon as the two appeared, they attracted the attention of the people around them. They were divided into two groups. Most of the boys looked at Lake, hoping that they could be as handsome as him in the future. More girls looked at Yunyi, their eyes couldn't help showing love, and they wanted to hold him in their arms and rub him. Walking on the street, the rate of turning back instantly broke 100%. Some people even handed over their business cards and asked the two to be models. We are in a hurry. After saying that, Yunyi took Like and left here in a hurry. Where are you going? The driver asked lazily. Meteor Street. Yunyi said the location. This name immediately made the driver sober up. Young man, that place is not a place that ordinary people can go, let alone rich kids like you. If you go there, you may never come back. The driver said seriously when he saw the two people's clothes. He didn't seem to be joking at all. It's okay, uncle. Let's go find someone over there. Yunyi said with a chuckle. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, the driver stopped trying to persuade him. Good words can't persuade a ghost who wants to die. The car was very fast and arrived at the location in just 1 hour. After sending the two people off the car, the driver stepped on the accelerator and left quickly, fearing that he would stay for a while longer. Is this Meteor Street? Yunyi muttered to himself. Chapter 24. Looking ahead, there were mountains of garbage everywhere. Everywhere I looked were children and adults with pale faces and skinny bodies. When they saw the two of them, their eyes lit up and they looked over. This was just the surface. Looks like we have to be careful. Yunyi said cautiously. In a place like this, Netero would be robbed of everything except his underpants. Faced with such an environment, Lei Ke had to cheer up. Walking inside, a foul smell mixed with waves of strange smells hit his face. It made people want to vomit. Fortunately, Yunyi had undergone special training, otherwise he might have to stop here. The further you go in, the more you can find out how bad the environment here is. It is simply wishful thinking to want to walk on this land to find the grandmother you have never met. I remember my grandmother's name seemed to be Wu Xi. Yunye remembered a name. This is what Ma had told him at the beginning. Hereby warns. Your grandmother has a very bad temper, so be careful when you get along with her. This sentence left a deep impression on Yunye. What kind of person could make Maha angry? This was also part of the reason why he came to Wu Xi. Let's ask others. After saying that, Lai Ke stopped the old man with a long knife. This scene made the people around raise their eyes and look at this place. Stop! Yunye stopped him immediately. Although Meteor Street is mostly tainted, there is still a good thing. A bond that is more familiar than family. There was once a homeless man who was wrongly accused of being a murderer. The local judge convicted him without listening to his explanation. The final result was that 31 people were involved in the wrongful case. Including police officers, judges, prosecutors, and others were killed, and in different places, 31 people from Meteor Street disregarded their lives and carried bombs to die with them. This incident made everyone dare not underestimate the people of Meteor Street. The ruthless are afraid of the tyrannical are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate. This is the best interpretation. Uncle, have you ever heard of a woman named Wu Xi? Yunye said with a smile. Then he stuffed a large stack of money into the old man's arms. Money can communicate with gods and can also open the way. Who are you to her? Sure enough, the old man's expression changed immediately after seeing the money, but he still asked cautiously. I am her grandson. Yunye revealed his identity. Hearing this, the old man's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Yunye up and down. Finally, he nodded and said. You guys follow me. After saying that, the old man walked forward. Although he was old, his pace was very fast. It took only a moment to reach the destination. That's it, go ahead. The old man pointed in a direction. Yunye looked in the direction. He saw a luxurious mansion that was out of place on Meteor Street. It was surrounded by a wall made of solid rocks. The electric fence was wrapped around it and crackled. For the sake of money, don't say anything you shouldn't, even if you are her grandson. After saying that, the old man left here as fast as if he had greased his feet. This made Yunye even more curious about his grandmother. Even a stranger could say such a thing, which showed that it had reached a very serious level. Should we go in? Like looked forward with a serious look. His keen intuition made him feel that there was an extremely powerful aura inside. What are you afraid of? I am here. Yunye said nonchalantly. As soon as he entered the mansion, he felt as if he was in an empty place. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking on the door, Yunye waited outside calmly. Bang. Suddenly, the door opened. A butler walked out. Yunye could tell at a glance that this person was from the Zoldyck family. Because they all had the same mark. The look in their eyes that treated everything as indifferent. I'm the housekeeper here, Reina. We are not accepting any guests here for the time being, please go back. Ling Nei said with her eyes downcast. She didn't take the two of them seriously at all, and didn't even look at them. Look clearly at who I am. The cold voice forced Ling Nei to look straight ahead. Just one glance made her lowered eyes widen instantly. Are you from the Zoldyck family? Reina said in disbelief. The snow-white hair is the symbol of the Zoldyck family. The most important thing is the black eyes that exude murderous intent. Can I go in now? Yunye said slowly. Okay. Reina said with great difficulty. The first rule of the butler is to put the Zoldyck family first and life second. Yet. Yunye walked past Reina and went straight in. Seeing this, Lai Ke was a little shocked. He had heard of the reputation of the Zoldyck family. No wonder Yunye was so confident at the beginning. It turned out that there was someone behind him. This is it. Reina led the two to a door. The Wu Xi they had been looking for was inside. Yunye pushed the door open without hesitation. A beautiful figure came into view. A dignified face, elegant figure, luxurious clothes, and a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. It seemed that time had not left the slightest trace on her body. Yunye once thought that he had come to the wrong room. Reina, didn't I say that no outsiders can come in? Are you Yunye? Wu Xi was about to scold Ling Nei when she saw Yunye's face. Yes, Grandma. Yunye nodded and agreed. This made Wu Xi come forward and take a closer look at her grandson. Well, not bad, it seems you inherited your mother's good qualities. If it's another child like Silva, I'll be sad. By the way, how do you feel about the housekeeper I sent you? There is also a child bride as a gift. Wu Xi said a lot happily. Ahaha. Yun Yi forced a smile. It seems that Wu Xi's personality is not as dignified and elegant as it seems. Instead, she is a chatterbox. But looking at Wu Xi's appearance, she doesn't look like a person with a bad temper. There's something wrong with your eyes, are you thinking bad things about me? Wu Xi saw Yun Yi's eyes wandering, and suddenly said. How could that be possible? Yun Yi immediately denied it and threw away the previous thought. What's the matter with you? But I have something important to deal with now. So I can't help you for now. After saying that, Wu Xi rubbed his temples with a headache. What is it that can give grandma such a headache? Yun Yi asked. If Wu Xi is troubled by something, it must be a big thing. Chapter 25. Seeing Yun Yi was so concerned, Wu Xi took out a file from the cabinet beside him and handed it to Yun Yi. What is this? Yun Yi flipped through the documents in his hand. It turned out that Wu Xi was a member of the Elders' Council of Meteor Street. She was in charge of this area. The riot broadcast on TV some time ago happened in this area. It was clearly written on it that if Wu Xi could not handle it in time, then one of her elders would be dismissed. I see. Looking at this, Yun Yi understood the reason. He turned to the other side of the document again. A name made Yun Yi narrow his eyes. Zhe Luo. The instigator of this riot. He is also the founder of the NGL Autonomous State. He is an extremely dangerous ruler. Grandmother, let me handle this matter. Looking at the information above, Yun Yi suddenly said. Obviously, he had a little interest in this rioter. He wanted to see what kind of person Zhe Luo, who had great qualities of a hero, would be. No, he is very dangerous and you can't bear it at all. Wu Xi immediately rejected Yun Yi's idea. It's okay. Yun Yi said with a chuckle. The next second, an astonishing amount of energy suddenly burst out from his body and rushed straight to the ceiling. Behind him, dark forces were being bred. You have already learned to read. Seeing this scene, Wu Xi's eyes were full of shock. She really didn't expect that Yun Yi had already learned to read at such a young age. And his temperament was so huge, which didn't seem like a child at all. A word suddenly popped up in Wu Xi's mind. Monster. Let me go, Grandma should have more important things to do. After showing his strength, Yun Yi said slowly. You're right. Since you are so persistent, I will give this mission to you. Wu Xi finally agreed. After all, the strength is clearly in front of him. Before that, I need to provide you with a layer of protection. After saying that, Wu Xi's body was filled with anger. Her originally dignified face suddenly became compassionate. A dark angel shadow emerged from behind her. However, this angel was very strange. There was no smile on her face, but a creepy sadness. The next moment, the dark wings of the angel shadow wrapped around Yun Yi's body. With a buzzing sound, dark energy was emitted from it. Prayer of the Weeping Angel. Once Yun Yi is hit hard, the angel energy in his body will restore his injuries to their original state. And pass it to Wuxi in another way, so that she can support him in the first place. I feel a force inside my body. Yun Yi felt the situation inside his body. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling came to his mind. You deeply understand the core of the weeping angels, see the essence of healing, and your understanding is triggered. You create the magical power angel healing. A mysterious voice entered Yun Yi's mind. It made him sober up immediately. Angel healing. Heal all the scars of subjective consciousness in the world. This includes the body, spirit, consciousness, and even time. You must cherish it. I can only use this ability once every 3 years. Others can't even ask for it. Wu Xi was still talking about the preciousness of the ability of mind. Maybe it won't take 3 years. Yun Yi muttered to himself. A ball of white light appeared in his hand. In an instant, this energy entered Wu Xi's body. What is this? The moment she entered, Wu Xi clearly felt that the time limit of her mind ability was slowly disappearing. The original 3 years were forcibly compressed into 3 days. This astonishing improvement made Wu Xi a little stunned. In the past few decades, she had long been accustomed to using her mind ability once every 3 years. But today, Yun Yi actually broke this limit completely. How did you do that? Wu Xi paused and asked in disbelief. Suddenly, it will happen. Yun Yi told it truthfully. But in Wu Xi's eyes, it was naked mockery. You should leave quickly. Wu Xi urged helplessly. His grandson had shocked him more in a short period of time than he had in his entire life. No wonder Silva would let him out to train during this period of time. Grandma, take care. I'll leave first. After saying that, Yunyi left here quickly. Following him was Lai Ke, who was in a daze. Only Wu Xi and Ling Na were left in the empty room. The Zoldyck family will usher in a new prosperity. It seems that I have to speed up a bit. Looking at Yunyi's back, Wu Xi said to himself. This should be it. Yunya came to a residential area according to the clues provided in the document. It was crowded with people waiting to die. Hope was just a piece of trash thrown away here. It was hard to imagine that the phantom troop and even a strong man like Zhe Luo could be born here. This place is so big, can we really find it? Like asked, looking at the extremely wide streets. It is simply a fantasy to want to find someone in such a vast place. Remember, never doubt me. As soon as the words fell, hundreds of black shadows emerged from the shadows. This sudden scene scared the residents around and made them flee frantically. Go! With Yunyi's order, all the black shadows moved out collectively. They began to search around consciously. Although the black shadows had no consciousness, after the training of strength, they could also be used as long as they were given a target. It's so powerful. Looking at the disappearing black shadows, Lai Ke couldn't help but say. He keenly sensed that the strength of these black shadows was very weak. But the accumulated power was a force that should not be underestimated. This made him unconsciously look at Yunyi, glad that his original choice was not wrong. Found it. Just a few minutes after the dispersion, the shadow successfully captured Zhe Luo's figure. Sharing the field of vision, Yunya finally saw his appearance. Ordinary. Very ordinary. He would not attract attention even in the crowd. Just like the residents of Meteor Street, there is nothing worth paying attention to. No one can tell that he is the founder of the NGL autonomous state. A traitor who wants to harm the whole world. The only thing that attracts others' attention is those eyes full of dark colors. As if they hate everything in the world. This is also the reason why the shadow can quickly identify the target. Lake, go to the Hunter Association and wait for me. I'll be there soon. After saying that, Yunyi's figure merged into the shadows and disappeared under the sunlight. Although Lake was confused by this order, he had no choice but to do it and hurriedly left Meteor Street. Chapter 26. When he appeared again, Yunyi came to the roof of a building and saw Zhe Luo entering an alley. What is this doing? Yunya was puzzled. He continued to move forward and came to the dark, narrow, and extremely dim alley. He saw Zhe Luo talking to a shrewd man. Let me see what you are talking about. Yunyi did not hesitate and merged directly into Zhe Luo's shadow. The conversation between the two immediately came into his ears. How did the riot go? No problem, I've already sent the Phantom Troop guys over there to sabotage them. I believe that during this period, the elders have no time to care about you. The shrewd man said slyly. No need to think too much, this man is the instigator of the Meteor Street riot. Very good, this is your reward. Zhe Luo showed a creepy smile. The next second, he took out a pistol from his waist. Bang! The sound of gunfire resounded throughout the alley. A blood hole appeared between the eyebrows of the shrewd man, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. After doing everything, Zhe Luo walked out of the alley as if nothing had happened. The next thing is just to wait for it to ferment slowly. Meteor Street is just the beginning. Zhe Luo said dully. As expected of the ruler of NGL, his methods are ruthless. Suddenly, a voice of praise sounded from behind him. Bang! When Zhe Luo heard the sound, he quickly shot behind him. But the next scene made him full of shock. Yunyi's index and middle fingers tightly fixed the still smoking bullet. Who are you? Why do you know my identity? After knowing that he was not the enemy, Zhe Luo threw the pistol away very quickly. But Yunyi did not answer, but told the story. Zelo, founder and underground leader of NGL. Born in a work shack, killed his father at the age of 12 and ran away from home. At the age of 21, NGL was established. At the age of 30, NGL became a country. Every word he said made Zhe Luo's emotions fluctuate violently. He didn't understand why Yunyi knew everything about him. He was just a scumbag who was not even a human being. You know what? Even though he was in danger, Zailuo remained calm. It's really nothing, they'll just hand you over to the Presbyterian Church. I don't know how they will deal with you then. Yunyi's mouth curled up into a smile. It looked unusually warm under the sunlight. But this made Zailuo shudder. Once he fell into the Elders' Council, it would be impossible for him to get out. The best result would be to be squeezed dry of all value and die in pain. For Zailuo, who was just starting out, this was a devastating blow. Tell me, what are the conditions? Zailuo understood Yunyi's meaning and asked directly. I want you to listen to my orders and continue to expand NGL. Yunyi finally expressed his thoughts. Through Zailuo as a bridge, he can indirectly control the entire NGL. He can control the princes by holding the emperor hostage. Impossible. Zailuo rejected this condition immediately. As a tyrant who looked down upon all the heroes, how could he obey others so easily? Especially when the person wanted to kill him. I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just informing you. Yunyi said expressionlessly. The shadow behind him began to move. A black shadow with the same figure and aura as Zailuo appeared beside him. I can replace you anytime I want. You are useless if I don't give you a chance. Looking at the black shadow in front of him who looked like him, Zailuo once again remembered the feeling of powerlessness when he was beaten by his father. He didn't want to experience this feeling again even if he died. I promise you. Zailuo finally lowered his head and said. Don't worry, I can make you stand at a higher level. Become the overlord of the country under his feet, and even the whole world. Yunyi knows the truth. Look at what I have in my hand. As he said this, Yunyi took the 3-star hunter license in his hand. As the saying goes, one trick can make you successful. After seeing this thing, Zailuo's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. After experiencing many difficulties, he knew the importance of background. In this era of the survival of the fittest, background is one of the important conditions for development. And this. Then, Yunyi took out the communicator from his pocket. The 6-pointed star on it is the symbol of the Zoldyck family. This is something from the Zoldyck family. As the ruler of a country, Zailuo naturally knew some information. The strongest backgrounds in the world, apart from V5, are the Hunter Association and the Zoldyck family. But the boy in front of him has both. This made Zailuo unable to tell whether he was taking advantage of the situation. I won't control you too much. But don't let me down too much. Yunyi took the things back and gave a final advice. He knew that Zailuo, as a tyrant, would not surrender so easily. But he didn't need to surrender, he just needed to use Zailuo's hand to develop upward. Facing the huge V5, the Hunter Association and the Zoldyck family were still a little overwhelmed. After all, it involved 5 huge countries. Yunyi's ambition is to create a country that can rival or even surpass V5. But if Zailuo doesn't listen, Yunyi doesn't mind killing him. It's just that the cost is relatively much. I understand. Zailuo is a smart man and understands the current situation. If you don't listen, you will die. After taking a last look, he turned around and left. But what he didn't notice was that the shadow behind him inadvertently moved. Have a good trip. Yunyi blessed. Then he picked up the pistol that Zailuo had thrown away. He slowly returned to the mansion where Wu Xi lived. You are back. When she entered the mansion, Reina was already waiting there. What's wrong? Where's Grandma? Looking at Reina's serious expression, Yunyi realized that things were not simple. He looked at the silence around him and had a bad premonition in his heart. The master was taken away by the elders. Reina said tremblingly. Bang! Instantly, a terrifying column of air burst out from Yunyi's body. This air penetrated the sky, exactly the same as the scene when Nanaga was born, even stronger. It was like a god from heaven descending. Countless people gathered to watch and kneel down. Where did they go? Yunyi asked gently. But the terrifying aura emanating from his body made it clear that this matter was not going to be easy. Chapter 27. Before they left, they seemed to say they were going to Yukixin. Under great pressure, Lingna reluctantly told the location. As soon as she finished speaking, hundreds of black shadows appeared in the shadows of every corner. They were more spectacular than the hundreds before. They gathered densely behind Yunyi like a legion ready to go to war. Lord, what happened? Dilke and Li also appeared beside him. It was the first time they felt Yunyi's fluctuating emotions. Go to Yukixin and find my grandmother. Yunya said coldly. In an instant, all the shadows disappeared and went to Yukiksen. The overwhelming shadows walked on the bright road. The real shadow army was dispatched. You wait here. After saying that, Yunyi merged into the shadows. Yukiksen's location was not too far from Meteor Street. It only took a few days for an average hunter to reach there on foot. But time did not allow Yunyi to be so presumptuous. Wuxi's current situation was still unknown. If something really happens, the Council of Elders doesn't need to exist. Yunya made a decision in his heart. The Zoldyck family is not an organization like the Hunter Association. It emphasizes blood relationship. Once one person gets into trouble, all the people will be summoned. His body shuttled through the darkness, and at a speed of 3 km per second, Yunya reached the outskirts of Yukiksen in just half an hour. From a distance, high-rise buildings stood everywhere, and luxury cars and beauties were everywhere. It was prosperous and decadent. The lights and wine here were just a humble adjective. This is a paradise for the rich and a casino for the poor. It is a gathering place for the underworld. Don't let me down. Thousands of black shadows stood behind Yunyi and waited quietly. The leaders were Dirk and Li. Yes. Let's go. With the order, countless black shadows officially invaded Yukiksen. They ran on the tall buildings. Everywhere they passed was covered by darkness. They had only one goal. To find Wu Xi. Suddenly, someone felt that the originally clear sky suddenly became dim. He couldn't help but look up. This sight became the most shocking scene in his life. Countless black shadows climbed on the tall buildings. The crazy look seemed to be looking for something. This scene was comparable to a natural disaster. Look, what is that? This voice also attracted the attention of the people around. They were all shocked by the scene and were speechless. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. The sky has collapsed. We must find him. On the other side, Dirk and Li were also frantically searching for Wu Xi. Suddenly, they felt a breath in a building. Found him. Upon hearing the news, all the shadows rushed towards the building. They all climbed on the windows, as if adding a new layer of shadow skin to the building. Wu Xi, as long as you can cure her, you can keep your position as elder. It can even allow you to go up one level. Inside the building, a calm-looking man said to Wu Xi. Dare to kidnap me, I tell you. Impossible. Wu Xi's face was tough, and he refused to agree to anything. Wu Xi, don't be ungrateful. Come on. Suddenly, a fierce-looking man shouted loudly. As he spoke, several burly men were about to do something. Just as they were about to do it, a violent breaking sound was heard. Bang! The window shattered into countless pieces, and countless shadows broke through the window. They rushed to the front of several strong men at a very fast speed and subdued them instantly. The rest of the shadows protected Wu Xi and wrapped her up, fearing that she would be hurt. Who are you? Only elders can come in here. Looking at these shadows, the fierce man also became listless, but still said stubbornly. After all, he had never seen such a scene in his life. You really don't know who you've offended. They even dared to kidnap this lady. Dilke came up to him and said slowly like a gentleman. I am the chief elder of the Presbyterian Church. Carl. I just want to ask Elder Wu Xi for a favor. Carl said calmly. But the cold sweat on his forehead showed that he was not calm at the moment. You. It seems there is no chance, the Lord has come. Dilke said helplessly. The next moment, all the shadows consciously made way. Yunyi slowly walked out from inside and came in front of everyone. He said nothing, but threw something in front of Carl. This was the pistol that Zayulo had thrown away. Your work is done, now it's my work. Tell me why you kidnapped my grandmother. Yunya said expressionlessly. Grandmother? Hearing this title, Carl's heart suddenly had a red alert. He never thought that Wu Xi would have such a powerful grandson. I just want to ask her to save my daughter. My daughter was in a coma due to an accident and has become a vegetable. I looked for all the doctors but none of them could cure her. Finally, I had no other choice but to ask Elder Wuxi for help. Carl explained his purpose. Yunyi looked into the depths and saw that it was Carl's daughter lying on the white bed. She was lying on the bed with a pale face. She looked like a sleeping beauty waiting for a prince. I can help you cure her. Yunya said something shocking. As soon as he said this, Carl's silent eyes bloomed with color. Despair turned into hope again. But there is a premise. You need to do your best to elevate my grandmother to the highest position. Remember, it has to be higher than your level. Yunya set a condition. This instantly put Carl in a dilemma. He is now the chief elder of the Elders' Council, and his authority is only to control the entire Meteor Street. But the real boss is still the country. If Wu Xi is promoted to a higher position than him, then he will only be a national official. Even if he himself gets in, it would be a fantasy, let alone getting Wu Xi in. No, then there is no other way. Yunya shook his head with some regret. The next second, the heads of several surrounded strong men disappeared instantly. Although the fierce man struggled for a few seconds, he was still besieged and killed by dozens of black shadows. At present, only Carl and his sleeping daughter were left in the whole scene. I can do it. Seeing this bloody scene, Carl gritted his teeth and finally agreed. It would have been better if we had done this earlier. Yunyi said with a chuckle. But in Carl's eyes, it was a devil's smile. It made him shudder. Should we let Elder Wu Xi? Carl said cautiously. She doesn't need to come, I can do it. After saying that, Yunyi came to the girl. Angel healing technique. As the ability was activated, his hands instantly released a holy light. A shadow of a holy angel appeared behind him, with his hands crossed, as if he was sympathizing with all the suffering in the world. When he touched it gently, a dazzling light bloomed in the entire room, and countless white feathers scattered in the room. As the light faded, the girl's eyelashes moved slightly. Finally, she opened her eyes. Where am I? The ethereal voice sounded, indicating the success of the treatment. Carl looked at the boy in front of him in disbelief. Devil-like means, angel-like healing. Chapter 28. Even more shocked was Wu Xi, who had been watching from a distance. She clearly remembered that Yunyi had used angel healing on her only once. But now he could use it again. This meant that Yunyi's ability could be used without limit. This was even more abnormal than the Weeping Angel's prayer, which only happened once every 3 years. Who are you? The girl looked at Yunyi in confusion and asked. Hearing the voice, Yunyi looked at her carefully. Her long black hair fell to her waist, and her skin was a bit sickly white. Her body was light and looked like she could be lifted with one hand. What caught Yunyi's attention was the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. She looked very charming. Schwerer, you finally woke up. Do you feel uncomfortable? Seeing his daughter wake up, Carl's calm appearance finally broke through and began to ask questions. Then Mr. Carl, it's time for us to leave too. I hope your promise can be fulfilled in time. Seeing that the girl has regained consciousness, Yunyi said slowly. This reminder made the happy Carl feel like being poured with cold water, and he instantly calmed down. I see. Give me a month and I will definitely finish it. Carl's voice was somewhat resolute. Then I will wait for your good news. After saying that, Yunyi took Wu Xi away from here. The countless shadow army also left with them. Master, you are back. As soon as I returned to the mansion, I saw Raina waiting at the door with a tired face. As a housekeeper, letting your master be kidnapped by others is an act of disloyalty. This time it's not your fault. The other party is too domineering. Wu Xi said with a somewhat ugly expression. Grandma, all you have to do now is wait. If you have any questions, remember to contact me by radio. Yunya reminded. When he left, he deliberately placed a shadow in Carl's shadow. If Carl decided to regret, he would not have to live in this world. Thank you so much this time, Yun. If you weren't here, things would have gotten a lot more complicated. When he thought of this, Wu Xi felt helpless. If he really attracted Zeno and Silva to come and solve the problem, it would not end well. Oh, Yun, what did you come to me for? Suddenly, Wu Xi remembered Yunyi's purpose. I almost forgot. I wanted to ask about the Phantom Troop. Yunya asked with a knowing expression. After Zailuo and the kidnapping incident, I almost forgot the existence of the Phantom Troop. Damn it, Carl. You mean those little brats? They shouldn't have left Meteor Street yet. Wu Xi said uncertainly. Upon hearing the news, Yunya immediately released thousands of black shadows to start a carpet search on Meteor Street. Time passed by minute, and there was no news until half an hour passed. They have already left. Yunyi said slowly. This was indeed the case. Yunyi's shocking pillar had aroused the Phantom Troop's vigilance. Kurora made a decisive decision to leave here. This led to the failure of the Black Shadow's search. Forget it, I'll have a chance to meet them in the future. Yunya finally gave up the search. It's not worthwhile to waste time looking for them now. And according to the information in the plot, the Phantom Troop will appear again. Not to mention the Hisoka line. I will help you keep an eye on those little brats. Wu Xi patted her chest and promised. In the past, her duties might have been difficult. But today is different. She will soon become a national-level official. Her duties will be infinitely magnified, and she will naturally be able to operate in more and more areas. In that case, I will leave first. Seeing that everything has been resolved, Yunyi disappeared from the mansion. When he reappeared, he was already on his way to the Sky Arena. Good man, can you give me a bite of food? Suddenly, a voice caught Yunyi's attention. Turning around, he saw a pale and skinny boy begging for food from passers-by. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him. Take it. When you have the strength, you don't have to beg here. Yunya walked forward, secretly stuffed the 10,000 nuns into his arms, and turned away. If I do one good deed a day, even the Buddha will praise me. The boy took a deep look at Yunyi's back, threw the bowl in his hand, and walked towards a place firmly. Oh, did I forget someone? Forget it, let's keep going, we're about to complete the Sky Arena achievement. Yunya simply stopped thinking about it and continued to move forward on the airship. In just one day, he returned to the long-lost Sky Arena. It was still towering into the clouds, and its top was invisible. There was an endless stream of challengers coming and going. It was worthy of being called the Holy Land of Barbarians and the Mecca of Fighting. Back in the familiar room, lying on the soft big bed. His mind unconsciously relaxed. This journey is not a loss. I wonder how far they can develop. Yunyi began to review in his mind. The main purpose of controlling Zailuo is not just for NGL. It is more about the dangerous creatures in the subsequent plot. Chimera ants. They were first discovered in NGL. The reason why they were not discovered in time is because NGL gave up mechanical civilization and returned to natural life. As a result, information was blocked and the appearance of chimera ants could not be conveyed. This led to the tragedy, which ended with Netero's death. This operation is the closed-door policy in the hunter world. I will send Dirk to help later, so that Zailuo will not think that he can be clever. Yunyi immediately decided to send someone over. Once some people lose control, they will deviate from the track and go to an unknown path. In order to prevent this phenomenon from happening, it is necessary to build a person with sufficient deterrence. For example, Dirk under his banner. There should be no need to worry about Grandma. Yunya thought of Wu Xi. This was his second-hand preparation. With Karl's means, as long as he used all his connections, he would definitely be able to push Wu Xi to the position of an official. This would help Zailuo's development to the greatest extent. There are still many places where officials of a country can operate. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Yunyi was still thinking, the phone beside him rang. As soon as he picked up the phone, a sweet voice came out from inside. Phew, finally got in touch. The host of the 245th floor wants to challenge you. Do you agree? I would like to mention that you still have a long time to prepare, so you can choose not to agree. It turned out to be a challenge question, and it seemed to have been stagnant for quite a long time. Sure, please arrange it for me. Chapter 29. Yunyi did not choose to refuse. This saved him from having to find a way to get others to accept his challenge. And the owner of the 245th floor wanted to challenge him most likely because he had just defeated the owner of the 230th floor who had advanced to the lake. Subconsciously, he thought he was a soft persimmon that was easy to squeeze. I wonder what kind of enemy we will face this time. Yunyi stretched his muscles and walked towards the competition venue. Come on, beat him up. Mr. Muscle, you are the best. Miss Broadcaster, I like you. As soon as I entered the venue, it was as lively as ever. Looking at the ring, someone was fighting. This is... Suddenly, Yunyi saw a familiar figure. Killua. According to the time period, Killua was indeed thrown into the Sky Arena by Silva to train when he was 6 years old. So boring. Killua yawned in boredom on the ring. This made the strong man on the opposite side a little angry and embarrassed. He was looked down upon by a child. He punched Killua's head fiercely. But the next second, Killua disappeared from the ring. When he reappeared, he had come behind the strong man and chopped his neck with a knife. Bang! The strong man instantly lost consciousness and fell on the ring. Sure enough, he hasn't changed. Looking at this scene, Yunyi smiled. If it weren't for his appearance, Killua's talent would be the strongest in the Zoldyck family. Just from this hidden step and hand knife, it can be seen. After the game, Killua slowly retreated to the backstage. Just when he wanted to go back to the room, a voice stopped him. Killua. The gentle voice made Killua's eyes widen instantly, and he looked back in disbelief. He saw Yunyi walking towards him with a smile. Brother! Kia shouted loudly, ran forward and threw himself into Yunyi's arms. It was as warm as when they were children. I'm so old, but I still like to act like a spoiled child. Has anything happened at home recently? Yunyi asked, stroking his hair gently. Hearing this, Killua thought about it for a while, then shook his head. After all, it is very rare for a major event to happen to the Zoldyck family. Brother, why are you here too? Killua asked with some confusion. I'm here to practice. My game is about to start, you should go and have a look. I looked at the time and saw that there were less than 10 minutes left before the game started. Yet. Killua nodded immediately, his eyes full of expectation. You go to the audience seats and wait. The game will start later. After saying that, Yunyi walked towards the reserve seat. Once he entered, many people looked at Yunyi collectively. But no one dared to underestimate or ridicule him. Those who could come here were all top-notch masters. Yunyi ignored these looks and sat on a chair waiting boredly. Not long after, the voice of the announcer came over. Next up, it's our much-anticipated battle of landlords. The youngest OP in history, Yunyi. Fight against the Death Gladiator on the 245th floor, GRA. Let's welcome them with the warmest applause. The passionate voice stirred the emotions of everyone present, and they all looked towards the ring expectantly. Did you hear that? It's the hosts' battle. Will there be a host in our reserve seat? The two people's conversation attracted the attention of the people around them. They all looked around, wanting to see the host up close. Is it my turn? Yunyi muttered to himself, slowly stood up and headed for the ring in the shocked eyes of everyone. It's really my brother. Kia looked at the familiar figure on the ring in surprise. It was his twin brother Yunyi. On the ring, the opponent had been waiting for a long time. He was dressed like a Spartan warrior, with two sharp blades on his waist. His thin figure made it hard to imagine that he was a gladiator. Hello, kid. As soon as he came on stage, Gray said with a smile. He didn't take Yunyi seriously at all. Oh. Yunyi looked over calmly, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. For a moment, Gray was dazed and dared not move. Cold sweat emerged from his back, and his throat swallowed saliva unconsciously. Fortunately, this feeling was only fleeting, so Gray thought it was an illusion. But after this intimidation, Gray obviously did not dare to underestimate the boy in front of him. Please get ready, both players. The battle begins. Following the referee's call, Gray was the first to appear. He drew out the double blades at his waist and rushed towards Yunyi, so fast that only a trace of his shadow remained. A speed player. Yunyi muttered slowly. Then he slowly turned sideways, and a white light flashed by his side. What? Looking at the evaded attack, Gray was a little bit unbelievable. Just as he was about to continue attacking, Yunyi hit him hard in the chest with a side kick. Bang! A loud bang left a deep gully on the ring. It continued until the end, when it was stopped by the spring belt. This unexpected blow made the audience silent for a second, followed by an explosion of cheers. Awesome! Master Yun, so handsome! After a period of fighting, Yunyi has accumulated tens of thousands of fans. Some of them come for his looks, while others come for his strength. Really strong. When the smoke cleared, Gray's figure was revealed. The bronze armor on his body was broken into pieces, but it helped him resist a fatal attack. Boy, I'm going to show my real skills. As he said this, a look of anger appeared on Gray's body. Waltz of death. The next moment, Gray's body began to spin rapidly, turning into a human-shaped spinning top. The spinning blade highlighted his danger. The sharp tip of the blade even cut through the air. Interesting. Seeing this scene, Yunyi's mouth curled up into a smile. It was an object that could be replicated. The shadow behind him began to move. In an instant, 3 black shadows appeared from behind. No matter who it is, no one can stop my attack. Looking at these shadows, Gray said confidently. As Yunyi's fingers gently moved, 3 shadows rushed towards Gray. The 3 cooperated with each other. Lek was the first to come to Gray and slashed his blade, slowing him down. On the other side, Silva threw his mind balls forward without limit. Each one made a loud noise. Suddenly, a black dragon bloomed above the ring, and then turned into countless black arrows and shot towards Gray. Bang! Countless explosions instantly made the flat ring bumpy. This series of attacks left Gray with no chance of fighting back. When the smoke cleared, Gray was covered in blood and looked unrecognizable. Only his weak breathing proved that he was still alive. The armor on his body had turned to powder. The outcome of the battle was decided in just a moment. Yunyi, the winner. Chapter 30. This visual feast stunned everyone present. They were not only surprised by Yunyi's victory, but also shocked by how easy it was for Yunyi to win. The entire battle lasted no more than 3 minutes. And the 3 black shadows summoned by Yunyi made the audience feel intimidated. The turret-like attack was chilling just by looking at it. I can't imagine what kind of psychological and physical trauma Gray was suffering at the time. Brother, are you already so powerful? Killua said with his mouth slightly opened. Seeing that Yunyi, who was in a high position, defeated the long-established Gray without any effort, even without doing anything himself. Killua was instantly hit hard by this gap. He thought that he had become very powerful after receiving training from Silva. But in front of Yunyi, all of this seemed like a joke. I want to become stronger and impress my brother. Killua made up his mind and his eyes became more determined. The results are out. Congratulations to Yunyi for reaching the next level and becoming the owner of the 245th floor. Can he break the legend and become the youngest top builder in history? Let's wait and see. The announcer's voice was almost crazy. On the ring, Gray was too seriously injured to walk and was carried up on a stretcher by medical staff. Did I hit him too hard? Looking at the bloody Gray, Yunyi felt a little sorry for him. After thinking for a long time, he turned around and left. Backstage, Killua was already waiting on the chair. Brother, you are awesome. Seeing Yunyi, Kia's eyes lit up and he praised him. The admiration in his eyes was already overflowing. As long as you work hard, you will be able to surpass me sooner or later. Yunyi said with a smile. Although it is theoretically impossible, the encouragement is still necessary. After all, Killua is the son of destiny. It is possible that he will surpass him directly with a burst of energy. Surpass my brother. Killua muttered in a low voice. As if he was touched by these words, after just a few words Killua rushed towards the ring again. Looking at Killua leaving, Yunyi turned around and walked slowly in one direction. In the corridor, the lights were as bright as day, and the pungent smell of medicine made people feel uncomfortable. Yunyi walked in the medical room, looking around, all he could see were wailing patients and hurried doctors. Suddenly, a dark shadow merged into Yunyi's shadow from the dark corner. Number 147. Yunyi said a number. Then he quickened his pace and walked towards the ward number he mentioned. He passed through the nurses and doctors and arrived at the door of ward 147. Bang! When he opened the door, he saw Gray lying quietly on the bed. He was covered with various tubes. According to the display on the instrument, he might not survive tonight. As the bones under my feet when I ascended the throne, you deserve to be reborn. Yunyi murmured to himself. His hands once again released the familiar holy light. Angel healing technique. The next second, the light shone throughout the ward. The holy angel gently stroked Gray's forehead. Countless white feathers fell from the sky and scattered on the ground. Gray, who was originally seriously injured, began to recover gradually. The wounds on his body turned from scabs to intact. In a moment, Gray's injuries had completely recovered. There was no sign of injury at all. The values on the instrument next to him also returned to normal. Is this an angel? Am I already dead? I haven't said good night to my mother yet. Jella said as he looked at the angel in front of him. If you're not dead, get up. Suddenly, a voice made Gray perk up instantly. He jumped up from the bed. Who are you? Gara immediately entered combat mode. But after looking at the surroundings, he was confused again. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Knowing that he was not dead, Gray cried and laughed like a child. After a few minutes, he wiped the tears from his face and looked at Yunyi. Did you save me? From now on, my life belongs to you. Gara said with a firm face. This made Yunyi, who was about to leave, raise his eyebrows. It's worth my great expense to save you. Yunyi said seriously. This made Gray, who already felt a little guilty, respect the young man in front of him even more. Please let me know as soon as possible if you have any instructions. But before that, let me say good night to my mother. Jela said without giving in when talking about his mother. Yes. Seeing Yunyi nod, Gray picked up the beetle phone and said a lot of things, then hung up the phone with satisfaction. Then he looked at Yunyi who was waiting. You are now heading to the Hunter Association. There is a one-star hunter named Lei Kei waiting for you. With this feather, he will know what to do. Yunyi condensed the feather and handed it to Gray. I know. Looking at the feather in his hand, Gray was more convinced that the person who had just saved him was Yunyi. Without any hesitation, he left the ward and headed towards the Hunter Association. After dealing with the matter, Yunyi returned to the room. He came to the window and looked at the lights of thousands of houses in front of him with a deep look in his eyes. The reason why Gray was not chosen to be saved in the ring was because there were too many people. Once the news that he knew angel healing skills spread, it would attract countless crazy people to come and capture him. Even the strength of V5 level would come to participate. Yunyi never disdained to maximize the evil of human beings. Just as Netero said to the Ant King. You don't understand at all, the endless malice of human beings. For the so-called interests, they will do anything. So sometimes, caution is very necessary. This world is really dangerous. Yunyi said to himself. He returned to the bed and sat cross-legged, and began to practice the supreme visualization diagram and the mind power training technique. The two quickly communicated with each other. The endless cycle in the body. The secret storage of mind power was opened little by little, and it seemed that some light was seen. Yunyi could clearly feel that there was only one last step left before the next ability was opened. Chapter 31. As time passed, the feeling in his heart became stronger. The secrets in his body gradually opened up, and infinite light burst out. In a trance, Yunyi felt countless shadows attached to his body. Their abilities seemed to have entered his body as well. This feeling was mysterious. Bang! A shattering sound came from inside the body. It's done. Hey! Yunyi exhaled and opened his eyes. His azure pupils seemed to contain the miniatures of countless people. Yunyi's mind moved, and a black shadow was reflected from his body. Then he stretched out his left hand, and a black ball of thought emerged from his hand. This is the mind ability of Silva. Really powerful. Yunyi couldn't help but sigh. After the evolution of his mind ability, he can now attach the black shadow to himself. Use their mind ability. No matter who it is, as long as he copies the object, he can use it. But it is not clear whether this ability has any limitations. For example, like Kurora or Kurapika. It is almost impossible to replicate this unique ability. If it is possible, then Ying can be called the most powerful mind ability in the world. No one else. This ability is called superdimensional assimilation. Yunyi said a name. Ying's first ability is replication. Ying's second ability is phase shuttle. Ying's third ability is superdimensional assimilation. Each of them is enough to shock the world. This is not the limit. Yunyi said slowly. He could clearly feel that his ability was far from reaching its peak. This meant that there was still room for improvement. A strong ability is not measured by how strong it is at the beginning, but by how high its upper limit is. There is still a long way to go. Yunyi was a little helpless. He had just broken through, and it would take a long time to break through again. Or wait for an opportunity. Let's go to the Hunter Association and meet them first. Yunyi made a prompt decision. It's still unknown when the next battle will start. Take advantage of this time to go to the Hunter Association to gain some experience. After all, it is the holy land of all hunters. Maha also told him before that he could go and have a look when he has time. Let's go. Looking at the dawn sky, Yunyi began to pack his luggage. There wasn't much stuff, and the previous express delivery had been put into the other world. Yunyi took the elevator to the top floor of the sky arena. Come out. The shadow behind Yunyi gradually expanded. A pitch-black combat helicopter emerged from it. This was the means of transportation that Yunyi had purchased at a huge cost of 50 million yuan. It was not for anything else, but he was just tired of riding on the airship. Sitting on the plane, looking at the countless precision buttons in front of him, Yunyi took out a book from under the chair without panic. Helicopter Piloting Guide. Let me see the instructions. Yunyi flipped through the book quickly. The knowledge in it quickly entered his mind for processing and application. In a trance, the words in the book seemed to float out and pour into Yunyi's memory palace. In less than half a minute, Yunyi closed the book. Let me try it. Yunyi held the steering wheel with both hands. His body performed a series of operations, and each step was precisely timed. Buzz. Finally, the helicopter took off steadily and flew straight to the destination. It was impossible to tell that it was driven by a novice, and a novice who was learning on the spot. This operation seemed like an old driver who had been flying helicopters for a lifetime. It feels so good. Feeling the airflow hitting his face, Yunyi felt for the first time that flying was so refreshing. In order to experience a more extreme feeling, he increased his speed again. If someone looked up at this time, they would be able to see a pitch-black meteor flashing across the sky. This should be it. Looking at the huge white palace below, the plaque above it is the logo of the Hunter Association. With Yunyi's perfect operation, he successfully landed in front of the association. This operation attracted many people to stop and watch. They all looked at it, wanting to see who the big shot on the helicopter was. Finally, we're here. Yunyi breathed a sigh of relief and jumped off the helicopter. He stepped steadily on the ground and snapped his fingers. The shadow behind him expanded again, swallowing up the combat helicopter. This scene made everyone open their eyes slightly, and some even rubbed their eyes to make sure they were not mistaken. A child was driving a helicopter, and he was using the ability of mind. You know, all the hunters who can come here are able to use the ability of mind. But this unprecedented scene still had a huge impact on their worldview. I wonder where Lekla and the others are. Yunyi walked into the association without distraction. He had no idea how surprised the people present were by his action. Give this document to the president. Okay, Master Kijo. Yunyi heard a voice as soon as he entered. Looking forward, he saw a woman with green hair and a cute puppy-like appearance directing something. When she saw Yunyi coming in, she frowned at first, then walked over. Little brother, this is the Hunter Association. No outsiders are allowed in. Where are your parents? I'll take you to find them. Kijao squatted down and said patiently. It was obvious that Yunyi was treated as a child again. But this time he did not expose his identity. My grandfather's name is Nitro. He asked me to come here to find him. Yunyi said innocently. This made Kijao feel troubled for a moment. She had never heard that Netero had a grandson, and he was so old. But after looking at Yunyi's innocent appearance, she finally chose to believe it. She really couldn't imagine that a child would be a killer. Don't worry, I'll take you to find your grandpa now. Kijao took Yunyi's hand and walked towards the elevator. After a while, they finally arrived at Netero's office. Kijao looked at Yunyi again, and finally knocked on the door with a nervous look on his face. Come in. Netero's steady voice came from inside. When I opened the door, I saw him stretching his legs to exercise his flexibility. Seeing the visitor, Netero immediately laughed. Yun, you are finally here. Do you know how long I have been waiting for you? Netero stepped forward and hugged Yunyi. This scene was like a grandfather meeting his grandson. He liked it no matter how he looked at it. President, when did you have a grandson? Kido saw this scene and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Netero was a little confused at first, but he immediately understood the reason when he saw Yunyi's smile. After explaining the whole story to Kijo, she instantly showed an expression of doubt about life. Such a young child is actually a killer. The most outrageous thing is that he can actually read. She only barely learned it 2 years ago. I'm sorry, President. I was too careless. After realizing his recklessness, Kijao bowed and apologized. Chapter 32. It's okay. Yun has taught you a lesson today. Just be more careful next time. Netero did not blame Kijao too much. Instead, he admonished him like a senior. Is this the future 12 earthly branches? Yunyi looked at him carefully with his eyes open. He could not tell that this flustered person in front of him would be the earthly branch of the dog who would act vigorously and decisively in the future. Then I'll go first. Humph. Kijao glared at Yunyi and turned to leave the room. Now, only Yunyi and Netero were left in the room staring blankly. Long time no see, old man. Yunya broke away from Netero and sat on the sofa beside him. A comfortable feeling instantly swept over his body. It was indeed the president's office. Why don't you call me grandpa anymore? Netero said jokingly with a smile. Let's not talk about this for now. Where are Lei Kei and Gray? Yunyi asked. With his identity, the two of them should have a comfortable life in the association. Those two you are talking about, they are training in the training room. They are both rare geniuses. Thinking of the two, Netero praised them. That's fine, what's the matter with you, old man? Yunyi breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the two were fine, and then asked. If Netero hadn't called him over, he might not have stepped into this place until the plot officially began. I asked you to come here because I want you to systematically learn about hunters. You also know the types of hunters, right? Netero said meaningfully. Hearing this, Yunyi showed a look of understanding on his face. There are many types of hunters involving astronomy and geography, ancient and modern knowledge. There are no less than 20 known types of hunters. Among them, bounty hunters, gem hunters, and gourmet hunters are the most common types. So, you want to? Yunya asked uncertainly. Well, I want you to choose 3 types of hunter knowledge to learn. Netero said his true purpose. It is true. Yunyi pondered. Each hunter has a wide range of knowledge. Just one aspect of knowledge is enough for a person to learn for a lifetime. But Netero actually asked him to choose 3 aspects. 3 types are not too few. Yunyi suddenly said. This made Netero narrow his eyes. How many do you want to learn? Netero had a bad feeling in his heart. Of course it's all. Yunyi said with a smile. The brilliant smile made Netero take a deep breath. What does all mean? The knowledge in it is enough to burst a person's brain. Even Jin, who is known as a genius, dare not make such a bold statement. But if Yunyi really masters all the knowledge and applies it, then he will become a god walking in the world. Are you sure? Netero asked with a serious expression. I always keep my word. Yunya was firm in his thoughts. Okay, you go and rest first, I'll find someone to arrange it later. Netero didn't ask any more questions. Hearing this answer, Yunyi got up and left the room. Looking at his back, Netero sat in a chair and pondered. It should be here to look at the closed mechanical door in front of him. Yunyi took out the hunter card and brushed it. Squeak! The door opened, revealing the true face of Lushan inside. Jella, you need to keep practicing. Lei Kei said sternly while standing on the ring. The man opposite Gray was already covered in wounds, and his panting showed that he was exhausted. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Gray, don't let your mother down. Suddenly, a voice came to Gray like a ray of hope. It's the boss. Garrett turned his head and saw Yunyi looking at him with a smile. The warm look made him vaguely see his mother. The determination in his eyes bloomed with an endless flame. He stood up again with all his strength, picked up the almost broken double swords and pointed them at Like. Confrontation again. I acknowledge your will. Like took a fighting stance. He kicked his front foot and rushed towards Gray again. He was like a gust of wind and arrived in front of Gray in just a blink of an eye. His body drooped slightly, and his left hand tightly grasped the hilt of the sheathed sword. He drew his sword and slashed. A sharp white light flashed. But unexpectedly, Gray withstood this fierce blow with his 2 swords. Chi! The 2 swords were completely broken. Gray seized the opportunity and used all his strength to kick Laker in the chest. Bang! This blow kicked the relaxed Lecter out of the field. The winner was determined. The overall situation was decided, and Gray officially fell to the ground unconscious. Lake, go call the doctor. Yunyi ordered. Only pain can make people remember the feeling of fighting. From now on, Yunyi will not use angel healing unless the injury is fatal. For the strong, wounds are glory. It is a tribute to the battle. Even he has traces of battle left on his body. Yes. Lek went straight to the door to call for a doctor. Soon a group of people in white coats came in and carried Gray away. Let's practice together. Seeing that everyone had left, Yunyi looked at Like and said. Gray was just someone who had not received systematic training. It was a little difficult for self-study to compete with the professional class. Unless the other party was a genius, or a determined person who was willing to endure hardships. Okay. Like came to the ring again and looked at Yunyi with sharp eyes. Better to use all your strength. Otherwise you will probably die. After saying that, a shadow appeared behind Yunyi. Then it entered his body. The next second, 2 thought balls appeared in Yunyi's hands. But he did not throw them out, but began to knead them. The original thought balls suddenly turned into 2 sharp-pointed blades. Before Lai Ke could figure out the situation, another black shadow attached to Yunyi's body. Got it. Yunyi's eyes narrowed slightly. Waltz of death. Yunyi opened his hands, and the blade that was supposed to fall began to hover in the air. The speed became faster and faster until there was no trace of the afterimage. Yunyi shook his hands lightly, and the 2 rotating blades rushed straight towards Lek. Is this Gray's telekinesis? No. Seeing this scene, Lake thought uncertainly. This move is too similar to Gray's. The difference is that it is only the blade that is rotating from beginning to end. Chapter 33. Looking at the 2 blades coming straight at him, Lai Ke gritted his teeth and chopped them down. Bang! The 2 forces began to fight against each other, colliding with endless sparks. The powerful force almost made Lai Ke unable to hold on, as if the knife in his hand would fly out in the next second. Strangely, the blocked blade still did not stop spinning, but spun faster and faster. It's not just that. Yunyi said slowly. Under the shocked gaze of Lai Ke, one of the blades actually began to break away and attacked behind him. The scene of enemies on both sides was instantly created. Wind wall. As his mind power was activated, a wall made of wind solidified behind Lai Ke, blocking the incoming blade. But Lai Ke obviously overestimated the strength of the wind wall. Bang! The next second, the wind wall broke, and the blade flew to Laker's neck at an extremely fast speed and stopped. It was only 1 centimeter away from chopping off Laker's head. A drop of cold sweat flowed from Laker's forehead and dripped onto the blade. Still need to practice. Yunyi waved casually, took the blade back in his hand and left the ring. It was not until he left the training room that Lake recovered from his shock. A hot current came from his neck. He reached out and touched it. It was blood. I don't know when the old man will finish it. Let's go out for a walk first. After leaving the training room and checking the time, Yunyi decided to go out for a walk first. When he arrived outside the association, many people were discussing their recent gains. Yunyi did not join in, but walked around the periphery. Suddenly, a sloppy young man caught his attention. He walked forward and looked left and right, and he felt very familiar. Little boy, why are you looking at me? The young man didn't seem to be good at communicating with children, and said stiffly. Uncle, do we know each other? You look familiar to me. Yunyi said directly. It's not that the face is familiar, but the breath is very familiar. Me? Are you talking about me? I don't remember having any encounter with you, a little brat. The young man waved his hand and denied it. Hearing this answer, Yunyi didn't say anything, but sat down next to him. Uncle, don't you have any family? Why are you here alone? Yunyi asked innocently. This instantly struck the young man as he looked at Yunyi helplessly. I also have a child, who should be the same age as you now. As he spoke, a look of nostalgia appeared in the young man's eyes. The same age as me, that's really sad. Yunyi muttered softly. Why do you say that? This attracted the young man's attention, and he asked in confusion. Because he can only look at my back. Yunyi said casually. Little boy, you will be struck by lightning if you brag. The young man was amused by this and shook his head. As if to prove that he was right, he looked at Yunyi with a condensed look. The next second, the smile on his face froze along with his body. He clearly saw that Yunyi's body contained infinite power. This power was polarized, darkness and light blended, miraculously coexisting together, forming a balance of yin and yang. What was even more surprising was that this power did not burst Yunyi's body. According to the physical fitness of ordinary people, he would have exploded and died long ago. You. The young man was speechless after seeing this scene. He finally understood why Yunyi dared to say such a thing. What's wrong, uncle? Did you see it? Yunyi said with a smile. This made the young man feel cold all over. Jin, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice pulled Jin back to reality. Looking back, he saw Netero waving and walking towards him. Hey, Yun, you are here too. After discovering that Yunyi was also here, Netero said with some surprise. President, do you know him? Jin asked quickly. Are you talking about Yoon? He is the child of the Zoldyck family. The reason why I asked you to come here this time is to let you teach him hunter knowledge. Netero explained the reason. Zoldyck. Hearing this name, Jin's face showed understanding. But he still didn't understand why Yoon had such outstanding strength at such a young age. By the way, Yoon is the most talented child in the Zoldyck family. Netero seemed to have seen something and explained with a smile. Jin reluctantly chose to accept this explanation. This person is Zyja's father, Jin. No wonder it looks so familiar. Yoon looked at him carefully. He had an unshaven face, a cloth cap on his head, and a torn robe on his body. He really had the style of Jin. President, you didn't tell me that you wanted to teach a little kid. Jin scratched his head and said. His talent is stronger than yours, you won't suffer any loss. Netero had already prepared his words. Stronger than me? Then let me take a look. Jin immediately became interested and agreed. Very good, then you follow me. After hearing the answer, Netero walked towards the association with a smile on his face. The three of them came to a place similar to a library. Looking around, there were all kinds of books, and the amount of knowledge involved was very huge. Many of them were already antiques, which showed that they had been passed down for a long time. This is your place from now on. Then I will leave first. After saying that, Netero quickened his pace and left here. Only the somewhat embarrassed Jin and the calm Yoon were left. The fact that the president chose me to teach you shows how important you are. Next, you need to read all the books here. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. Jin said seriously. I understand. Yoon nodded. Looking at the sea of books in front of him, his eyes were still not panicked at all. This made Jin look at him with a new look. Let me see the essence of the hunter world. Yoon couldn't wait to open a book and immerse himself in it. The state of selflessness was instantly activated, and everything around him began to slow down or even stop. The only things that moved were his hands and his brain that was working at a high speed. Hwa hwa hwa. The only sound in the whole library was the sound of flipping pages. Seeing Yoon flipping through the book so quickly, Jin frowned. But he remembered Netero's words and didn't say anything. He was ready to teach him a lesson later. Time passed bit by bit. Yoon quickly finished reading the book in his hand. Just as he was about to pick up the second one, he was stopped. Etc. Chapter 34. Jin stood up and walked in front of Yoon, taking the book that he was about to put back. Are you sure you have learned this book? Hearing this, Yoon immediately understood what was going on. Of course. Yoon said this without any panic. Is the heaven-defying enlightenment a joke? Even Pandora's box can give you a complete understanding in an instant. Really? Then let me test you. Seeing Yoon's confident look, Jin immediately began to ask. What does Mozu tattoo mean? The ancient Mo tribe women carved this on their bodies to swear to be the wife of the god and never marry. The origin and danger of the Dark Sonata. Legend has it that it is a solo piece composed by the devil. There are 4 pieces in total, played by piano, violin, flute, and harp respectively. When humans play or listen to it, they will encounter terrible disasters. What is white fire? There is a fish called white fire that lives in the deep sea of the 2 poles. The whole body of this fish is flammable, and when it is ignited, a beautiful white flame appears. This is a purer white than anything else in the world today. In particular, the white fire will only be lit when one is alive. Yoon said calmly. Hearing these exact answers, Jin's eyes were a little horrified. He didn't expect that someone could actually memorize a book in such a short time, and exactly. Even he couldn't achieve such speed and memory. You are not bad. After a long silence, Jin uttered a compliment. Then he sat back in his chair and remained silent, as if he was hit. Yoon ignored it and continued to read the second book. In the following time, the two formed a tacit understanding. They did not disturb each other, and only had intersections when they did not understand something. This kind of life lasted for 2 years. You have read all the books, know everything in the world, your understanding is triggered, and you create the magical power, the world library. Finally finished reading. Yoon turned the last page and took a deep breath. Jin beside him nodded with some satisfaction. In the past 2 years, Yoon read all the books in the library. He asked Jin if he didn't understand something, and asked professionals if Jin didn't understand something. After many twists and turns, he finally instilled all the knowledge into his mind. Now, Yunyi can be said to be the person who knows the most in the world. This feat made Jin feel ashamed. Even though he had made progress with Yunyi in the past 2 years, his speed was still not as fast as Yunyi's, not even a little bit. At that time you told me that I could only see your back, and now I believe it. Jin said helplessly. Don't be discouraged, I believe you will surpass me sooner or later. Yunyi comforted him as always. Just like he comforted Kia back then. Well, now that the goal has been achieved, what are your plans for the future? Jin did not respond, but asked Yunyi about his next goal. I plan to go to the Union School to have a look. Yunyi did not hide his next plan. Kumagakure School, are you talking about that ninja group? I heard their ninjutsu is very powerful, so I can definitely go and learn some. Jin only had a vague understanding of this, so he told everyone what he knew. This encounter is over, let's wait for the next reunion. After saying that, Yunyi turned and left the room. He knew that Jin was not someone who was willing to be bound. Being able to stay here for 2 years was already his limit. Haha, we'll meet again. Jin smiled and muttered to himself. He picked up the backpack that had been prepared on the chair and left the Hunter Association. He began his adventure. Yunyi left the library and came to the president's office. He opened the door without knocking and entered. He was familiar with the entire Hunter Association. After all, he had lived there for 2 years. It was the place where he had lived the longest except Kukolo Mountain. Yun, why are you here? After seeing Yunyi coming, Netaro put down the documents in his hand and asked with a smile. The current scene is really like a grandfather meeting his grandson. I have learned all the knowledge, and Jin has left here. Yunyi told the situation again. Hearing that Jin had left, Netaro's face did not show the slightest surprise. But after hearing that Yunyi had learned all the knowledge in the library, his eyes couldn't help but tighten. There really is a human who has accomplished this feat. This thought immediately appeared in Netaro's mind. If this achievement did not provide important value to human society, a 3-star hunter license could be issued. So what are your plans next? If you still want to join the Hunter Association, I welcome you very much. Netaro said with a smile. I am a young man who yearns for freedom. Now I need a letter of recommendation from the Kumagakure School. I believe that with your reputation, no one will refuse. Yunyi said the purpose of this visit. In order to be able to enter the Kumagakure School as a guarantee, Netaro still needs to come forward. Hearing about this sect, Netaro raised his eyebrows in surprise. I have a friend over there, you can go directly there. After saying that, Netaro took out a card from the drawer and handed it to Yunyi. Just take this thing to their leader. Yunyi stepped forward and took the card in his hand. It was just a blank piece of paper, but it was attached with Netaro's telekinesis. There is only one in the world, no other. You have a wide network of contacts, old man. Yunyi praised. I didn't expect Netaro to know even the leader of such a hidden sect. It's really the Hunter World version of Connected People. Haha, we are just partners who have been on adventures together before. Netaro said with a big laugh. Yunyi did not stay for long, and left the room after chatting for a while. Partner. Yunyi whispered. Those who can be partners with Netaro have a greater chance of going to the Dark Continent together to explore. It can be seen that this mysterious master is also a very powerful person. Coming to the room, Yunyi sat cross-legged on the bed. Recalling the ability he had just acquired. World Library. Collect books in the mind. Once recorded in the mind, this knowledge will never be forgotten, and when encountering things or things that overlap with it, it will automatically search and jump out from the mind. Looking at the mind, countless books that have been read are now quietly placed on bookshelves. As Yunyi continues to collect, there will be more and more bookshelves in the future, until there is no end in sight. More importantly, this ability has no upper limit. No matter how much knowledge Yunyi remembers, it will be fine. This is the power of the World Library. I still need to continue studying. Yunyi muttered. He once again ran the Supreme Visualization Diagram and the Mind Ability Cultivation method in his body. 2 years naturally required the improvement of the spirit, body, and mind ability. His body had now reached a peak and could easily push the 6 gates of the underworld. His mind ability was only 1 step away from a breakthrough. Oh, there are some things I haven't asked yet. Yunyi suddenly thought of something. He hadn't asked Jin about the power yet. But he was gone, and it would be hard to find him given Jin's erratic movements. After all, Xiaoji's search for his father wasn't for nothing. Forget it, let's find Lake and Gray first and leave here. Yunyi finally gave up the idea. Anyway, they will meet again in the future, so it doesn't matter if they miss each other this time. Chapter 35. They came to the training room with ease. It was already crowded with people. They all gathered here to watch a battle between strong men. The duel between Lake and Gray. On the ring, the two sides faced each other just like 2 years ago. The difference was that the 2 years had also brought about a drastic transformation for them. Not only did they undergo systematic learning, but they also received personal instruction from Netero. Their respective strengths had risen to a higher level, and they were now among the best masters in the Hunter Association. Gray, you've become stronger again. You too. The two praised each other, but their eyes never left each other. Buzz. The battle began, and Lec instantly turned into a gust of wind and came in front of Gray. His body curled up, his posture slightly turned, and his hand grasped the hilt of the knife. A white light slashed towards Gray in an instant. Bang! The sound of blades rubbing against each other was heard. Gray was obviously no longer the same person as before. He used his double blades to block the blow fiercely. The huge force caused a turbulence that made the people below unable to open their eyes. They all used their hands to block the blow. Howling of the wind. As the telekinesis was activated, countless souls began to howl behind Lake. Then these souls rushed into Lake's blade, adding a layer of buff to it. The originally evenly matched forces suddenly became one-sided. Seeing this, Gray did not hide his edge. Requiem Waltz. Suddenly, a powerful energy emerged from Gray's body. He forcibly broke free from Lake's blade and came to the other corner of the ring. Suddenly, he seemed to be controlled and danced a strange dance. Although it was very strange, it was pleasing to the eye and even elegant. Seeing this scene, Lake was afraid to get close and guarded his own piece of land. It was because when Gray danced, the blade in his hand was also turning in an unconventional way. Soon, Gray was close to Lake's range. Seeing that there was really no way, Lake's eyes gradually became sharper, and one knife turned into 10 knives and slashed towards Gray. Bang! 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 Every blow collided with dazzling sparks. For a moment, the two were evenly matched again, with no one winning or losing. The people in the audience stared with wide eyes, not missing any details. They were all freshmen who had just become hunters, so they naturally had to seize this rare learning opportunity. Who made them not have Yunyi as a background to be taught by Netero himself? Even after 2 years of training together, you still don't accept me, and I don't accept you. Yunyi shook his head helplessly. When the two met, they didn't know why they just refused to admit defeat and had to decide the winner. If they wanted to wait for the battle to end, they would probably have to wait until night. Bang! The two people on the ring were still competing with each other at a very fast speed. Both sides used their full strength just to fight for the final victory. The fight between Dragon and Tiger is just like this. It's time to go. Suddenly, a voice stopped them. Like two lifelike statues. Yes. Okay, boss. The two of them put away their weapons in tacit understanding. They jumped off the ring and quietly followed behind Yunyi, forming two great guardians. This sudden end made the hunters who were studying a little dazed, not knowing what happened. Boss, we are finally leaving. Where are we going? As soon as they left the house, Gray asked excitedly. Union School. Yunyi said their destination. Hearing this name, Like's mood changed. Yunyi, who was in front, noticed it keenly, but didn't say anything. The three of them set out together to the hidden school. Union School. This should be it. Looking at the jungle in front of him, Yunyi confirmed. According to Netero, the Kumagakure school is hidden in a place that is not easily discovered by the world. There is only one way to get in. Suddenly, an amazing aura burst out from Yunyi's body. A terrifying pressure instantly filled the entire huge jungle. The surrounding birds and beasts scrambled for it and fled frantically. That's right, if you want to get in, you must attract their attention. This is Netero's bad idea. But it must be said that the effect is very good. Within 3 seconds, there were hundreds of people around them and surrounded them. Each of them was wearing a black night suit, wrapping themselves tightly. This is the simplest ninja outfit. Who are you? A figure appeared in front of Yunyi and asked. He was wearing black and practicing kung fu, with a demon mask on his face. I was invited by Netero to study in the Kumagakure school. Yunyi said with a smile. Netero. The leader was surprised under the mask when he heard the name. Why should I trust you? Seeing this, Yunyi took out the card given by Netero and said gently. This is the evidence. A white card came into their sight. This is. What is this? After the leader took the thing, he took a look at it and tore it up. He didn't take Yunya and the other two seriously at all. For a moment, the whole place fell into silence. You ungrateful animal! Bang! Yunyi said expressionlessly. In an instant, a white column of air shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds. The cloudy weather was forced to emit a dazzling golden light. The light sprinkled on Yunyi's face, looking as majestic as a god descending to the earth. This scene filled the eyes of everyone present with disbelief. They didn't know who they had offended. The leader swallowed unconsciously, and the cold sweat that had already been caused by fear broke out behind him. He had only one thought at this moment. Help me take care of my elderly mother in the countryside. Sir, please be patient and let's talk it over. Suddenly, a steady voice made the situation less tense. A man in a black robe and a Pruchna mask suddenly appeared between the two of them. He picked up the torn card on the ground, looked at it, and nodded slightly. This is indeed Netero's aura. You are here as expected. He has just told me that it was my fault for not hosting him well. My name is Lian, and I am the leader of the Union School. His name is Minjian, he is my new disciple, I am sorry for doing such a thing. Lian said with a hint of apology. It can be seen that he is also a reasonable person. It's okay, we are all family. Yunyi quickly restrained his breath, as if nothing had happened. This once again surprised Lian. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably kill Minjian on the spot. Come in and sit down first. Netero has told me everything. Lian solemnly invited Yunyi to come in and sit down for a while. Then he turned to Minjian, who looked like he had just survived a disaster, and said. Go to the punishment room by yourself. Chapter 36. Just when Minjian was relieved, an emotionless voice made him fall to the bottom again. He even showed an expression of extreme fear on his face. Although Yunyi didn't know what the punishment room was, it was probably similar to the torture room of the Zoldyck family. Let's go. Lu Yin came to the front of the mountain and used his mind power to touch the void. In an instant, a continuous gym came into view. Looking at the mist from a distance, it was as if you were in a paradise and it was intoxicating. Looking closely, many disciples were working hard to practice their moves inside. With just one glance, Yunyi could find hundreds of flaws in it. In his mind, the World Library was optimizing these moves, iterating and updating every second. Finally, a perfect move was formed. Before Yunyi had time to take a closer look, Lu Yin on the side had already stepped in. With their entry, this rather spectacular gym disappeared in this prosperous jungle. As if it had never appeared. It's so comfortable. As soon as he entered, Yunyi felt a refreshing feeling. The air quality here is several times better than outside. You can choose any place to live as long as there is no one there. Lu Yin looked at Yunya and said. There is such a good thing. Yunyi didn't hesitate and looked at the many houses in front of him. He quickly started brainstorming and detected the most suitable place. Everything in front of him began to show various labels and was screened in different ways. In just a moment, Yunyi's eyes locked on a house. Although it looked a little shabby, it gathered the right time, right place, and right people inside, and it was the best place to live. This is it. Lu Yin followed his gaze and his expression under the mask became more serious. I want to live in this house. Yunya expressed his intention. You really know how to choose. That is where the founder of Unionlio once lived. But I promised you at the beginning that you can live anywhere you want. Ryuan finally agreed. Since he has said it, he must keep his promise. As a ninja, he needs to keep his promise. Refreshing. Yunyi said with a chuckle. He winked at the two people beside him. Lei Kei and Gray understood instantly and went into the house to clean up and put away daily necessities. Soon, a brand new room was cleaned out. Even though it was still relatively simple, it was much cleaner and tidier than before. Do you want to come in and sit down? Yunya said with a smile. It seemed as if he was the owner of this place. No, I have something else to do. Someone will arrange your future affairs later. Lu Yin shook his head and refused. After saying the last sentence, he disappeared from the spot. At the last moment, Yunya keenly felt the vibration of space. Because he also has the ability to travel through space, his sense of space is hundreds of times more acute than that of ordinary people. It's really not simple, Yunya said in his heart. When he entered the room, Lake was sitting quietly on the wooden floor to recuperate. And Gray seemed to be running around like a child, touching this and looking at that from time to time. Boss, is it time to eat? I'm hungry. After walking for a while, Gray stroked his stomach and said with a cross face. This made Yunya, who was reading a book, realize that it was time for dinner. Take that thing out. Yunya stood up and said. Hearing that thing, Gray immediately became serious and took out a square device from his backpack. This is a brand new item that Yunya assembled using parts with his knowledge. Induction cooker. The three of them sat around the table. Lake was responsible for bringing up various grilled meats, and Gray was responsible for operating the induction cooker. Yunya turned into a food hunter to operate it. Slices of colorful pork were placed on the induction cooker. The sizzling sound immediately came into the ears, and the fragrance instantly filled the surrounding area. With the last precious condiment added, a fine barbecue feast was completed. Gray, who was standing aside, drooled as he watched. Then let's eat. Yunya gave an order. The two people beside him quickly moved their chopsticks and couldn't wait to put the barbecue into their mouths. At the same time, a figure came to the door. He was also wearing black and practicing kung fu, but he had a Tengu mask on his face. This fragrance. Even though I was wearing a mask, my nose still smelled it vividly. As soon as I stepped into the house, I was greeted by two vigilant eyes. Who are you? Gara said with narrowed eyes. The quiet Lake secretly grasped the hilt of the knife, ready to fight at any time. For a moment, the situation became tense, filled with the smell of gunpowder and fragrance. You are sent by the leader of Liulian sect, right? Yunya said softly. In an instant, the two returned to eating, not paying attention to what was happening outside. Yes. I am the sect master's eldest disciple. Listen to the hidden. The sect leader sent me to arrange for you all. Tingyun said his name and purpose. The scene was serious, but the saliva at the corner of his mouth dripped onto the ground unexpectedly. Let's eat some together. There's plenty more. The three of us can't finish it. Yunya gently invited Tingyun to eat together. Hearing this, Tingyun wanted to refuse, but his disobedient stomach made him sit down. He moved the Tengu mask upwards, revealing only a mouth dripping with saliva. He picked up the chopsticks and stuffed the piece of barbecue in front of him into his mouth. It's so delicious. The wonderful taste instantly invaded the taste buds, making Tingyun couldn't help but praise. Unconsciously, a crystal tear flowed from the corner of his eye. He had never eaten such a delicious meal in his life. Seeing this scene, Gray seemed to recall something and shared the barbecue in front of him with him. It's okay, there's still plenty. Yunya put another batch of barbecue on the table. Fortunately, he brought enough before leaving, otherwise, with the bottomless pit of 4 people, they would probably finish it all in one night. I'm stuffed. Me too. Thank you for the treat. Tingyun and Ji La both lay down and burped. Lake consciously cleaned up the mess on the table. Yunya drank tea and looked at Tingyun, who was lying on the ground with a satisfied look on his face. You are here to arrange our future affairs, right? This made Tingyun sober up immediately, and he sat up, looking a little embarrassed. Yes, I have been entrusted by the sect master to take charge of your future arrangements. Tomorrow I will take you to Yuntai, where disciples study and practice. Tingyun told me about tomorrow's schedule. Yunya had no objection to such an arrangement. After all, it was not his territory, so it was better to listen to other people's opinions. Thank you for your hospitality. Then I'll leave first, and I'll come over tomorrow morning. After saying that, Tingyun quickly left the room. Chapter 37. The way he fled made it hard to imagine that he was the chief disciple of the Union school. Well, it's time for us to rest. Yunya said as he looked at the sky, which was gradually getting darker. He got up and went to the guest room, which had already been tidied by Like. He sat cross-legged on the bed and his mind began to calm down. Although there were some changes during his visit to Union school, he finally settled down. He will be practicing here for a long time in the future. He just didn't know what the main teaching principle of Union school would be. By the way, I have learned a new move today, but I haven't read it yet. Yunye thought of the latest move he had evolved. He looked in his mind and consulted books. The created books were placed on a separate bookshelf. This was a place specially used to store Yunye's newly learned books, which was very convenient for searching and reading. Yunye used his will to touch it lightly. In an instant, the huge memory was repeatedly rehearsed in his mind. In just a moment, all the essence was perfectly absorbed. Hey! Yunye took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He stood up and demonstrated all the moves that existed only in his mind without any difference. For a person like Yunye who has almost reached the maximum level of physical skills, no matter what strange moves they are, he can master them and use them in an instant. It's really powerful. After using the moves, Yunye couldn't help but sigh. This is different from the moves taught by Maha, but they have a common goal. Kill. Every move is a move condensed to kill the enemy. The angle is tricky and the attack is vicious. No matter who it is, if they take a set, they will be either dead or crippled. This should be classified as a part of assassination training, called the killing technique. Yunye gave it a name. A move born for killing. It can also be used as a branch of assassination training, constantly modifying and strengthening it. I wonder what I will learn in tomorrow's class. Yunye's eyes became sharp. He was looking forward to tomorrow's class. But thinking is thinking, daily practice is indispensable. The supreme visualization diagram and the mind ability practice method are running in the body. Something is wrong, 115 out of 10 is wrong. Yunye clearly felt that his cultivation speed had increased. Although it was very small, it was still a surprising news. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If you practice like this for a long time, you will definitely achieve excellent results. This house is indeed not simple. Yunye thought. This is the house he selected with all his knowledge. It gathers the essence of heaven and earth, and the spirit of all things. It is a rare blessed place. He still remembered that Lu Yin said that this was the place where the founder of Yunyan School once lived. It turned out to be the right choice. At the same time, Like and Gray in the room also noticed this feeling, and fell into ecstasy, unwilling to waste any time. Cultivation makes people forget about time. In just a blink of an eye, the sunlight shines in through the window. It's so comfortable. Yunye stretched lazily. Last night's practice made him feel unprecedented comfort and joy. He was getting closer and closer to unlocking the next ability. Boss, Ting Ian is here. Suddenly, Gray's voice sounded outside the door. When he opened the door, he saw Ting Ian sitting quietly in the room, waiting for Yunye to arrive. Sorry for the waiting. Have you had breakfast? Yunye said with a chuckle. Seeing Ting Ian shook his head, Yunye immediately acted like a chef. Soon, exquisite and nutritious meals were pushed onto the table. Ting Ian once again showed his nature as a foodie, with saliva flowing down the corners of his mouth. As Yunye started, a different kind of war began on the table. Lake even felt a sense of sweeping away everything. After feasting, the three followed Ting Ian to Yuntai, a place dedicated to learning and training. It's really simple. Along the way, Yunye saw many disciples cooking with fire. Even washing clothes was done by the river with their own skills. Looking around, there was nothing modern, just like the closed-door policy of NGL. Only in such an environment can one's mind be as stable as possible. Ting Yan explained immediately. Under the bustling city is a violent undercurrent. Only by returning to the basics can one realize a trace of truth. So that's it. Yunye nodded in agreement. As the conversation continued, they soon arrived at Yuntai. At a glance, Yunye understood why it was called this name. The surroundings were covered with clouds and mist, and it looked grey and hazy, and I didn't know the way home. Follow me. If you relax for a moment, you will get lost here. Ting Yan said solemnly. I understand. Yunye agreed. If you want to go in, you have to take the prescribed route, which is to prevent outsiders from entering here. But Yunye only analyzed it a little and already knew the operating rules. Even without Ting Ian leading the team, you can walk in as if walking on flat ground. But it is better to be quiet under the eaves. Following Ting Ian, the group soon arrived inside the Yuntai. Looking around, countless disciples were practicing their learned moves on wooden stakes in the square. In the center, there was a huge white gym, with 3 floors in total, corresponding to different directions. That is the Cloud Palace, a place for study. You will all be training there for a long time in the future. Ting Ian pointed to the Cloud Hall in the center and said. Is that a new disciple? He looks so small. I can feel that the two people behind the child are very powerful. They may be from a big family and come here to gild themselves. What can a child learn? When the disciples in training saw Yunyi and his group, they began to discuss. The words between the lines were full of comments about Yunyi. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, a violent aura burst out from Lake and Grey, enveloping them like scions. Their eyes swept across those gossipers, as if giving the most severe warning. Okay. Yunyi said softly. The next second, the two returned to normal. They followed behind Yunyi quietly. Seeing this, Ting Ian became more curious about Yunyi. What kind of person would make two strong men willing to follow him? But before he could think about it, he had already arrived at the Cloud Hall. The interior of the Cloud Hall was as plain as the outside. In every room, there were disciples receiving instruction from their teachers. Still teaching the nobility. Yunyi muttered to himself. He saw a teacher teaching how to use the circle. Chapter 38. The first floor is the school hall, which is used for teaching, and it is also where you will start your studies. The second floor is the martial arts hall, which is used for battles using mind abilities. The third floor is the library, which contains various precious books for disciples to read. Outside is where the disciples practice fighting techniques. Ting Ian explained the various levels of the Cloud Palace. Each level has its own function and is an indispensable place. Then when do we start? Yunyi asked doubtfully. Now you can. After that, Ting Ian took them to a classroom in the deepest part. There was already a teacher waiting for them inside. He was wearing a black training suit and a Prujna mask. Looking closely, it was the leader of the Union school. Liu Yin. The moment he saw it, a black question mark appeared in Yunyi's mind. He never thought that the leader of Union school would come down to teach in person. Are you surprised? Netero and I are good friends. As you are recommended by him, I should be responsible for you. Ryuan said the reason for coming. It turned out that Netero had sought out Ryuan to fight when he was pursuing martial arts, and the two became friends because of this. So that's how it is. Then I'll trouble you, master. Yunyi thanked him and asked the two people behind him to sit on the cushions in the room. Ting Ian, you should also listen here for a while to consolidate your basics. Liu Yin stopped Ting Ian who was leaving and invited him to attend the class together. Okay, master. Ting Ian sat down quietly. There were only 4 students and 1 teacher in this most special classroom. But each of them was a shocking figure. What do you want to learn? Liu Yin did not teach according to the usual method, but asked directly. I want to learn about martial arts. Yunyi expressed his thoughts. His main purpose was to learn from the strengths of all schools and make up for his own shortcomings. He would constantly improve and evolve the assassination technique and make it the most powerful technique in the world. This was Yunyi's unique ambition. Yes. Liu Yin nodded in agreement, stood up and began to explain in slow motion. Every move was carefully marked with the points to pay attention to, so that people could learn it at a glance. But as Liu Yin continued to demonstrate, Yunyi's eyes became more and more strange. How could this be so similar to his killing technique? It can't be said to be exactly the same. The killing technique is more powerful and dangerous than the fighting technique shown by Liu Yin. Master, I have a better idea. Suddenly, Yunyi said. This made Liu Yin stop his movements and looked at Yunyi in confusion. He was not angry at the interruption, because Netero had told him that Yunyi was a demon who did not play by the rules. If you have any ideas, just say them directly. Liu Yin said patiently. Hearing this, Yunyi did not hide anything and directly expressed his own views. Every extra word made Liu Yin's heart tremble. He had discovered these shortcomings a long time ago, but he had never known how to change them. Every word Yunyi said was like a revelation to him, which made him feel shocked. What a monster! After listening to the complete explanation, a name kept appearing in Liu Yin's mind, like a crazy weed spreading and unable to be removed from his heart. You are a genius. Liu Yin praised generously. This surprised and even shocked Ting Yin who was standing by. He had never heard Liu Yin praise others, and he rarely spoke. But today he admitted that Yunyi was a genius. I just discovered it by chance. Yunyi said modestly. He did not feel proud or complacent at all because of Liu Yin's praise. This changed Liu Yin's perception of him again. A stable character is the most important quality for the Union school. Netero is really lucky. Lu Yin began to envy Netero's good luck unconsciously. He could even see Netero's proud look. You will be the one to teach this part. Lu Yin gave his seat to Yun Yat. After all, there were 3 people waiting to learn. Seeing this, Ting Yin exclaimed that his master was mighty. If he hadn't come today, he would have missed this most precious opportunity for him. Watch carefully, don't blink. Yun Ye came to the front and warned without hesitation. Then he used the killing technique. While practicing, he explained the essence and points of attention in easy-to-understand words. Unknowingly, the sun had hidden behind the mountain, and the stars were sprinkled in the sky. Thank you for your teachings, teacher. The 3 people who had learned roughly thanked Yun Yi respectfully. Being able to teach others this kind of secret is an act of selfless dedication and love. No matter where you are, you deserve respect. But for Yun Yi, the killing technique is just the tip of the iceberg. Well, today's teaching is over. You can go back now. Lu Yin looked at them and said. The sect master hasn't eaten yet, do you want to join us? Yun Ye stood up and invited Lu Yin. The easiest way to promote friendship is to have a meal. Master, let's go together. Yun Yi's cooking is delicious. Ting Yin was already drooling just thinking about it. Liu Yin wanted to refuse, but nodded after seeing his unpromising disciple. Just like that, the group came to the field outside the Yun temple. Yun Yi snapped his fingers, and the shadow behind him instantly expanded, and an object emerged. A variety of kitchen utensils and fresh ingredients were placed on a pure white table. The mobile kitchen is back. Read it. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin muttered. He was frightened by Yun Yi's terrifying temperament before, so he went outside to solve it. He can actually read. Ting Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. But thinking about Yun Yi's various talents, he suddenly felt that this was not a big problem. After all, those who could feed him were all good people. On the other side, Yun Yi put on an apron and began to show his superb skills. Whether it was flipping the wok or controlling the heat, it was perfect. In a short while, the fragrance had spread to everyone's taste buds. Even Liu Yin couldn't help but drool. This was the body's instinctive desire for delicious food. Okay. Yun Yi nodded in satisfaction at the delicious food in front of him. Lake and Grey consciously placed the dishes neatly. From a distance, it seemed like the Manchuhan banquet had returned to the world. Let's eat. Yun Ye said with a smile. Soon, the smoke of war began on the dining table. Looking at the food that was being lost in seconds, Lu Yin no longer hid and moved the Pruchna mask over it, revealing a vicissitudes of life. He ate the sweet and sour pork in front of him. Instantly, a strange feeling came over him. His memory began to return, and bits and pieces of the past appeared in his mind. Good. Chapter 39. Liu Yin praised from the bottom of his heart. He usually eats simple meals, so it's nothing wrong to eat delicious food occasionally. Yun Yi has been paying attention to Liu Yin's changes, and he immediately understood when he saw the outline of his mouth. Another person conquered by delicious food. After dinner, everyone went home. It was already night, cicadas were chirping, and fluorescent lights were flashing. A feeling of tranquility arose spontaneously. Walking on the road, Yun Yi felt his state of mind so peaceful for the first time. Normally, this state can only be achieved by deliberately calming down. No wonder so many people like to be a hermit in the mountains. I'll come again tomorrow. After saying that, Ting Yin gradually disappeared into the darkness. Although Yun Yi already knew Yuntai's route, he still did not reject Ting Yin's kindness. Interpersonal relationships still need constant exchanges to deepen and maintain. Back in the room, Lake and Grey had already started practicing in the room, not daring to stop for a moment. Their determination to become stronger began to magnify infinitely from the moment they followed Yun Yi. It is not too much to race against time. I should start practicing too. Yun Ye sat cross-legged on the bed. Now practice has replaced sleep and become the main theme. It's not that sleep is not sweet, it's that practice is too tempting. It's like comparing coquettish and cute, you are more likely to choose the former. Hey! Yun Yi adjusted his breathing. He could sense that the next ability would not be far away. Perhaps this month. As he practiced more deeply, the outside world began to change. In a trance, a dawn broke through the window to Yun Yi's eyes. He opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. Yun Yi looked down at his whole body, and he no longer understood how strong he was. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Without thinking too much, it must be Ting Ian who came to pick them up. After opening the door, Ting Ian was sitting quietly in the living room like a good baby. After breakfast as usual, the group came to Yuntai again. I want to learn hidden weapons, Yunya said bluntly when he arrived at the classroom. Before entering the Cloud Palace, he saw someone in the square using darts against wooden stakes to practice hidden weapons. This aroused his interest. Hidden weapons? No problem. Lu Yin agreed to the proposal and brought Yunya to the square. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. That kid actually let the sect master personally train him. It seems that he has a very impressive background. Tisk, why don't you go into the Cloud Palace? Why do you have to show off outside? A little kid is here to learn hidden weapons, is this true or not? In the square, many people were talking quietly. But Yunya seemed not to hear anything and looked at Lu Yin. Let's start. Liu Yin started the demonstration just like before. The dart in his hand split the wooden stake in half at a speed that almost disappeared, and then returned to his hand. Everything was over in just 1 second. It was very fast for ordinary people, but it was a snail's pace for Yunyi. The technique, angle, throwing direction, all the details worth noting were seen by Yunyi one by one. He took the dart from Liu Yin's hand, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. With the correct posture ready to launch, he gently exerted force on his wrist. Buzz! The dart flew straight into the sky, 1,000,000 miles away from the wooden stakes. This scene made the people around more certain of their inner thoughts. Yunyi was just a young master from a big family who came to gild himself. But the next scene made them dumbfounded. The dart was seen spinning in the sky in an incredible way, cutting off the necks of a series of 10 wooden stakes. In an instant, the heads of 10 wooden stakes fell to the ground. As the heads fell, the scene became very quiet. They stared with wide eyes and slightly opened their mouths, looking at this amazing ending in disbelief. A child who had just learned to throw hidden weapons was actually stronger than them who had practiced for decades. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe this fact. Not bad, Yunya said softly. For him, this throw was just average. If he throws again, it must be more powerful and accurate than this time. Next, Yunya began to train other types of hidden weapons. Blowing arrows, daggers, pebbles, poison needles, meteor hammers. All items that can be used as hidden weapons were tested by Yunya. Without exception, all of them destroyed the wooden stakes accurately. Especially the last mace. The wooden stake was directly turned into powder by violence. This made those who originally mocked them feel cold on their backs and dared not continue to speak. The next step is your time. After Yunya threw out the last poison needle, he let go and started walking. With his heaven-defying comprehension and the 2 invincible bugs of the World Library, he could easily learn the hidden weapon. He even had the idea of creating a super-large killing hidden weapon similar to the Buddha's Wrath Tanglian. By then, it will not be a hidden weapon. It will kill you openly. If I remember correctly. Just as Yunyi was still thinking, a figure came into view. Shiny bald head, serious eyes, tall body. Unsurprisingly, this person was the Jonin who became a hunter in order to find the Dream Scroll, the Book of the Hermit. Hanzo. At this time, he was training in fighting skills with a serious face. He had no idea that a figure had come behind him. It was not until a hand touched him that he reflexively stepped back 3 steps and immediately entered a stance state, with murderous intent in his eyes. You are that kid. Only when he saw the person coming did Hanzo calm down. You are quite alert. Yunyi praised with a chuckle. What can I do for you? Knowing that there was no danger, Hanzo returned to his original position to train. Your name is Hanzo, right? Simply asking. That's right, I am Hanzo, the Chunin of the Kumagakure school. Hanzo said with his head held high. He had no doubt why Kumono knew his name. It's true. Yunya thought to himself. Then he asked again. What is the level division of Yunyanliu? Don't you know that the levels of Kumagakure are divided into Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Takunin, and Kainin? Our leader is a super ninja, very powerful. It is said that there is another level above the super ninja, but I don't know if it is true or not. Hanzo generously told the information he knew. Hearing this, Yunyi's eyes flashed with understanding. The level planning was similar to what he thought. Since you answered my question, I will give you a chance. Yunyi said with a smile. Then he brought the confused Hanzo to the front of Ryuan. Master! Seeing his own master, Hanzo couldn't help but straighten his back. His whole body was filled with a feeling. Nervous. Chapter 40. Yes. Lu Yin nodded and agreed, then looked at Yunya with some doubt. This is a rare talent. Yunyi reminded. Hearing this, Liu Yin re-examined Hanzo. Anyone who can be called a talent by Yunyi is worth his careful consideration. May I have your name? My name is Hanzo. Hanzo said loudly. This energetic look made Liu Yin hard to believe that the man in front of him was a genius. But looking at Ting Ian, who was a little dazed, he chose to believe it. It doesn't matter if there is one more or one less, let's take a gamble. You will practice with me from now on. Ryuan said to the nervous Hanzo. Really? The sudden surprise made Hanzo a little confused, but he quickly accepted the fact. He looked at Yunyi with eyes full of gratitude. Junior brother, come with me. Ting Ian knew the situation and stepped forward to take Hanzo away. As the eldest disciple of the Kumagakuer, he could help the Lurkage-trained disciples. You won't be disappointed. Yunya said with a smile. After that, the training between Lei Ke and Gray was officially completed. Unexpectedly, Lei Ke's proficiency in hidden weapons was much better than Gray's. It seemed that he had learned it specially. Yunya saw all this but did not ask. Everyone has a secret buried in their heart. What do you want to learn next? Seeing that the study was completed, Lu Yin asked. I want to go to the second floor to have a look. Yunyi said his purpose. The martial arts hall on the second floor is where all the non-users of the Kumagaku Ryu gather. It is the strongest combat area of the Kumagaku Ryu. Well, with your strength, it's no problem to go there. Lu Yin agreed to this request. As long as you have the ability of Nin, you can go to the second floor for actual combat training to increase combat experience and skills. With Yunyi's strength, it is more than enough to go there. When you come to the second floor of the Cloud Palace, you can see disciples fighting and waiting for battle. They spend their time here practicing and fighting every day. These have become commonplace for them. Why do children come to the second floor? Idiot, didn't you see that the sect master brought him here himself? He must have come here to gain some experience. You dare to scold me? Let's fight. Yunya came up and prompted the fight between the two. It was enough to see the fierceness of the second level. Not convinced? Then let's fight. For Yunya, this is a good thing. Although he looks quiet, he has a very strong fighting factor in his body. It's just that there was no chance to break out and the fight was over. Can I go to the actual battle now? Yunyi turned around and asked Xiang Liuyan. Okay. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Yunya came directly to a waiting arena. At this time, someone was already waiting on the other side. Seeing Yunya coming, he wiped his eyes to make sure he was not mistaken. Little ghost, go back to where you came from. This is not the place for you. The man said in an extremely impatient tone. If you can defeat me, I will leave, and I will crawl out. Yunya looked at the other party and said. Haha, this is the first time I've met someone so arrogant. Remember my name, Gui Li. Gui Li said arrogantly. This scene naturally attracted many people to watch, and they all wanted to see how Gui Li would teach Yunya a lesson. Suddenly, Lu Yin in the audience reminded. Be careful. This made Gui Li a little worried, and he decided to be gentle later. But what he didn't know was that the person Lu Yin warned was not Yunya. The battle started immediately, and several black shadows appeared on Yunyi's body and entered his body, and a long sword transformed by telekinesis suddenly appeared in his hand. You actually have the ability to read minds. This scene surprised Gui Li. But the battle had already begun, and he couldn't afford to think any more. Howling of the wind. Instantly, countless dark ghosts appeared behind Yunyi. The next second, they all merged into his blade. Transformed into a gust of wind, it came in front of Gui Li at lightning speed and slashed him with one blow. Bang! It was hit, but the touch was extremely strange. Looking closely, Gui Li, who was standing in the same place, had turned into a piece of wood without knowing when. Substitution technique. In the other corner of the ring, Gui Li appeared, with chi surging on his body. Just a moment ago, he used his telepathy to avoid being chopped. If he was a little slower, what he chopped would not be wood. Unconsciously, a cold sweat appeared on Gui Li's forehead. This was a warning from death. This nin ability is great, but it's mine now. Yunya thought. Substitution is an indispensable ability for a ninja. While looking at Gui Li, another black shadow entered Yunyi's body. This is no longer a child, but a real enemy. Gui Li realized how ridiculous he was. He took out a dagger from behind and stepped in front of Yunya. Bang! The familiar feeling came to his mind. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gui Li was so shocked that he couldn't speak. In front of him was an old piece of wood. This was exactly what his mind ability. Substitution technique. This scene shocked and even horrified the audience. Not only did he learn so quickly, but his mind ability was also so abnormal. Is there really such a perfect person in the world? Why do you know my telepathic ability? Gui Li asked. But Yunya did not give him an answer. He was like a walker in the night, omnipresent, shuttling through any place shrouded in darkness. Just as Gui Li was in a trance, a figure appeared behind him. You are already dead. The extremely cold words made Gui Li feel cold all over, and he stood there without daring to move. Across his neck was a blade emitting cold light. Just approaching it made Gui Li feel a sharp pain in his neck. The battle had already come to an end. Seeing such a result, the people in the audience were all shocked. But there was more confusion than shock. Would they really be worse than a child? The outcome of this battle was unexpected, and no one had expected it. Except for one person, Lu Yin. From the towering sky pillar he had seen before, he had already understood that Yunya was not an ordinary person. Without entering the wind and clouds, he had already turned into a dragon. A very deterrent dragon. The Zoldyck family. Ryuan muttered in a low voice. He had already learned about Yunyi's background from Netero. He was from that world-class killer family that was well known far and wide. Although he was in the deep mountains and old forests, he was still well informed about the outside world. On the other side, the people in the audience had already accepted the fact. Just as they were about to leave, a slightly childish voice spread throughout the gym. That's it. Is this kind of strength worthy of being called a ninja?